Obviously, we've got to make sure it's working. We are live. We are apparently live. We don't need moderation. We got at least somebody watching. Come on, bring me the video. Here we go. There it is. For watching. Okay, welcome to the stream. So today we're discussing how Nintendo Switch is a scam. We need to boycott Nintendo. Do not buy the Switch. $90 games. This is a disaster for gaming, for everybody. It's all downhill, bad news, negative. We're all going to die. What do you think, Crunch?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we fooled you. Yeah, no, we totally disagree with this boycott and all this bullshit. We're full on Switch 2 fans. We are going to get this thing day one. Well, at least Crunch is. I might not be able to get one, but that's another story. So, Big Man's in the chat. Hey, Big Man. What do you think about the Switch?
Big Man.
What do you think about the Switch 2? Yeah, you can join in a bit. We're going to do some videos and stuff, some responses, and then you can join in a bit. We'll open it up. We want to try and get a little bit of what's the word? We want to try and get a bit done first, because if we get too many voices and then we can't kind of get as much done. But we'll get you back in after. Big Man thinks it's awful.
So that place is down under. Everything's already double the price there. Anyway.
That can't be helped. That's not Nintendo's fault, is it? So we can't.
No, it's not. But I think games are like $100 there, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. So, but again, that's not a Nintendo thing. So we can't.
No, it's not. That's for everything. I think. Yeah.
We can't be expected to. Do you see what I mean? It's like that's not a Nintendo issue.
Yeah, that's a global issue.
So that's nothing to do with Nintendo.
It includes movies and Blu-rays. I mean,
some Nintendo's being attacked for that.
£60 and things. Yeah.
Nintendo's being attacked for that, but it's nothing to do with them. The same as the stuff in America with the tariffs. That's nothing to do with them either. But again, so Jenny, you were talking, Crunch, before about the price of games. So let's just get into that quickly. So we've been talking about let's do a quick background here, because not everybody is going to be clicking on this video. I'm sure we're going to get some views on this. So my background with Nintendo is I had a Game Boy when I was like 7-8 years old, and then I worked my way up through pretty much most of the handhelds. I didn't have any of like the Super Nintendo or the NES, but I recently got a Super Famicom a few years ago, but obviously I played them at other people's houses and stuff. Had an N64 probably a year and a half after launch. Got the GameCube at launch, got the Wii at launch, got the Wii U probably about a year and a half after launch, got the Switch probably 5-6 years into its life or something like that. And Crunch is probably more of a Nintendo head than I am. So
both, but I think you own just as much or more than me.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like buying it day one. You probably buy it. You're more of a
got the day one. I got the Wii day one same day as you. We got two, didn't we? And you went and picked it up for me. And then
did I pick yours up for you? I can't remember. I
thought you went because you could drive at the time, so you went and picked it up. Maybe I think you just like passed your test or something. Something like that. It was that at the time, and then you put that one up for me, and then the only other one I got day one is the original Switch.
Yeah, exactly. So you're a day one original Switch.
Yeah.
And you same as me. You got your Wii U in the sale when.
Yeah, I got mine before you. I think I got it like a couple of months after launch when the prices dropped. Same with the 3DS as well. I got that.
Yeah,
well,
the Wii U had a bad launch because it didn't have any games at launch. So unless you wanted Lego City Undercover, there was basically no games. So
it had Nintendo Land, Mario, and Zombie U. I think that was the only 3 games on it.
What Mario? One. Which Mario are we talking
about? The Mario Brothers U.
That was the only... right, yeah.
So I think those are the only. Yeah, there was only 3 games that came out, and then a lot of third-party stuff like
and obviously those
Tekken
games,
and stuff.
there've been games like that on the DS and the Wii before, so it wasn't like a new.
Yeah, well, I think one of the problems was they did New Super Mario Brothers on the 3DS, and it came out 2 months before the Wii U one.
Right, exactly. So it wasn't like.
So they messed up a bit there because they put 2 in 1 year.
Yeah.
Probably because the DS one got delayed or something, and it's
Right.
come out later. That's what I'd say. They probably wanted that for 3DS launch, but they had to push it out a bit, maybe.
So anyway, basically, the Wii U, we all agree, had a bad launch, but it's a good console. I think the Switch had a bad launch for Wii U fans because a lot of the Wii U games ended up getting ported to the Switch, so it didn't have new games, right? So when I was complaining about the Switch, I'm complaining as a Wii U fan who has all the games already. Right? We don't have that issue with this console. This console is brand new and it's coming out with brand new games. It's got Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, and freaking Metroid out of the gate. So and the new Hyrule Warriors and etc. 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 So there's no complaints there.
There's quite a lot of games all set before the end of the year. So I don't think they've announced anything except for that From Software game that's coming out next year. Everything else is this year, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But that's another exclusive.
It is. Yeah, it's exclusive, and that's the only one that said 2026. Everything else said this year. So
okay. So basically, the game are out of the game. So there shouldn't be any complaints from anybody that actually likes Nintendo because they're giving
I don't think anyone is really complaining about what's coming out. I think it's just that people want it, and then they don't like the price because they can't afford it or something. That's all I can think about, really. It's all.
There's people here who literally don't give a fuck about Nintendo. Angry Joe doesn't give a fuck about Nintendo.
I think
Fratanga doesn't give a fuck about Nintendo.
A lot of that's the anti-Nintendo bias. Anytime they do something, they just dogpile on.
The anti-Nintendo bias.
So
we're gonna
talk
what
about they're doing now. Because that's why those channels are doing it.
Because obviously it gets views. Hence why I've got the clickbait title.
Yeah, that's why everyone else is done with their titles that we've got in the playlist on the screen. Yeah.
So, but the videos don't even make sense, and this is what we're gonna pick apart these, and like these videos some of them have like 400,000 views, some of them have 60,000 views. You know, this is ridiculous. So you got all these views on these videos, and they're completely ill-informed misinformation, and just talking absolute shit. Like. Now, we're not claiming to be Nintendo fanboys. Like I said, I didn't get the Wii U or the Switch at launch. Okay? So I'm free to have an opinion on the new console that's coming out, and I think it's fantastic. So I can have that opinion. But apparently, if you got this opinion that the Switch 2 is going to be fucking amazing, then you're a fucking idiot. Well, how does that make sense? Like, they're giving me exactly what I want. Okay, first of all, you've got voice chat and stuff like this. And then they're like, oh, well, they should have had that 20 years ago. And maybe that's the case, right? But they didn't have it 20 years ago. They're pouring it in now. So where's the complaint on that? It's just what doesn't get, it's like, so now you're complaining that it should have been in 20 years ago. Maybe it should have been, but it's coming now. Like, they're giving you what you've been asking for 20 years, yet you're still not happy. Like, they couldn't, so why did they even bother then? That's what they probably feel like, why did we bother? Because
because they put in this, the game share chat as well, the video chat.
Which is like Sony's.
And it's better than the Kinect stuff on the Xbox because it's you can share your gameplay, do a face cam.
Yeah, it's like Discord.
It's Discord. It lags just as much as Discord, but it's there. It's as an option. So
and you don't have to have everybody's screen. That's just like an extreme.
No, you could just have one person. I'm going to share my screen, and that's it. You don't need everyone to go. I'm going to share my screen, and that's what Discord's like. Some one person will share the screen, and people who aren't playing can watch. That's it.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily have to even be running a game. So they're taking this extreme example that they put on the thing where like, everybody's sharing the screen. They're trying to show you what it can do. They're trying to show you the limits of what it can do.
Yeah, and it didn't show everything because the game chat's 12 people, just like you could do on Xbox. But they didn't show that in the trailer. They only showed about 4 people, didn't they? So
yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm saying. So
it's not like, I think that's fair enough. 12's fine. You don't need any more than that. It's too many people. So
right,
it's probably too much at 6, to be honest.
but they're 12. But PlayStation's still at 8.
Yeah, I think PlayStation 8, and then did Xbox go to 16 or something?
I don't know. I just remember the
It
video.
might.
12,
It was
12
definitely.
man
Yeah, I
deep.
remember the 12 man. Yeah, but it
We're
definitely
12
was
man
12.
deep.
I think
Black
it went over
console
12.
lives matter.
Yeah.
Black console lives matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all every time.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we're 12 man deep on the Switch. 2 Black console lives matter. Let's go. What was I going to say? Mine's gone blank. I'm going to get into the video responses in a sec, but I was going to say about what was I going to say about? We'll just get into the video. It'll come back to me. We'll carry on later.
Yeah.
Because I had something to say, but I've forgotten.
Because then we'll know what people are saying after we watch them, and then they'll probably remind you what it is. To be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but there was something I wanted to talk about. But anyway, look, we aren't Nintendo fanboys. Is the point I want to make before anybody throws that in. So anybody that watched the video at least 10 minutes, 11 minutes is going to now know that we are not Nintendo fanboys. So kiss my ass, basically. I didn't buy the Switch new. I only bought the Switch a few years ago. So
yeah, the OLED you got. So
exactly, the OLED when the OLED
4
came
years
out.
after. Yeah.
So it's years later. So to say I'm a Nintendo fanboy who buy it no matter what is a complete fallacy because I waited like a million years to buy the original Switch.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, that means it would be the first console you bought new since the Wii, like day one, if you got it. Because you didn't get.
Yeah, well, I
any
couldn't get the
Xbox
Series
ones.
X. I couldn't get the Series X, could I? So yeah.
Oh, I don't think you wanted that. I thought you got. The
I wasn't
Halo one.
especially. I wasn't especially interested in it. And then they were like, we were watching the event, and obviously it was like we're putting the Halo ones up, and I was like, fuck it, I'll buy one. And that's how that happened. It wasn't like.
But there was nothing.
I wasn't clamoring for it.
Get anyway, yeah.
I wasn't clamoring for it
because Halo was delayed. It was going to come day one,
yeah.
and then
exactly. And then they were like, "Okay, well, here's the Halo edition with Halo." I'm like, "Well, there you go then."
Yeah,
I'll buy that one. And you know, if I'm sat literally watching the stream, and they're like, "Hey, they're going live now," I'm like, "Right, well." That gives me the prime position here to get one because I'm actually watching the stream, whereas everybody else isn't watching the stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas the Nintendo Direct that we just had, everybody in the world was watching it, so they were all like, "Right, get the pre-orders." Whereas this stream was like halfway through like the year, and it was like it wasn't even like a big stream. It wasn't even like
it was
free or anything.
Gamescom, wasn't it?
It was something like that. It was like Gamescom.
Yeah.
It was like nobody was really
watching. Like a small show, really. No one.
It was It was a B or C tier show, right?
And it wasn't the one with the trebuchets and all that.
It was bad. It was a bad show. And
the only thing on there.
I don't know if it was that one, but it was a bad show. And then I was like, yeah, right, okay. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Let's get into the videos. We're going to get into this Boycott Nintendo video first. Big man, you can't come in yet, man, because then there'll be too many of us talking. We've already done 13 minutes. We haven't even started yet.
Maybe you can come in after the first video.
We will get you in at some point. Yeah. The thing will be open. We can have a discussion, right? We don't need...
Because after we've watched one of these, or a bit of one of these, we'll get the gist of everyone's going to say the same thing.
There'll be too many voices in the chat because then there'll be too many voices. But we will get you in at some point. But and also you're against our opposition. So then we're arguing back and forwards.
We can debate it later if you want.
That's what I'm saying. It become a debate then because we are on board. We're fully on board with this, and we're investing in this. We're buying this day one basically if we can. So that's where we're at. So big man's got his own opinion, and that's fine. And he'll have his opinion, and his opinion will be known later on. So this is never heard of this guy, Gred Glintstone. Glintstone, is it?
Glintstone.
It's like Fred Flintstone, isn't it? Gred Glintstone.
Yeah, it is,
yeah. This is he's like the Australian version of True Scottish Gamer here. Went to his channel. A lot of his channel, he's only got like 6 months worth of videos, so it's obviously that he's hidden videos that he's done in the past or whatever, because the channel seems like it's got a lot of subscribers for just 6 videos or whatever.
Well, it could be because sometimes you get viral these days. And then
I mean,
get
it's possible. I just think it's one of them channels where he's deleted a lot of videos or hidden them.
Could be. Yeah.
That's my opinion. Anyway, we're gonna look at his video because this one had us laughing at a lot of the misinformation at the beginning. I don't know how far we're going to get through it. We've got Fratanga, who, as we know, doesn't know fuck all about anything. And he was all about Halo Infinite isn't a $60 game for the campaign, but now apparently $80 games are bad. But a $60 campaign is fine.
Halo is a $60 campaign and
campaign
the battle
only
passes and all the skins. So if you want everything, remember at launch, wasn't it $500 to get all the skins?
Yeah, Halo Infinite's a $500 game, but let's ignore that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's free to play, so we can just pretend that that's not a thing. And then, whereas Nintendo releases a full release for $80 or whatever, which it isn't even $80, but we'll get into that. But let's say they release it. Let's say it is a $90 game, a $100 game. It's a full game plus DLC. There ain't going to be no microtransactions, skins, all this bullshit in the game. It's going to be a full game. So what are you complaining about? Right. Anyway,
let's get on with it.
Gred Glintstone, aka True Scottish Gamer Australia. Let's go. There we go. Let's just skip to
products. I have every right to push back on ruthless business strategies. This is not about.
Okay, by the way.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah, sorry.
I think it's a little bit louder.
Yeah, maybe turn it down a bit.
Down a bit?
Oh, I was going to say down a bit, yeah.
Was it too loud? About there?
Yeah.
People who make games.
Can you hear this okay, yeah?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Big Man.
I've only got you and Big Man to tell me if you can hear it okay.
Well, yeah, I can hear it through my
voice. I don't want this portion of the video to be like way louder or way quieter than us. I want it to be similar or just slightly less. Okay.
This is about people who sell them. Nintendo absolutely deserves to be called out. And that's why I feel so confident.
So right there, why do they deserve to be called out? Over what? What are they talking about? What's he on about? Exactly.
Well, they deserve to be called out because
let's leave it last.
We're a capitalist world, and they want to sell a product for a price that is.
Holy shit! They want to turn a profit on something.
Yeah, they want to turn a profit on
God,
selling. Yes, that's all it is.
That's mad.
I mean, I can't think of anything else because the prices are in line with everyone else.
Yep.
The console price is fine because
more for your money.
The console price is similar to a Steam Deck, even though it's more powerful than one.
It's $100 less than a Steam Deck.
Well, I saw one that there's $400 one.
Yeah.
That one's the same. So there's one model that's the same.
Right. So again, there's no Pinky's here in the chat, by the way.
Yeah. So I think the pricing's in line, and then a Steam Deck can't be plugged into your TV. You can't detach the controllers. You can't link all your old Nintendo stuff. You can't use your Switch games on it. So there's plenty of value in the new Switch.
Yeah.
Not even if you compare them, and if you want to compare them, you can compare them and say, yeah, you can justify the price then.
Yeah. But
when it comes to the games
Steam Deck's got all your games from Steam. Your Nintendo Switch 2's got all your games from the Nintendo Switch 1. This isn't like going from the Wii U to the Switch where you lose your library.
Yeah, and there's 15,000 games on the Switch. So
yeah, exactly.
There's plenty of options.
All your games. Every game you bought, every game is backwards compatible. There's no scam here. Like if this was like no backwards compatibility, then you might have an argument for the Steam Deck, but you don't have that. So Nintendo's basically done everything right here, and yet we still got morons attacking them. That's the problem, right? So let's get into the video, right?
Saying boycott Nintendo.
That in itself is alarmist language.
A massive fan of Nintendo.
I don't believe that. Like, I don't believe this stuff when people say this because this makes no sense. But I'm going to let it run for about
let's go
5 minutes
more.
now.
Yeah.
Nintendo was my first console. My top 10 games.
But that doesn't make you a fan because it's your first console, does it? I mean, that's that's stupid. It's like just because you had it first doesn't mean it's your favorite. That doesn't make sense.
Would mostly be filled with Nintendo games. I've been really excited for the Switch 2, but now I've decided that I won't be getting one. Not because I think the games don't look good, because I don't think the company deserves my money. I say boycott Nintendo
Right.
because I want them to change and be better, not because I want them to go out of business. I love Nintendo, boycott Nintendo.
That
Only got
makes
Well, it
zero
doesn't make
sense.
sense.
Yeah, you
Right.
like you.
So
let you
he's
say that
saying
one.
the games look good. He wants to buy the games, but he doesn't want to support Nintendo because he loves Nintendo, but he wants them to do better. But this system's better than the last one. Anyway,
All right, let's say the
it's very
Switch.
confusing.
Let's say the Switch 2 fails, right? That's what's that going to mean for Nintendo? That's going to be a disaster because they got no handheld to back it up,
Yeah.
right? This is
Well,
it.
if this like doesn't do well at launch, they'll probably drop a price a bit to try
They'll
and
drop
make
the
some
console
money.
price, leave the games the same.
But if
Because
the
they're not
game
gonna-
doesn't do that well, then they'll just release a new console, won't they?
Well,
Or they'll
then-
go all
then
in
they're
on
in the
mobile.
then they're in the shit. Then they're in the shit because, like I say, they haven't got their handheld market to fall back on. This is their
Yeah.
handheld market, and it is. I can't see this thing doing bad, by the way. But what I'm saying is, that if this
No.
went, so if you're a Nintendo fan, you need to buy this. Like, there's no. Where's the logic there? Anthony in the chat, by the way. Hello.
Yeah, it's a bit silly, like just going boycott, but it's like there's not really a
Boycott's
moral.
strong.
There's not a
Boycott's a very
moral
strong
reason there. It's just you don't like the price, but people don't like the price of a new iPhone. Doesn't really mean they boycott Apple if they don't want to buy it. You know.
Yeah, but this is what I'm. But this
It's
whole
a bit odd. It's like there must be another reason. He might. Let's
the
see
whole
what
way
he's
he's
gonna
just
say, I
worded
guess.
that makes absolutely no sense. As what this is in effect. What he should be saying is, okay, I'm not happy with the prices. I'm not going to buy one at launch, but obviously I might get one when if the prices are dropped. That's, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
An outright boycott is I'm not buying one ever because I hate the company. Fuck them. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And it's not like okay, the Nintendo exclusive games, they're going to hold the price, and the console is going to hold its price anyway. So you're just going to get left behind. But at the end of the day, you can sell these games on. These games hold value. So if you're really on a budget, you just buy Donkey Kong, complete the game, and then just sell the game. People that are stupid. It's like you don't have to hold on to these games, do you? Like I do. I collect games. What not everybody does. So
Yeah,
it's
I
a
think most
bias.
people. I think most people don't. I think it is a minority thing because there's
Yeah,
you go
well,
into
exactly.
any CX and you'll see
Hundreds
shelves
of
of
them.
pre-owned Switch
Yeah.
games.
Yeah, you'll see exactly. People buy and sell these games, and
They're
they
the
can
only
trade
games
them
that
in.
people trade in because you'll get like £30 back. So
Correct.
they're like, oh, that's
Exactly.
good.
You'll get
No
at
one
least
trades
half.
in
You'll
FIFA
get at least
because
half. You get at least half the value of the game. You're gonna get. Let's say you buy it for 80. You're gonna get 40, 45 quid at a CEX, right?
you can still
Especially
trade in Zelda
trade in
now,
value
you
if
know.
you want to get a different game.
You can trade in launch Switch games and get most of your money back now. So
That's right. Yeah,
that's
you can
good. That's a
trade.
good thing because
That's a good thing if you're a seller.
anytime, yeah, if you're a seller, maybe not for a buyer, but if you're a buyer, then you know, well,
If
there's
you're a
not too much
buyer,
to worry about. You just
no,
you're not going to
if you're a
go, I'm going to buy
buyer,
it and lose
you
all your
buy
money.
it, you play it, and you sell it. It's only really bad for people who want a collection that is
If you don't want
worthless.
to keep it, yeah.
If you want a worthless collection, don't collect for Nintendo. Your collection is going to be worth a lot of money. Okay, you're gonna be able to retire on that if you ever sell it. Right? That's Nintendo. I've got N64 games that are like 200, 300 quid boxed on my shelf from back in the day. They still hold the value, even though they get re-released on emulators and stuff. They still have value.
Yeah,
They
the
still sell
original
them.
because it's still the best way to play it. So
Yeah, and exactly. So what I'm saying
regardless
is,
of how many people emulate it, it's
so
still
what is this
the best.
logic of right? Nintendo games don't go down in price, therefore that's a bad thing. Actually, that's a good thing. If you're someone who buys a game day one, and you're not losing out. Either you're going to have a collection of games that's worth something, or you're going to be able to resell those games if you're not somebody who holds on to them and reclaim that money when you buy another game. So this makes no sense.
Yeah.
That the whole mentality needs to be changed around this.
Yeah.
Games should hold value.
Yeah.
Games are not
Before we go on,
DVDs.
before we go on with the video, I've got a good anecdote for that. Because when I was in school, every one of my mates was telling me you should buy Brink, pre-order Brink, and get it day
Yeah.
one on the 360. And
Yeah.
I didn't, but loads of my mates did, and they paid £40 each for Brink. Then fast forward 2 weeks after launch, it was down to £10. So everyone who spent 40 quid, and these are, kids in school, they all, wasted all the money, their pocket money, to get a game
and that's
they
40 quid
shouldn't
10,
have got.
15 years ago as well. So
But
it was,
yeah, so it's more now, yeah. So if with a Nintendo game doesn't do that, you buy a Nintendo game and it doesn't matter.
it'll never go down.
It'll still
that
be
much.
40 quid.
The only games that have ever done that have been like the Wii and the Wii U era games. But what happens is they tend to go back up in value.
Yeah.
So after a while,
most Wii U stuff's going back up. Most Wii stuff is now expensive.
I bought a lot of stuff on the Wii U.
DS stuff has gone through the
up.
moon. Like Pokemon games, they're all £100.
But Pokemon games just take off. They just go into the whole other realm.
Even though for a time they were, fair priced, they've gone straight up.
Yeah.
So it's a good Nintendo game because you buy it and you go,
you buy it,
and lose your money.
That's what I'm saying. If you are a collector of stuff, you want it to be valuable stuff on your shelf, then you've got a valuable collection. If you buy it and then you don't want a collection of games, which a lot of people don't want, once they play Donkey Kong, they don't necessarily want to keep Donkey Kong. Well, then they can go and sell the game and get money back and go buy a different game. So this whole mentality around games should be changed because they're acting like, well, we're going to buy this game and then it's worthless. Well, it's never going to be worthless, is it? This is what we're saying. Most of these games are going to hold the value. So if you buy it at freaking $80, it's still going to be near enough $80 when you get rid of it. So you're not losing any money. All right.
Yeah, let's get on to the video again, I think.
Yeah. I'm just looking.
We're just saying the same thing over and over.
Here. Josh disagrees with us. Josh is saying
ridiculous.
He's saying the price of Switch 2 games is ridiculous. I don't think it is, but we're going to get more into that later. But hold that thought.
Yeah, let's go on the video.
They hold value. So how is it ridiculous? You're not losing money. You're only losing money if you choose to hold on to the game. That's it. If you don't choose to hold on to the game, then you don't lose money. That's just the way it is.
Through some of the reasons for that now, but this is all information that I have as of today, the 5th of April.
Yes, but Laura, this is misinformation, but we'll get into that.
This is all subject to change, and if it does, I'll put something in a pinned comment. So here's what I have for now. It's not just about the pricing, although that's definitely the straw that broke the camel's back, and we'll get to it soon. There is more to it than that. There's a lot of people repeating drop the price in those Nintendo live streams they're doing, but even if they did that, they still have a lot to answer for. The first thing I want to talk about is this.
But just hold on a minute. So how can they drop the price? They have to make a profit. I think they're selling this console at a loss, or they're just breaking even, or just
they usually do, Nintendo. That's why
Nintendo normally actually sells them at a profit. It's normally Microsoft and Sony that sell them at a loss and trying to make it back on the software.
I thought the Wii U was sold even.
No, that was sold. I was sold at a profit because it was older hardware, wasn't it? So they made a profit.
I suppose.
So that's what they normally do.
But I thought because of the controller, that's up the price so much that they had to put it so high to start with.
That's an argument. We don't really have the exact numbers, do we? We ain't
no.
But to me, that must be getting sold at a loss because the original Switch is like £300.
Yeah, an OLED is
only
£310, I think.
Pounds more.
This is 80 to 90 more.
Yeah, it's £100 more. So how can it? Yeah. How can the Switch 2, which is going to be like on par with at least the Xbox Series S and maybe and it's not using CDs, it's using cartridges. Well, not cartridges, data cards, whatever. They cost more to make. All this stuff costs more to make. You've got to have a screen on it on the device. That's not on the other consoles. It's going to be able to work with your TV. Other consoles doing that. It does 4K. It does all this stuff that all the consoles have to do and more. It has to do more than that. And it's still less than the competition. Both the other consoles, it's selling for less. It's cheaper than the other two consoles out there, right?
Yeah. So at day one, this price, I think it's fair enough. It's lower than the competitors. It's running 4K.
So you can't argue the price of the console. It's lower than both the other ones.
It's probably better than a Series S. People are saying the new Street Fighter is better on the Switch 2 than the Series S. People are saying it's running Cyberpunk better than a Steam Deck. So I don't think either of those things. It's showing that it is, a more powerful system, and it's probably a priced appropriately, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was saying, but they're selling it. So how is this? Where's this mindset now coming from? That they're ripping you off. How can they be ripping you off? First of all, the initial cost of the console is lower than the other two, so that straight away they're selling that. To me, they're either selling it at a loss or for a small profit, not a huge profit, right? So where does that profit then come from? Well, they have to put something up. Something's got to go up. So what's going to go up? The freaking software's got to go up. They got to make the money back somewhere, and they've chosen to do it through software, which is better for the consumer because then they can own the system and they can buy and sell games as much as they want. They can get cheaper games digitally if they choose to get them digitally, which are like $20 less to £20 less if you want to do that. Or you can go down the road of buying physical and buying and selling, or if you just want to keep them, then you can keep them, but that's up to you. It's your money. But the console itself, the initial console, is very consumer friendly. Would we all agree on that in the comments here? How is it not consumer friendly? The console itself is less, it's a handheld and it's on your TV. It does both. All your controllers and devices, as long as they're Nintendo ones, even some unofficial ones, will work with this. So how are you losing out? You can use GameCube controllers if you've got the adapter. You know what I'm saying? How are you losing out here when if you're a Nintendo fan already own Nintendo hardware, Nintendo Switch hardware, you can use pretty much all your freaking controllers. Even the Joy-Cons you can use. You just can't charge them. You charge them on your old Switch and then
or buy one of those chargers. Yeah.
You can sync them with you can sync them on your other Switch. You just leave that one docked and then just sync them to this one. So you can use every controller with this. How is that not consumer friendly? I complained about this Wii U to Switch because I can't use my Pro controllers on the Switch with the Wii U with the Switch. There's my complaint right there. This doesn't do that. There's no complaints to be had. This is consumer friendly. All my shit works. It all works. So what's the complaint? Right. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Thing about the physical game.
This is the bit this is why we chose this video, by the way, this bit. So let's let this run.
Some of the Switch 2 games you buy will not have the game data on there. The cartridges will be empty, with the exception of a code that will allow you to download the game. I should say from the outset, there's a lot of misinformation online about this. This isn't all games. This doesn't include any of the first-party games that we know of. I've seen this argument used as a reason why this isn't such a bad thing. No. If only a fraction of Switch 2 games did this, it's still a terrible thing. This isn't one games company coming out and saying their game doesn't fit on one particular cartridge. This is a feature that Nintendo has advertised. It's coming from them. If there are certain games coming to their platform that do not fit on their cartridges, they should be prioritizing better storage for their cartridges. But it's not a storage problem. Bravely Default is only 11 gigs. There's no reason why this data shouldn't be on the cartridge. None. My first thought with all of this was, holy shit, this is what Microsoft did with the Xbox One. No more pre-owned games, no more lending your games to your friends. And that's why they revealed those digital game cards. It's not a fun new feature, it's a replacement. I've seen some places report that these are not tied to your account and can be traded and used like physical cartridges, but I can't find anything from Nintendo directly. This is all still developing, and I'll keep you updated. But regardless of whether these are tied to your console or not, it's really fucking annoying. If you're like me, you buy physical copies of games you're likely to play quite a bit from time to time to save up on taking space on your Switch. You can't do that anymore because the keycard doesn't allow you to download onto the card itself, but onto your Switch 2. The Nintendo website says this: please note, to download the game, you must have enough free space in your Nintendo Switch 2 system memory or micro SD express card. So you must either have enough storage or re-download them every time a friend makes the offhanded suggestion, want to play Street Fighter. That's fucking stupid. That's one of the core reasons to buy physical media as opposed to digital, to save on digital storage space. It's much less convenient than buying digital because although it's still taking up storage on your Switch 2, the keycard needs to be inserted. Meaning if you wanted to switch from Street Fighter to Bravely Default, you need to swap the cartridges, even though they're just empty plastic and the data is on the console itself. There is no reason for this. It doesn't make any sense. And it raises a lot of questions. The game is
So that's the one where I lost it the first time I watched that. I actually nearly fell off my chair. So
it's still
guys
funny the
complaining
second
that
time.
guys complaining you buy a game on a cartridge and you have to put the cartridge in the system to use the game. Take it away, Crunch. Take it away.
Oh yeah, he said quite a lot there, but a lot of it, some of it was. Well, I'll go back to the bit before I miss it because he did a bit of misinformation there because he was saying that the cartridge, it's a one-time use, but there's no evidence of that at all, and I don't believe that's true. I believe it's just the same as a Xbox or a PlayStation disc.
That's the point.
Essentially, that's the same. That's what it is.
So Halo Infinite's not on the disc.
Yeah, and neither's
Where's the outrage?
Any game on the PC that has a disc, you don't get a disc. It doesn't work. Any game you get on Xbox or PlayStation, you get a disc and it's empty. So
where's the outrage for that? Where's
the outrage is everyone.
Where's the outrage for Call of Duty on PS5? You can't. It's actually not on the disc. Where's the outrage? This is what I'm saying. So this has been happening for years. Nintendo does it, and all of a sudden, no, Nintendo, fucking wankers.
12 years ago, that's when this started.
Correct. So what is going on
now?
Here?
It's 12 years later, and this is a change from Switch 1, because on the Switch 1 they would sell you a box with a download code in it. Yeah. And this is an improvement on that because now it's not a one-time use code; and it's a cartridge. So
I'll say something on that.
I don't see what's wrong with that.
There's a lot of reviews on these, code in box games on like Amazon and stuff and eBay, where parents have bought the game and they don't understand that it's code in box, so they leave negative reviews because there's no game in the box, and then the seller has to explain to them, the code's in the box, you have to put the code in. And there's people like that who don't understand. So this is going to be better for consumers because they'll be like, what am I buying? Well, whatever I buy, it's going to have a cartridge in the box. I don't have to think about it. I buy the cartridge, I put it in, and I play the game, and that's it. And if these can be resold like normal games, well, that's even more convenient because now I can resell this $60, $80 game and get the money back for it if I want to. You can't do that with a digital game code, right?
Yeah.
So that's consumer friendly, but this is they're framing this as anti-consumer.
Yeah, I don't really get it. It's not what the website says, but then everyone's took it and gone every single game, and that's why I said there's misinformation himself because people are saying it's every single game. Yeah.
No one's saying that.
Yeah, well, they were. That's why he had to say it. They didn't say it.
I know, but
like
I know.
But
let's just say it's the same ones that would be like code in box before, right? And then it's like, okay, well, even if it's the same as a code in box, like once you put the cartridge in, right, it's linked to your system. It's exactly the same as what you had now.
Yeah. So the same it is now, or it's better.
He's crying his eyes out about the convenience factor of I have to put the cartridge in when it's a digital game. It's just completely mental because you have to do that if you were like, let's say you're an informed consumer like he's supposed to be, okay, because he's Gred Glintstone or whatever the fuck. Gred fucking Glintstone, right? 85K views, okay. If he's supposed to be like this guy who should be making videos and telling us about stuff, right? Wouldn't he then go, right, this is a digital game. I can't be bothered taking the cartridge in and out of the console because I'm like weigh 900 pounds and can't get out of my chair to reach the system. So why don't I go onto the Nintendo eShop and buy the game digitally? Because he's going to know that the game in the box is not a real game, so he doesn't have to buy it that way. So there's no issue here for anybody. If you want to buy digital games, you can buy digital games. You want to buy these games like this that are not really on the cartridge, that are still digital games, you can buy those. You've got two options.
Yeah, and I think they even said they're going to be selling digital games in shops on, like, code cards.
Exactly. So that's another. That's three options.
There's three options. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, right,
that's what it says on the website.
And then in this video, he's talking about Bravely Default. It's only 11 gigs. Why is it not on the cartridge? Well, the publisher has the choice of making the game. So now he's taking. You got to take it up with the publisher of the game. It's got nothing to do with Nintendo.
And also, the thing was Bravely Default. If you've seen that one, it actually costs $40.
Yeah.
So that's probably reduced the cost of the game to put it on a key card instead of selling it on a physical cartridge.
It's a lower. It does the cartridge doesn't have as much storage on it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then also with the size, I think Cyberpunk's on a 64 gig cart.
Hold on a minute. Well, just hold the phone. We gotta react to Josh. Hold on. When did buying a video game become so complicated? Why don't you just point a disc or card in the game and it just starts? That is exactly what Nintendo has just given you. Think about what you just said. Think about it for a second. Explain it to him, Crunch. What did Nintendo just give you?
Well, they've made it so you can get a cartridge or a cartridge that
for
makes
a digital
you download
game.
It. Yeah. There's a cartridge that don't you download.
How did they make it more complicated?
You do.
How did they make it more complicated? They actually helped him. They helped him make his decision. If you buy a Switch game from the store, it's going to have a cartridge in it. You put the cartridge in the console and it will play the fucking game. That's what he wants. That's what he's just asked for. Where was the complicated part? Where was the complication? If you don't want to think about it, then you don't have to think about it. They took that away. They took that thinking part away from you. They gave it to you. Yeah. The thinking went when they put the cartridge in the box. They took that bit away from you. You get it. You get a cartridge. Regardless, you get a cartridge. Am I missing something? Are you still there, Crutch?
Yeah, just eating.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on, explain. Can you explain to Josh? Like, am I talking shit or am I?
No, I think you're right. I just think it is more complicated because of downloading.
Surely it's less complicated because you're not getting a code in a box.
Yeah, but you're
always going to get
a Switch 2 has made it more simple. It sounds, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you're always going to have a cartridge.
Yeah, because you just put
that by itself makes it easier for people who don't. If say you buy a game from a shop, you put the cartridge in the console, and then it will prompt you for a download if it needs to download. If it doesn't need to download, then it won't ask you for a download. That's it.
And so I was saying before, actually, it's been this way for 12 years. Well, actually, I was wrong. It's 19 years because the PS3 started it all, downloading every game.
Yeah, download every game, but the game is on the disc.
Yeah, it was on the disc then, but since that generation, it's not been on the disc. Most Xbox games, they're not on the disc. If they are, it's only part of the game, and then you have a day one update.
To be fair, no. A lot of games can be played without the update, so those count. Right? Anything,
I guess we still have to install it, so that's the complicated bit. Isn't
anything that you can play without the game, without the game, anything you can play with just the game without being online. What do you mean? What do you mean? What is it confusing about? You buy a cartridge. Right. Let's say you buy a game now, right? Let's on Xbox. Let's say you buy Halo Infinite, right? You put the disc in the tray, you close the tray. What does it do? It starts downloading the game from Xbox Live because there's nothing on the disc. That's what Nintendo did. Yeah, everybody's outraged about this. This is already happening now with Xbox first-party games, with Call of Duty, with Halo. These are first-party titles. Nintendo's not doing this with first-party titles. They're doing it with jabroni games like Bravely Default. That's not even theirs. It's not even published by Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yes, fact. So what the fuck? If this was Mario Kart, wasn't on the cartridge, then you got a point. If the games weren't on the cartridge, then you'd have a point. But that's not the case. We're not talking about Donkey Kong and Mario. We're talking about games that would have been previously not available as cartridge games. Now, potentially, you can resell these games because they're on a cartridge.
Yeah.
Potentially. This hasn't been confirmed, but this makes more sense to me that you can resell them because the actual key is on the card, and you use the key
I would
on
say
the card.
I would say it probably is resellable because they've just done the whole digital game card thing on the direct.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So to me, this makes perfect sense that this is resellable. That doesn't mean it is because it hasn't been confirmed. So I have to explain that to people in case we are wrong. But why would you go from then a code in a box to a thing if you weren't going to be making resellable?
Yeah, I think it wouldn't make sense to.
It wouldn't make sense to do it, would it?
Yeah.
But even if that's the case, you're still in the same position you were with the original Switch. You're still in the same position you are with Xbox and PlayStation for games that aren't on the disc. It's the same position.
Yeah.
It's no different than any other console.
I think we understand now. Yeah,
I'm getting wound up. I am.
Yeah, but with Josh here, I think him saying downloading is confusing. Yeah, but it's been that way for 20 years now.
Yeah.
So,
and you have a choice. You don't have to buy the cartridge. You can buy it digital or you can not buy it at all. You have a choice. Or you can buy it on a different console. You don't have to even buy this one if you don't want to. If you don't like the way Nintendo is doing things, by all means, go buy an Xbox. The same thing happens on there. So there's no... It's not a Nintendo issue.
Everything. Yeah, it's a whole gaming issue.
It's not a Nintendo issue specific to Nintendo, and their first-party games do not do this. So it's not even a Nintendo issue at all, flat out.
Yeah, let's go with the video.
They're giving you an option for third-party publishers to do this if they want to. Did we cover everything he said?
I think so. Because he said Bravely Default.
So is Street Fighter
is only 11 gigs. There's no reason.
I want to cover this storage as well, because he was talking about how you're not going to have enough storage because all the games are going to be digital, right? Like a shitload of them are going to be digital. Okay, the storage on this thing is more cheap for consumers than all the competitors. Again, you can get more. It's cheaper again than all the storage. You have to download every single game on the Xbox and the PlayStation. There is nothing on a disc. You can't play it off the disc.
Yeah.
Right. So what is he talking about? Like,
it doesn't make sense because I don't get that. It's like only if you're buying every single game digital would that be a problem. But even then, all Nintendo's games are quite low storage. Mario Kart's the biggest game they've ever made, and it's 23 gigabytes. So
yeah, but let's forget that they're low storage though. Even if they were the same storage, if you buy Call of Duty on Switch and it's like 300 gigabytes, right? Then you just buy a memory card for Call of Duty, right? And it would cost you 50 quid.
Yeah,
you don't have to buy a 500 quids hard drive to play this crap, do you? You see what I mean?
Well, they wouldn't put COD on there if it was that size anyway.
You know what I'm saying though? Like worst case scenario, like
you just buy an SD card to store a game.
Worst case scenario, you can get a 250 gigabyte express card for like 80 quid.
£50 actually.
Well, 50 quid, but I see them for 80 quid. But it's the same thing. It's not that expensive.
And they are like 1 terabyte ones as well.
There's 1 terabyte ones as well, yes, and they're still cheaper.
They're just hard to get a hold of.
Still cheaper than the solutions available for other consoles. The PlayStation 5, you have to take your console apart and put in a bigger hard drive.
Yeah, an Xbox, you put the memory
Nobody's
card
complaining about the storage on the PS5 like they're complaining about it on the Nintendo. Everything
No,
is negative
definitely not.
towards the Switch 2, yet it's doing everything better than its competitors. The storage on this system is going to be cheaper than both the other consoles. So that's consumer friendly pricing once again. Thank you very much. So what are they talking about? Not only is you don't have to use as much storage because most of the games are going to be on the cartridge anyway, the ones that are not on the cartridge are then going to be available on the system, but you have less money to pay on storage in general because it's cheaper to buy, even if you did have to put them all on there, which you don't. It's madness, man. I'm telling you, it's completely, absolutely mental. So,
Yeah.
anyway,
Do you want to get back to after this bit, I guess?
Well, I can't remember what go. Yeah, let's see what he says now. Let's see if it gets more interesting.
This data shouldn't be
You
on
went
the
back a bit, didn't you?
cartridge. None.
Yeah. Was there anything else
Why
you
this
wanted to
isn't
cover here?
such a bad thing.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I think we covered it.
If only a fraction of Switch 2 games did this, it's still a terrible thing.
Yeah, but like we said, it's the same on all the other systems, so it's a pointless argument. Right.
It's going after Nintendo because they did one thing that's like other companies, but
yeah, we're going after Nintendo
maybe
for
a bit
something
better.
that's already exists and has existed for like 10 years.
It's already been a standard for Sony for 19 years, but now it's bad for
been
Nintendo.
a standard at least if you want to say at least since Halo Infinite came out in 2021, at least.
I would say since the PS3 came out, because
but this
forcing
is
you to download
we're talking
game.
about. I'm talking about first party games not being on a cartridge, right, or a disc.
Well, that's it. Yeah, PS3
and Nintendo still aren't doing that. This is third party companies using Nintendo's hardware. That's not even Nintendo's official stance on their games. Their games are going to be on the cartridge. We're talking about third parties. And like you said, Cyberpunk is on the cartridge because they chose to have it more expensive to be on the cartridge.
Just like The Witcher is on the cartridge on the normal Switch.
Yeah, exactly. These games are on the cartridge. So it's up to the publisher what they want to do. They're giving the publisher freedom to say, right, okay, we can't afford those cartridges because we don't think the game's going to sell X amount. So what we can do, though, is offer you a cartridge that's cheaper, and then you download the game, and all the cartridges is just a key with the game on it. And then potentially you can then trade that game in and sell it, which is better than having the digital code, because then once you've used it, that's it. It's gone. You can't get any money back.
Yeah.
Right? But this guy's too lazy to get up and change cartridges in his Switch, even though he claimed in the beginning of the video that he's a big physical collector. So why would that be a problem for somebody who already does this?
And even then, if you're playing handheld, you just put it in a case and you don't even have to get up.
Yeah. But it doesn't make sense, because if you're a physical collector, now you can't be asked to change the fucking thing in the fucking thing. What? Hey,
yeah, I think that's why I think he's a liar, because you can't say you're a physical collector and then go, oh, I have to get up and swap the card. That's not what someone who plays physical games would say.
It makes no sense, does it? It makes literally no sense.
It's that scene from Inglourious Bastards where he puts his fingers up and yeah, there he is. That's not a German. That's what it is.
Right. I'll have to watch that now because I don't know what that is. But I'll have to watch.
Well, there's a scene where they're ordering beers and he puts his fingers up like a British person would, and they notice because they're like, that's not a German. He's not a German.
Right. I see. Yeah, because the German wait at the table because it's like European.
Yeah. So they did it differently, and they all know. That's the point. That's what someone. If someone says, "Oh, I have to get up to swap the games," that's someone who doesn't buy physical games, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is it. Well, we don't even know if this guy's a Nintendo fan because I don't know anything about him. I'm not attacking him personally on this video. I'm just attacking this video. I'm not going after him in general, but I don't know this guy. So from what he's saying, we just don't believe him. That's all.
No. I think we're about 5 minutes we were in. I think that's where
we're about here somewhere that we're on about this.
Go play Street Fighter. That's fucking stupid.
So, is Street Fighter one of these types of games? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, Street Fighter and Bravely Default, I think, are the only two definites of that.
Okay.
Yeah. Street Fighter's like a 40 gig game or something.
So he goes off on this tangent here about how he has to, every time someone comes around to his house, he now has to reinstall the game, right?
That's because he's saying he's going to delete it from his
Yeah.
hard drive.
Well-
That's what he's saying, isn't he?
Would he not have to do that on Xbox and PlayStation?
Yeah, he would.
It's the same thing. You have to like this.
It's on
This
the new smart
console-
delivery,
this
I think.
console's going to have 500 gigabytes of storage, right? If you buy a card,
SD
potentially
card, yeah.
1 terabyte and 250.
I think 2 terabyte is supported, but I think only 1 terabyte cards exist. I think.
Yeah. Okay, but what I'm saying is, like, so you could potentially buy a 1 terabyte card, but at the minute you're looking at probably 256 for 50 quid, and then you've got 500 gigabytes of storage, right? Most of your games are going to be available on the cards.
Yeah.
How much does Street
Unless you buy
Fighter
loads
take
and
up?
loads of third-party stuff where
Right,
they don't
But
want
how
to put
many?
it on
How
cards.
many? How many Street Fighter? How many gigs is Street Fighter? Right.
I think it's like 40.
So it's like 40 gigs, right?
Yeah.
So he has a half of a point, right?
Yeah.
Because what all you have to do, right, is buy an SD card for 50 quid and put Street Fighter on it.
Yeah. The fighting
that's
game.
it.
SD
And
card.
then if that SD card fills up, you buy another SD card for 50 quid. So you've spent now £100 on SD cards. If you want to do that, instead of deleting things. Okay. How much does the storage cost on the Xbox Series X? It's going to cost you £200 for the upgrade for the fucking memory card. Yeah? This is going to cost you. So there's no difference here.
It's 50 gig for Street Fighter. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So it's not a massive problem, is it? It's a mountain out of a complete molehill there.
Yeah, you can still get more SD cards and they're easier to hot swap.
You can hot swap an
hard
SD
drives.
card at any time you want with the game on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and it costs less to buy SD cards than it does to buy the storage on the other two systems in the first instance.
Yeah.
Right. So what is the complaint there? This is what I'm saying. Where do they come up with this stuff? And then he's like, you still have to, let's say you didn't buy any storage for your Xbox. Mine would be full now. Okay. I have to buy the upgrade to the Xbox.
On the Xbox, I've got like 10 games, and then every time I get something new, I have to delete something and reinstall it.
And this console, right? This console, you can just hot swap as many SD cards as you want. Whereas and you can do that with the Xbox to a lesser extent if you bought multiple cards, but those cards cost a lot more than these SD cards.
I think it's like 100 for a terabyte or something.
And you have to buy Xbox branded cards that only work with Xbox. You can't buy any card that you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, this is more consumer friendly. You can buy any SD card you want as long as it's Express.
Yeah. And there's like 3 or 4 brands that make them. So
exactly. So again, this is more consumer friendly storage than the other two, objectively.
Yeah.
So what again? So the argument, this is what I'm saying. This is why I need you here, because I'm going to say this, and then there's going to be people in the comments going to be like, "No, it's not." Blah 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 blah. No, we've just discussed it, and we both agree that it's cheaper to buy the storage on this and more consumer friendly. There you go.
Yeah.
It's mad. It's a mad video, man.
Yeah, keep going.
There you go. And now Big Man's starting to agree.
Yeah.
See? We might turn him around by the end of this.
Maybe. Let's keep watching.
I
don't know what happens after this. I don't know what happens.
Reasons to buy physical media as opposed to digital to save on digital storage space. It's much less convenient.
But you can't do that on other systems flat out at all.
No.
You can only do that with Nintendo. You can't do that at all on other systems. So how is that suddenly a problem when this started with the PS3, basically, like you said?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's suddenly a problem because Nintendo is doing it. Buying digital, because although it's still taking up storage on your Switch 2, the keycard needs to be inserted.
This is the best.
Meaning, if you wanted to switch from Street Fighter to Bravely Default, you need to swap the cartridges, even though they're just empty plastic and the data is on the console itself. There is no reason for this. It doesn't make any sense. And it raises a lot of questions. If the game is patched in a way that you don't like, the original game that you may prefer is lost. You don't have the original physical media. The game is...
That's exactly the same
If you bought digital,
Infinite,
same if you bought it digital. Same with every other game and every other system.
Exactly.
I
Except
don't see what the problem is.
Except with
Except for
Xbox,
one.
it's their first party games. You can't
Yeah.
play the original version of Halo Infinite. You cannot play it. It doesn't exist anymore.
You can't.
Facts.
No, you can't even play it off the disc. You need to connect to the internet, don't you?
You need the internet to play the game. Correct.
You can't
That's
even.
exactly the complaint he's got here. Yeah, exactly. Nobody ever complained about that at the time. Take it away, Crunch.
Well, no one cared at the time because no one cares about Halo. But that's the solution.
Yeah,
that's why it's like that.
But
People care about Nintendo games.
That is going to apply to every single Xbox first-party game going forward because you allowed it with that game.
Yeah.
Nobody complained about
There is
that.
more than just that game, isn't it? It's the other games they made, like Forza and stuff.
Absolutely, there's other games that do that as well. But I'm just a Halo guy, so I see Halo and I know about Halo, and that's what I'm talking about. But there's other games on Xbox, first party games, Xbox's own first party games. These are third party games from other publishers that are not even Nintendo exclusives, and people are getting outraged over it. It's not even Nintendo's main games, man.
Yeah, and I would say even if you go on consoles anyway, usually you can have the first patch or the newest patch. You can't have any in the middle, can you? That's the only place you can really do that is go on PC and pirate an old copy from version 1.1 and download that off the internet.
Well,
that's the only way you can play like a middling update. So most games, you're either going to have the no internet 1.0 version or the final version up to the current date and time. So
yeah,
really, what he's arguing there is like saying, "Oh, it's going to be, you're going to be playing the new version only."
Yeah,
or,
like you do with every other console.
Like you do with every other console, because you need an internet to download all these games now. So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like this is not a new issue, and it's not a Nintendo issue. They're making it a Nintendo issue. It's not a Nintendo
an industry issue rather than a Nintendo.
Yeah, it's an industry issue, but it's less of an issue on the Switch than it is on other consoles. It's actually less of an issue on the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
The Switch is all the first party is not affected by this. This is like third party games that you can choose.
I don't think Nintendo did any code in the boxes, no physical.
No, they never will do. They never will do.
Because they can always afford to put it on the cartridge.
Touch wood. They never will do. All right? It makes no sense, does it? It doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get it clear in people's minds. Like, we're not trying to be like pro, like we're not trying to suck Nintendo's balls here. We're just saying the facts. I have an Xbox. I have a PS4. I have a Series X. I have two of them still. I have all these consoles. I'm not a Nintendo fanboy, okay? This is just the fact. You're paying less. This is more consumer friendly than all the competitors. Facts. And we're going to get onto the price of the games because I know Crunch has got a lot to say on that. Well, let's go back to the video.
Whatever Nintendo decides it should be, and what happens in the next console generation.
Well, that's 10 years. Anything could happen in 10 years.
Yeah. 8 years between Switch 1 and 2.
10 years, we could be all digital.
Yeah.
10 years, we could be all digital on all systems. It's possible.
In 10 years, Xbox could have quit making consoles, and we've only got Sony and Nintendo.
Well, Xbox is going down the cloud gaming. That's where they're going. That's and like I say, the games aren't even on the disc anyway. So what are you buying? You're not buying a game on a disc. You don't own a game on a disc. You're still paying for a license.
Yeah.
Right? You're already doing that with Xbox games. Yes, some of them are still on the disc, but again, like that guy that was in here before, Josh was saying, that's confusing for consumers because you don't know what is on a disc and what isn't. Microsoft isn't advertising that the game's not on the freaking disc like Nintendo is. Nintendo's saying, hey, these specific cartridges are not on the... Microsoft isn't doing that. Sony isn't doing that. You find out when you put it in the tray.
And what you know then is make sure when the servers go down, make sure all those cartridges are installed. And then that's it,
I don't know why stupid YouTubers think this is just upgraded at the Switch last 10 years. PlayStation, Xbox were the same, just upgraded with high FPS. Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, if you buy a digital game and the server goes down, it's no longer available. It's no longer available. That's the
Yeah.
same on all of them. If Microsoft decided to just wipe the 360 tomorrow, what are we going to do about it? There's nothing we can do about it, right?
No.
And then once you can no longer install that game on your 360, then it's going to happen at some point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the same with anything. Steam could go out of business. It's not infallible. Yeah, it's unlikely, but it's possible.
Yeah, and games get taken off Steam all the time.
Yeah,
so.
and games could get taken off and stuff like this. So that's the same again with any platform. This is not a Nintendo specific thing. And if we go back to the Wii U, none of those games carry forward to the Switch. Nintendo is carrying all the downloaded games on your Switch to the Switch 2. This is an issue. You're keeping them this time.
Well, you could copy all your Wii ones over to the Wii U, actually.
Yes.
Download one.
Yes. But like,
so you could,
servers are gone. If you, like,
but
the servers
but
are
this
gone,
one,
download them.
this one, the account crosses over, so you could download it to both. So,
say what?
well, you use the same account, so you can download all your games on the Switch 2 and have them on the Switch 1 as well.
I'd like to think that. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed.
Well, it might be the primary system thing, but then they put in that new game share feature, so you could still swap them between the two systems.
Yeah.
You copy the license.
I'd like to understand a bit more about that before I was open my mouth and say this is.
Well,
how
I think because of the way they described it, you can say copy it to your second system. That's going to be including Switch 2 in there.
I mean,
so you can move the license between them when you want them.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's a good feature for that. I don't think I'd ever use it myself because I'm just going to play it on the one that I'm currently on.
Yeah,
most of the time, right? I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think it's more so for people in one house with multiple consoles, isn't it?
See, let's just take this for example, right? I got Dragon Ball Fighter Z right on the Switch. I'm assuming that once I upgrade to the Switch 2, I won't be able to play it on the Switch because it won't work on the Switch.
I would say because it's on your account, I'd say you'd still be able to.
Yeah, but then I could have two. But when I'm online,
maybe in your account online. Yeah. But there is the primary console business in there as well. So
yeah, but my primary console will be my Switch 2.
The new one. So I think it'll probably be if you're logged in. Yeah, I don't know if you can log in on both systems at the same time, but that's a test, isn't it?
This is all stuff that we don't know yet, right?
We won't know until it comes out.
But that isn't the issue here. The issue where he's complaining about is when the servers shut down, you lose all those games. That's the same for all systems. So again, it's not
every
Nintendo
system
issue.
with an internet. Yeah. So
and yes, Nintendo has been more harsh in the past about deleting their previous eShops and stuff. But again, they haven't done that this time. They're not doing it this time. They're keeping the same one. So this is a non-issue again.
You can still re-download, even though the shops are down. You can still re-download the stuff you already bought as well.
Yeah, exactly. This is a non-issue currently.
Yeah, it's a future issue, but even then, how many games just get re-released over and over again? Yeah.
I still see Nintendo Switch 2 have a better launch than the PlayStation, Xbox. It will outsell Xbox easy. The Switch had one of the best launch titles, especially. Yeah. Exactly.
Right. We're hardly watching this video, by the way.
Yeah, but there's so much to unpack, isn't there?
Yeah.
What does your key card do then? What happens when the Switch 2 eShop shuts down in the same way previous consoles?
See, this is what we just covered.
These cartridges are less functional, have a much shorter half-life, and cost more money. Microsoft handled that Xbox One situation.
They don't cost more money. They're Bravely Default doesn't.
That one doesn't. Yeah, that one's.
So Street Fighter, the publisher for Street Fighter, Capcom, is ripping you off. So you should have a problem with Capcom, not Nintendo.
Yeah.
Really badly. It lost them the console war that generation, and they've since struggled to recover.
So now they're talking about DRM. Well, Xbox still does DRM. They do more DRM than they ever did in previous gens.
More than they ever planned with the Xbox One.
More than they ever, exactly. So what's he talking about? And he's not only Xbox, but games on Sony are doing the same thing. A lot of them, not all of them, but yeah.
has since said that it was a massive wake-up call for them and drove them to be more consumer-friendly. Nintendo is doing a very similar thing now. But the difference between the Xbox One...
But they're not. It's third party. It's available to third parties. The games are not DRM'd. All the games work. So there's no DRM with first-party titles. So what's he talking about? Let me carry on.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, though? There's no. He's just said they're doing the same. They're saying they do the same thing as Xbox. No, there's no 24-hour check-in for the console. There's no Connect that you're forced to have on. You don't have to have the camera. There's no.
Plug the camera.
And the games are still on the cartridges in the most part. There's no.
And
DRM.
they didn't spend a presentation talking about TV.
Yeah,
either.
there's no. It was all games, and there's no DRM, so it's absolutely nothing like the Xbox One launch, like Zippo, except for this one aspect of these cartridges that already existed in the form of digital codes in box last gen.
Yep.
Switch 2 is that the Switch 2 is a handheld system. So picture this.
Now, this scenario, I laughed at this as well, but I'll let you watch it. So
let's have a look.
You're at the airport with your Switch 2. You decide that you're going to buy a duty-free game and play it on your 16-hour flight. Well, you better hope the airport Wi-Fi lets you download a 70-gig file before boarding, bucko, or you're not playing your brand new game that you just bought for $80. While we're on that,
that's stupid.
All right, so
one, who buys video games in the airport? No one.
Well,
two,
I'll give him that one. But who's going to buy a game that specifically says on the box you need to download to the airport?
Yeah, you're not.
You're going to say, you know what, I'm going to buy Donkey Kong.
Download this. Yeah. You're going to buy a game that says no download required.
Right. So
then
it's consumer. The consumer is fully aware of that out of the gate. Would Microsoft and Sony tell you that out of the gate?
No, and then even then, they won't sell video games in the airport because it's a digital item and it's electronics, and they try not to sell a lot of electronics in the airport.
Right. Okay. But let's just go with this story though. That
they don't really sell them, do they?
They have sold games at the airport back in like the 90s. They sold like Game Boy games.
Yeah,
I know that for a fact.
I think they kind of do away with that. They don't have games in the airport.
Well, I remember specifically, my sister got Donkey Kong Land 2, right?
In the airport.
Yeah, got it at the airport.
Yeah, but that's.
Wait,
was that before the
hold on, I haven't
all
finished the story.
security things?
I haven't finished the story. They bought it at the airport, got on the plane, and then when they got on the plane, they realized the game wasn't in the box. They'd sold it the box with no game. They had to go back when they got off the flight, go back to the same store and like, yeah, she's done it on a few people, and then they had to give them the game. True story.
Yeah,
because she'd done it on like so many people. They were like, yeah, we know, yeah, and they just gave them the game for the box. True story.
Yeah.
So that could happen too. With a physical game, you still not get the cartridge in the box, but that's another story, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. You see what I'm saying? So that story, you could make scenarios like that all the time.
Yeah, you can make scenarios all the time. Yeah, and I think that's not an argument, is it? It's making a random scenario. It's not.
You're making a scenario to say, well, what if this happens? Okay, well, what if you buy an Xbox game and your internet goes down? Well, you can't fucking play it, can you?
Can't play it. Yeah.
Can't play Halo Infinite on disc.
I think even when the Xbox One fiasco happened, there was a lot of people saying stupid shit like that at the time as well, saying, oh, what if I was in a hotel room with my Xbox and I wanted to play and I don't have the internet? It's like, yeah, you don't need to go around with these stupid scenarios. The problem is you shouldn't have an internet connection mandatory to play a game. That's it.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to go. You don't have to explain. It doesn't even have to be in your house. It doesn't matter where it is. It's not a good idea because internet is not permanent. It's something that can go down. It's something that you might access everywhere. So even now, it's the same now. Yeah, or the online service might go down, which is what everyone said at the time.
Like if 360 online service went away, I could still play my games. I might have to make new profiles, but I could still play it. You see what I mean? But they don't think about these things, do they?
Yeah,
they're not thinking.
Anyway, let's go carry on with it.
Yeah, let's carry
on.
In the airport.
About the pricing. Nintendo hid all of this in the recent direct for a very good reason. They knew it would make people.
Were they hiding anything? They came out with it, didn't they? Just
It's not hidden. You know why? Because the presentation was almost the same in every region. So the pricing came out after. And that's usually what happens, to be honest.
yeah. But
Unless it's a tailor-made direct for a region. But the video is identical between like regions. The only
how is
difference
Nintendo?
was
How is Nintendo hiding the fact that there's some DRM in some games when they told you about it in the direct?
Mm.
They told you about it.
yeah. Well, the pricing though, he's saying the pricing, doesn't he?
Right? I think we're
Mainly.
winning over Josh. We're winning over Big Man, so we're making progress here. They feel
Yeah.
free to say if we're not winning you over. That was just we're winning
but I
over
mean,
slightly. Let's move on.
I don't think the pricing was hidden.
But
at
all of the
Do you want me to carry on?
No, carry on. Yeah, carry on.
I'm just saying that it's not. No, we'll talk about the pricing. We'll get there. We're going to get to that at some point. He's going to say something about the price eventually in this video.
All right, yeah.
discussion
just
I've
did,
seen
didn't he?
about this have just focused on Mario Kart World. It's not just Mario Kart World. Pre-orders for most of the world are not available until next week, but in Australia, we're able to pre-order both the Switch 2 and select games right now from two of the biggest retailers, EB Games and JB Hi-Fi. The price that Mario Kart World is set at is shared by other launch games as well.
So now this is the Australia problem, which again is not a
Yeah.
Nintendo issue, but we're going to continue to.
I did pull up the Xbox Australian store.
It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same prices.
Yeah.
It's going to be the same prices for Xbox. So again, that's an Australia issue. That's got to be taxed. That's got to be taxed.
Yeah. Is it taxed before or after in Australia?
I think it's taxed before. There's no
Yeah,
way
like
it's taxed after, can it?
Big man will know. That include tax or not?
That's got to include tax.
120.
Sonny Mitten says the new Nintendo games is going to cost you an entire plantation slave bricks just to obtain the standard edition, not a digital or standard. There is no standard or deluxe on Nintendo. That's a misconception by people who don't play Nintendo.
Yep.
So that's a misconception, isn't it? There isn't any.
Yeah, I think Big Man says that taxes are in there for 120. So that's how much it costs in. It's before. It's before Big Man says. That's before tax.
Before
Sheesh.
tax.
So that just shows how bad Australia is. That's an Australia problem, not a
but that's
exactly
other games are the same.
Yeah. That means all those other games won't include taxes, won't they? Yeah.
Pirating new titles will give you buyer's remorse. That makes no sense. We got a PC guy in here now. Talking crap. You're talking about there's no standard edition, deluxe edition on Nintendo games. The only enhanced games are for the Switch 2.
Yeah, the only games that have that are
Switch 1 games.
I know the only games that do deluxe on Nintendo is when Ubisoft make the games, like Mario and Rabbids and Starlink. That's the only time.
How is you working this out? Where's that come from? How is the more crappy the game, the more expensive? Work that one out.
Halo Infinite must be super crap then.
Yeah. What was he talking about? That didn't make sense.
Last of Us is very expensive. That's pretty shit, isn't it?
What was he even talking about though? Doesn't even make sense.
I think he's just trolling, to be honest.
I know he's trying to troll, but at least troll and make sense. What does that mean? It doesn't even make sense. Make it make sense.
He's saying that Mario Kart is more pricey, so it's shit. That's what he's saying. Mario Kart shit.
Yeah, Mario Kart, the game that sells
the best-selling
cakes
game on the Switch,
one of the most popular game series of all time, sold like 80 million copies on the Wii. A low-powered system. It sold millions. It sold well on the Wii U that didn't sell. It sold more copies of Mario Kart than the Wii U, even if it was on the Wii U. Does that make sense?
I don't know. He's just saying random shit.
He seems about Action 52 now that wasn't even a Nintendo game, though.
Yeah, it was like a
work this one out.
Yeah, it was a cash grab. That it's
Expensive
like
Nintendo
they're
entertainment
they
system.
tried
game,
to tell you it's 52 games in one, and then charged you a load of money, and then rolled in the
30
dough because
a-
it was nothing on it.
Yeah, a game that is a third-party publisher's game that's got nothing to do with
And it
Nintendo.
didn't really sell well, did it? Because now it's rare, isn't it? So it wasn't like that good a game, was it? No
Brilliant,
one
man. I don't know where these guys come from, man. Like they watch like AVGN and think they know something about old games. It's
The
embarrassing.
best games had standard pricing. If the standard pricing is more expensive, the standard title gets worse in quality. All the games do have standard pricing, so they are the best games then. Because they don't have multiple prices on them.
Yeah, the basket. That's what we're saying. Nintendo games have standard pricing.
They have one price.
You made an
buy it.
argument for special editions and all that, deluxe editions. They
Yeah,
don't
and
do
there
that
is
on
none.
Nintendo.
There is none.
They don't do that. The only games that are being enhanced is with additional DLC for the Switch 2. That's what they said. And a lot of the games are being enhanced anyway for free, but we'll get into that later in the video, hopefully. All right.
Big new first-party games, re-releases of much older games.
Yes, well,
Even-
they hold on. So now he's complaining that Nintendo Switch is getting games that were previously released on the older systems.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So first of all, so we got a complaint here of Cyberpunk is the game on the screen here. So you're saying it costs way more than the PlayStation game. Okay. First of all, the PlayStation 5 version, as I'm told, the DLC is not on the disc, right? So the Phantom Liberty is not on the disc. So he's just been talking about game preservation for the last however many minutes, 7 minutes, right? Whatever, has he not? How stuff should be on the cartridge, right? So now he's completely flipped because now when it's on the cartridge and he's got to pay more money, now it's a problem. So it's, you see what I mean? Does that make sense? You tell me.
Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. He's literally...
And also, he's comparing a game that's been out for a while to a new port.
Exactly,
well.
it's a new port.
And also,
it's all the cartridge, and they had to spend extra money on the cartridge to make...
Because it's the big one, big cartridge.
Yeah, the cartridges cost more than discs. We already know that the cartridges cost more than discs. Yeah. I'm going to keep saying cartridges. I know they're not cartridges, but whatever. The cartridges cost more than discs. We know this. They cost a lot of money to make. The bigger the size, the more they cost to make. So therefore, the knock-on cost is that. But also, the DLC is on the cartridge. The disc for the PS5 doesn't even have the DLC on the disc.
Yeah,
and
you have to install it on the PS5 as well.
And you have to install everything. Correct. Well, he's just
which
been
is 100 gig or something.
Exactly. So again, pick a lane. That's what I'm saying. Pick a lane. Which is it? Which do you care about? Do you care about price, or do you care about preservation and everything being on the cartridge?
Yeah,
because
he's contradicting himself.
You can't have it both ways. You got to pick one. Pick a lane. I'm more happy with everything being on the cartridge.
It's 90 gig on PS5.
But that's not up to me. That's up to the publisher. If CJ Projekt Red said, no, we're not putting it on the fucking cartridge, you got to get the download.
And you have to download it, yeah.
Then that's up to the publisher and the people who buy the game if they want to go down that road, isn't it? It's not up to me.
Yep.
It's mad.
Yeah, exactly. And if the game's too big, you wouldn't buy it, would you? You wouldn't get it.
Well, it's consumer
that's
choice.
why
They're giving you choice.
Well, it's better for Cyberpunk because that means you don't have to install it. You just buy it, you pop it in, and it plays.
They're giving you consumer choice, and they're giving publishers the choice. So they don't have to. If they think that they can't afford to do that, then they've got the option of doing it the other way. So they're giving them options.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Switch 2 games will eventually be on emulators, but they won't be as good as the original hardware, will they?
Because you can't play online.
There's a loads of problems, the reasons. Like we've just said, updates and things. You know what I'm saying?
Updates, online play, playing it with
how many people are going to actually have the game. It's all underground, you know what I mean? It's all underground, isn't it? So it's like the only people that have it is the people that have it, and that's it. Whereas everybody's going to own the Switch 2, everybody's going to have Mario Kart. You're going to have a pool of players that's huge, even if it is online on the emulator through the emulator, and they've figured that out. still going to be a way bigger player base on the actual system.
Yeah.
It doesn't, you're not helping anything, and you're not helping the industry by pirating games. You're not helping anything.
Yeah, pirating games is not going to do anything good. It's just going to do more negative. So
It's not helping in any way.
There's no point in doing it.
If you're not interested in the game, don't buy it. If you're interested in the game, buy it. That's how it works. If you're gonna pirate the game, then why are you even here commenting? You're gonna pirate the game anyway. Why are you even here? You know, even the conversation talking about how the games cost too much money. Well, you're not gonna buy them anyway. So why the hell do you care?
It's like complaining about like CDs, but all you do is listen to YouTube music. You know,
Yeah,
it's like
it's literally like that.
There's no point in being in the conversation. It's like, yeah, we're talking about if something's worth buying to own, not something worth playing to pirate it.
Not exactly. If I was pirating games, I'd pirate every game because I'm not paying for it.
Yeah, is it worth going to pay to go
like
to
my EverDrive
to watch a new film? You know,
it's like my EverDrive. You get all the ROMs. You don't just get the ones you want, do you? You get all the ROMs. Why? Because they're just available. You get them all. Doesn't mean you play them all. But you're going to download them all, aren't you? That's what you do.
Yeah.
In reality, I don't give a rat's ass about freaking Adam's Family on the freaking Super Nintendo, but I still have it because it was on the ROM list. And that's the same with, you know what I'm saying? It's done.
Yeah, right.
Got some Sony
people,
you know. We're getting global with this video.
Yeah.
Big Bill. Surprise Nintendo were the first to go for.
They weren't the first to go. They were the last to go.
That's what we're talking about. Do you want to get into this? You want to get into this?
Can I do the pricing now? Can we do the pricing now? I'll do it Australian because we've got Australian on the screen.
Right.
You're so I've got Xbox Australian.
Can you share your screen?
Maybe. Let's have a look.
Yeah, you share your screen then.
Let me
and
just
then we'll look
clear
at
up
it
my,
if you want. Or just talk about it. If you can't be bothered. I'm easy. I want to discuss it because it's like they keep saying like, oh, Nintendo is the first one. No, they're not. They're the last. They've been the last. They are the last.
So can I present?
They will continue to be the last. They can't be the first. They are the last. What are you talking about? Nintendo, the first to go for awful pricing. That's a good one, that is. So while you're doing that, right, so we're talking about, let's go to Microsoft. We've got Halo Infinite, a game that has a $60 campaign, absolutely zero reduction in price for the game to the previous game, Halo 5, which was a $60 game. Yet the entire multiplayer is free to play, riddled with microtransactions, $10 season passes out the ass every 3 to 6 months. Yeah, season pass, battle pass, whatever, same thing. You're paying ridiculous amounts of money for that game if you want all the content. You're paying for every skin, every second you're getting nickel and dimed for every penny on that game. Every 2 seconds, a fucking box pops up and it's like, buy this. Okay, that is Microsoft's model. We don't want that on Nintendo. I'll give them $100 freaking dollars for a game, thank you, with no microtransactions all night because I'm a real gamer. You guys are frauds, man. That's all I can say. You've got to be frauds.
I've got the screen set up if you can swap me over.
Here, what's this? Jump the shark. How are they jumping the shark? We've established that game cards, cartridges, whatever you want to call them, cost more money than discs. We've established they cost more money. Where do you think that money's going to come from? The consumer. The console is lower priced than the two main competitors. You're getting a discount out of the gate with Mario Kart in the box. Consumer-friendly product. Carry on, Crunch.
Yeah, do you want to? Can you swap me over? Or is that...
Yeah, how do I do it? Add to
don't know. Click
stage. Is that how I do it?
I've selected a screen.
Oh, I think I have to remove this one.
Yeah, and then put mine up.
There you go.
There we go.
This is what is this? Xbox or what?
Xbox coming soon, Australia. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So here's some indie games.
Yeah,
quite cheap.
Ain't gonna be any money.
Here we go. Something Monster Energy Supercross, 100 Australian dollars. So it's only 15 less than Cyberpunk is on the Switch.
Yeah, and that's a
That's
piece
not-
of shit game.
Yeah, it's a piece of shit Monster Supercross game, and that's not a deluxe edition. There might be a deluxe edition.
And
for that
literally
as
nobody is complaining about Monster Energy fucking indie game. No one's talking about that.
Yeah, but that is a lot of money for something not worth that much money.
Correct.
There's also Commandos, 90 Australian, down from 105 on pre-order.
Nice.
Deluxe edition.
That's the deluxe, yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying. Nintendo doesn't do deluxe, so everyone arguing
Yeah,
that
they don't.
fucking stupid shit can go fuck themselves right
Yeah.
off. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, the deluxe edition's gonna be more. What deluxe edition? Play a Nintendo console, buy a fucking Nintendo console, put the game in, and then tell me where the fucking deluxe edition is.
Is
Fucking
the
idiot.
shocker one coming up? What do you think these editions cost?
I'm gonna say 150 for Doom.
150.
I'm going 150.
170 for premium edition.
Oh!
170 Australian.
Yeah. Okay. Now go
So-
back to that. Let's go back to Cyberpunk then. One sec. Let's go back to Cyberpunk. 114. It's cheaper than a disc. And
Mhm.
that game probably won't be on that disc, mind you.
Oh no, sorry, that's the digital version.
Oh, go
The
back.
digital version.
Whoa, go back. That's digital.
That's
Hang on.
digital 170. There's no
Digital.
digital.
That's a digital game. That's not on the cartridge. You're not paying. That's digital. Right? Yeah, we're all complaining about Nintendo. What's going on with fucking Microsoft, Activision, all that shit, freaking
Yeah.
Bethesda, 2K, and all that shit. What's going on with them?
About F1, $140.
Exactly. This is an Australia problem.
Yeah.
This is an Australia problem. It's got naff all to do with Nintendo. So we've proved that. Tony Hawk's is $100.
105, yeah. Oh,
Is
here's
that
one.
digital?
Metal
Is that
Gear
digital?
Solid. These are all digital. This is digital.
This is just digital. This is
This
why
is
it's
the
a CC.
Xbox store.
No, this is Xbox digital. This is just
Yeah.
Xbox digital. Right.
Straight from Xbox.
Yeah, that's a fucking Dragon Ball Z ripoff right there, whatever the fuck that is.
This
What's
one.
that?
It's
That's
a
fucking
anime.
Dragon Ball Z ripoff. Look at the hair. Look at the. That's Dragon Ball
Yeah,
Z.
it's a anime from guy who made Fairy Tail. It's like the one he made after that.
That's got to be a fucking Dragon Ball fucking
Yeah,
ripoff right
it
there.
probably is like an anime game. Yeah. Well, what do you think? Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater.
Yeah, and this is
Yeah,
it. Hold on, let's just set the stage for this because this game was a PS2 game that's been remastered.
Yeah.
So how much do you think this?
20-year-old game.
Yeah, it's a
what do you
20-year-old
think?
game. So how much do you think a 20-year-old game? Obviously, it's been remastered, so we'll give them that. It's got to be a bit more money, but it doesn't cost as much as making a new game. You don't have to hire actors and mocap and all this shit to make the game, do you? Because it's a remaster. So how much is this fucking game?
Ooh,
Come on.
130 and 145.
$140. Again, more expensive than Nintendo's physical game for Cyberpunk. And that's not even their game. That's CJ Projekt Red charging that much in Australia. So what's the
Yep.
fucking problem here? These games are fucking expensive on every system. There's no argument here. You've lost it. If that's your argument, it's over.
To
Let's go.
compare, Snake Eater is 70 and 80 pounds here.
70 and 80 pounds, right? That's the
for
same
the 2
price.
edition. Yeah.
That's cheap. That Donkey Kong is cheaper.
And Doom is 100 for the
And Doom is £100.
one that's 170.
Yeah.
In Australia.
So Xbox's games, and is that the deluxe Doom? Because there's a deluxe Doom.
Yeah, that's the deluxe one.
Right. So
Yeah.
Nintendo doesn't do this shit with deluxe shit. There's no deluxe shit unless you're talking about an upgrade from a Switch to a Switch 2. All the Switch 2 games are not going to have upgrades to Switch 2 games because they're already Switch 2 games. There is no deluxe editions, no ultimate editions, none of that bullshit 9 times out of 10, especially with Nintendo's first party games. So you're all talking out of your ass. Okay? If you're talking that shit, you're all talking out of your ass. You're not Nintendo fans. You don't buy Nintendo games. And as we see the chat, people in the chat are fucking off because we're winning the argument and they got nothing to say. Isn't that right? You got nothing because you lose the arguments because you got no argument for what we're saying because it's a fact. Now, continuing with the video, I think.
Yeah, move on.
When it's available for a fraction of that price on other
Not a fraction,
platforms.
is it? It's not even
But these
half
are
price,
Australian
that.
prices.
Exactly. See, this is the thing. You can't watch it, can you? Because it's everything they say is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, what? That was $35, was it? Cheaper.
Look, if you put a 1, if you put let me get the fucking right. If you put a 1 in front, a 1, it always looks more. But reality, that isn't much bigger than that, doesn't it? And again, this DLC, I'm being told, isn't even on the freaking disc.
No.
I know there's a disc in the Xbox version, but I'm being told the PS5 version isn't even on the disc. Right? That's what I've been told. Now, maybe that's wrong. But again, you've still got to install all this. It's not actually on, you know, he was talking about storage earlier. Again, this is all on the cartridge, what he wants, apparently, but then he doesn't want it.
And also the difference is Cyberpunk on the PS5 has been out a little bit.
Exactly.
So
it's had time.
down?
It's
gone down a bit.
Out. This is a new release. It might be an old game on PS5, but it's a new game on the Switch. It's
like
fucking
Witcher
mad,
3, went down, didn't it?
I got Deus Ex Human Revolution on the 360 for £8, right? The director's cut on the Wii U came out at full price. Does that mean that the Wii U is gouging prices? It makes no sense.
No.
It's a new release on a new system. Of course they're going to put it a high price at release. What the hell?
Yeah, it's just odd. It's odd
and it's not that much more, like we just discussed. That is not that much more than that. In reality, it's $30 more, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, for 40, yeah.
$40, $30 more. Again, new release. It's a cartridge. The cartridges cost more to make. It's a new release. All these things are factors. Yet you sit down and you put it like that. Yeah, of course, that one's cheaper. It's always going to be cheaper. It would have been cheaper if this was a new console with discs. It would have been cheaper at release. Okay.
Yeah. Next.
Of that price on other platforms. But these are Australian prices. I don't know how it would work wherever you are, and this is all subject to change. People are talking a lot about
what's this here now? I want to talk about someone's in the chat. Let me hold on. Whoa.
Yeah, what?
Uncompetitive's here, so we gotta say he's like my number one fan. So thanks for coming. Don't worry, we're just talking about the Switch. You can watch the video later, where you can catch up later. But feel free to join in with the conversation. Let's see. What's he talking about discs here? Blu-ray discs cost nothing to make. A cartridge for the Switch is $1. I don't think so, man. I think you'll find that it's not $1 to make those cartridges. Don't know what to tell you. Because if that's the case, then why did CD Projekt Red just come out and say they had to pay a shitload of money for the cartridge themselves, the developers?
Yeah.
I think they know better
Why
than
would
you.
they say that?
So why would that be a thing? Okay, anybody can just make statements like that. What's your source, bro? Where's the source on that? Okay, I'm telling you now that a cartridge, and it's not even a cartridge. I keep saying it wrong because I'm an old school gamer. I'm thinking cartridge because of N64 and freaking Mega Drive. I'm like, cartridge. It's not a cartridge. It's a game card. But they still cost more to make than the discs. We've established they cost more to make.
I don't know where he's got that info from because I just go on Google. But when I come up, it says Blu-ray discs are $1 or $2, and a Switch cartridge $5 to $10.
Yes,
and that's for the Switch 1 cartridges.
And that's the basic cartridge, not the ones where they're saying, "Well, we need more storage," and they have to do more, right? That's
which the Cyberpunk is the pricier one.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. So that's just info you can Google out there. He's already made it up. And that's Switch 1, not Switch 2.
Yeah. So
yes, and we discussed this at the beginning of the video. I'm sorry you missed it, but we did discuss this at the beginning of the video, Big Bill. The games hold their value, therefore you have more resale value. So if you're a buyer and seller, this doesn't affect you. If you're going to buy a game for $80 $90, £80, $114 Australian. If you're going to resell that game after a month after you complete the game, it's not going to affect you because you're going to offset that cost instantly because the game holds its value. The only people that really lose out are collectors of games that collect everything.
Yeah,
but then they still
don't make the
have a
money back.
collection of games that is worth something. So in effect,
But even that,
they don't lose out.
There are people who, you might buy a game, not like it, and then sell it. So
yeah, and that too. You can't do that with digital. And then if you buy like Brink in what we were saying as the example, you buy it 1 week, next week it's worth nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen on Nintendo. It's a sound investment, no matter how you look at it. That's what people they compare these systems to each other, and it doesn't work. The Nintendo game economy is completely different to the game economy on the other systems. It doesn't work that way.
And
you
as
buy
you
an
can see on the
expensive
screen,
game, you're still going to have an expensive game at the end of it.
As we can see on the screen, it's better to invest in Switch games than it is to invest in the real stock market.
Yeah. If you're going to invest in games, invest in Switch games. If you're going to have games sat on your shelf worth something, it's going to be Nintendo. That's the ones you're going to keep, right? Same with controllers, like those GameCube controllers that I bought for Smash Brothers, and I bought them for 25, and now they're worth 78 or something. Am I wrong here? Like, buy anything Nintendo, like 9 times out of 10, excluding like the Wii U that went down in price because it did badly. It's all gone up. Everything I own has gone up in money, not down.
And even Wii U stuff, it's on the way back up.
It'll go back up eventually because it'll be probably one of the most expensive ones eventually when people realize, hey, there isn't many of these about.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then
I've got
value.
the most expensive games.
It'll create value. That does, because it's hard to get hold of, and then it becomes more sought after. What's this? Yeah, that's a cool joke. I'll let him have that one. Yeah, see, this was a mistake by Uncompetitive because he could have saved that and he could have made some money out of that later down the line.
Yeah, he's missing out now.
And that's a mistake. Also, I bought a shitload of games for the Wii U for like £8, so they're going to go up in value, and I get to play them. Right, let's carry on with this then.
Yep,
the US prices and blaming.
By the way, if you want to end this video and go on to the next one, feel free to let me know. But
well, maybe flick through if he's not saying anything interesting. Yeah.
Right.
Tariff situation, but look at the UK. £74.99 for Mario Kart World is $97 US. That's
you don't do that. You don't do that.
No,
you don't currency exchange.
The UK price includes the tax, and the US doesn't include the tax at the point. So it won't be $96.62 after tax. No, excuse me. Explain. My brain had a brain freeze there. That's after tax. Pound sterling is after tax. That's the price you got there.
So in America,
it'll be
only a little bit.
The item, right? So where's the freaking item? Fucking lost the fucking there. So that is including tax in the UK. All our items are including tax, right? So you got to understand this before you get into economics of the situation. You have to understand that includes a tax or tax rate in the UK. That is what you're paying, including tax. Americans pay before tax. They're doing the price. So they're saying $60 before tax. Yeah. That's the base price of a game is $60 before tax. Our base price of a game was about $50 before tax. No, including tax. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
For Nintendo.
Well. Yeah, well, I mean,
some were cheaper, but
at least
they've been
50,
out. So just say 50, 40, 50, whatever, depending on inflation.
55,
let's just say 50. Yeah, let's just say 50 because that's right, that round number. So they have the 60,
and
we have our
thing
50.
is, we're saying, this is Nintendo. Well, bang in the middle here, Assassin's Creed Shadows is £70 retail price.
Assassin's Creed Shadows is £70 in the UK, which is exactly the same freaking. It's more than Donkey Kong. And it's a piece of shit fucking game. Donkey Kong, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a game you're going to buy, and then a year later, it's not going to be worth £70, but Donkey Kong will still be worth £70 in a year. It'll still be worth £70 in 3
Assassin's Creed
years.
is already down to like 50.
It's mad.
It's been
Exactly.
out
So
2
this is
weeks.
yeah, because it failed miserably, right? It failed. I just can't believe this stuff, man.
Yeah, moving on.
So it's a poor example. Uncompetitive saying something. Let's see what he's saying. Sonny Mitten, stop spamming, man. Just make like a couple of comments, man. Like we might actually read some of them then. You're just spamming now. You're just getting upset because you've got no argument. I may be wrong.
Pirating.
We don't care. We're not talking about pirating. We don't give a rat's ass.
Yeah, no, it's not. It doesn't matter.
We're real gamers.
Yeah.
Okay, we support the companies that make these games because we want good games. Okay, so we buy the games, actually buy them. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Go do your pirating. You don't have to be in the stream. In fact, if you've got so many games like to play pirated, go play them. Like, why are you here? We're talking about the Switch 2 here. You're not buying one. You're never buying one. So go away. You've got no argument either. Maybe wrong, but I had heard Switch 2 was manufactured in Vietnam, and that country dropped tariffs on the US, so there might not be a hike. I don't know about that.
I don't think there's going to be a hike at all. I think because this is all power play from Trump and to get people to stop tariff in the US. So
yeah, and there'll be some, lateral deals.
So all these deals are going through to we're not going to tariff US goods anymore, so they're going to have more trade. So he put them all in place just to.
Yeah, he just said, no, you know what?
Hornet's nest a bit. Yeah.
No,
and everyone's been calling up, going, no, we don't want this, because they can't live without it. The only country that's like trying to stand hard against it is China, which tariff in China has been happening for 20 years in America. So it's not too much different than what's already been happening.
Yeah.
Like Obama did tariffs on China, but people like to forget about that. But let's move on from that and just go.
Oh well, if Obama did it, then obviously it doesn't matter because that was Obama anyway.
£74.99 for Mario Kart World,
including tax,
including taxes.
97.
So that would be different tax. So it would actually be less than 90.
But even then, you can't compare countries. What things cost because
I could compare this and say I can tell you it won't be $96.
Yeah, but it's like you're not going to import from the US, so it'd be better to compare to Europe because we can import from that because it's a PAL system and it'll work better.
No, it's region free. Switch is region free.
Yeah, but it's the distance as well, like the shipping.
Yeah,
it's not going to be worth it. So there's not. It's not. And it's same anything with a plug. You're not going to buy an American Switch because the plug's going to be wrong. So you don't want to do that either.
Plug,
so the games we might be able to import them, but it's like at the end of the day, it's probably cheaper just to buy it local or within Europe.
The games are region free, which is a good thing because now you can get any game that might not be released in your country. So that's good. I like that it's region free, which is another massive positive for the Switch too. But let me see. So what I'm saying about this screen, the price, that is you're converting a taxed game, which is already taxed, which is £75, including tax, versus
is the tax VAT taxed only, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
So wouldn't that would be 60 quid versus without tax then?
Yeah, but he's compounded the exchange rate of 75, and then to the dollar, £75 is $96, but you pay less tax in the US. The US tax rate is not as high.
Well,
so
£60 goes to $77. So he's comparing the post-tax price.
So it'd be $77 pre-tax.
Yeah, which is about the same, isn't it?
$77 pre-tax, which makes sense. Okay. If you were to add the tax on for the US, it would be less. But obviously the exchange rate, the one's higher than the other and all that. So that doesn't, it's hard. It's not easy. Okay. And you shouldn't be fucking comparing it that way. without doing the bare basics, which is this is taxed and this your price you're
I
paying in the
I
US
don't think it's a
won't
good
be taxed.
comparison to do because you shouldn't just compare to other countries because the currencies are completely
As-
different.
yeah, but
Compare to
but-
Japan, and it
Yeah.
goes off the scale because Japan's currency is so devalued compared to ours. That it doesn't
exactly.
make sense because then it's completely. It looks like it's much cheaper, but it's not. It's because in
Exactly.
Japan you've got to work
the
harder for
rate
the
of
money.
inflation and
Yeah.
how much the currency actually is valued at. Yes, exactly. But even just the basics, right? Let's just do the basics, right? Before you can get into that. This is taxed. The number he's trying to get here is not taxed. Correct?
Yeah.
Right? So you can't compare this without first deducting the tax.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
the price
maybe
in the US,
maybe it's because he's an Aussie and he doesn't realize that because in Aussie the tax is
but
after,
no,
but
because
it's not here.
because no, because UK, like idiots like Mischief Rotanga do this as well. They do the same thing. They take a UK price, and Mischief is from the UK. They'll take a UK price and then they'll compare it to the US and be like, "Oh, we're getting ripped off in Britain." But they haven't factored in the taxes. They make themselves look idiots. Okay,
Yeah,
this is what I'm trying to explain to people. This is taxed. This will not be the number. Even with tax in the USA, it won't be that much because the taxes are lower in the US than they are in the UK. So it will be less.
Yep.
It will cost less
Shall
than it
we,
does here in effect because the pound is worth more than $1,
Yep.
whatever. It will
Shall
cost
we,
you less in America than it costs us.
Yes,
Yet you're complaining.
no.
Okay?
Let's
It makes
move on.
no
Let's
sense.
move on.
That's what I'm
Let's
trying to
move
say.
on. I think we've cleared the point.
No, I have to fucking explain it because people don't get
Oh,
it.
I know there's gonna be idiots watching, but
Oh,
just
they're not going to
just
understand
ignore
it,
them.
mate.
Just ignore them. Just ignore them.
They're not going to understand it, mate. I'll tell you.
They won't. They won't. They won't
I'm
understand.
trying.
We're trying to be
US
basically
dollars.
they won't
That's
understand it.
insane. The
It's not
current
insane.
tariff situation in America isn't the reason for this, but it could
it's not.
affect things very soon.
It
Because
might.
pre-orders have just been
Not good.
halted in the US due to some
That's because they're
recent
just
announcements
rethinking
by
it, just
Trump.
to make
And
sure
could be
nothing's going to
soon
go wrong.
that American Nintendo
Yeah.
fans will be looking to pay even more.
They probably
but it
won't
won't
pay
be more
more.
than the amount you just showed because the amount that you just showed is a fucked up number that you did by getting the taxable amount from the UK. So when your base number is wrong, then you fucked it up from the first instance, aren't you? Unless this is Australia now.
This tariff
Australian
stuff,
prices for games are really weird. Around the time of the Switch's release, a new game was priced at around 80 to 100 Australian dollars, which is about 50 to 60 USD. And that's the price
comparing
the
again.
Switch games
No, you've done it
still
again. You see, you're doing it wrong again. But let's continue.
sell for here. But in between that time, the other consoles have had a new generation. And in Australia, we saw a massive price increase.
Right.
Oh, now he's talking about it.
There you
Now
go.
he's talking about it.
There you
So
go.
It's not Nintendo then, is it?
There you go. All the inflation has caused a price increase against all systems. So there you have it. There you have it. That's the same price as what? Cyberpunk. Same. So we carry on.
$80 to $100 to around and above 140,
140.
which is about the price that people are so
No,
angry at
stop.
No,
Stop.
no.
Don't like these screens. They're not right.
currently with
Yeah.
Nintendo. We've paid for that for all our non-Nintendo games for years now.
Yes.
So what is your
So-
complaint against Nintendo?
Yeah, what's the Nintendo exclusive complaint? Because that means he's got to boycott gaming, not boycott Nintendo.
Yeah, well, he said he was going to he said he was going to boycott Nintendo.
He's
For what?
boycotting Nintendo. He should boycott the entirety of gaming, then, shouldn't he?
If he, yeah.
Look, let's keep going. Keep going. Did you not watch
now
this
we're
bit?
Now we're into Simpsons shit now.
Doing
They're
that episode.
suckers. In fact, unlike other countries, we have the privilege of paying less for Switch 2 games than current PS5 games. But even though it's less,
So the Switch games are cheaper.
Mind blown. So boycott Nintendo
Because the games are cheaper.
because the games are cheaper. Mate! Mate!
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
No! No, 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 no.
The thing is, we're only halfway, aren't we? We're not even halfway yet. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. See where he goes with this.
Mate.
Why do you do all that build up to announce actually Australian games are cheaper? Why do you
My
do that?
mind is blown. My mind is
I
actually
think he is from the Stone Age, isn't he? This guy.
Just let me know when you want to continue, man. I
Yeah,
just can't.
let's just carry on because I don't know what his point's going to be now because it's like we're halfway through the video.
He's
and
literally
already
changed his
destroyed
argument.
himself. He's destroyed himself.
I know, but this has like how
He's
many views?
right, jazzed it up. He's jazzed it up.
Views. 85,000 views, man.
Go on, let's
destroy
go.
this argument. Nintendo charging too much. Yet it's cheaper than all the other systems in his country.
Yeah, he started. Yeah,
my brain exploded.
Uncompetitive's latest comment completely explained it.
Yeah, let's read it. You read it.
This is what comes from having a thesis where you start with the conclusion and work backwards to justify the title. And that is it. That's what he's done. Boycott Nintendo. Why? Because the games are too expensive, but in Australia they're not too expensive. They're less than everyone else.
They're less. He's paying less. He's going to boycott the cheaper games. Let's carry on, but
let's keep it going. Keep it going.
We're
not going to have time, are we?
A glitch in the system, like that just blew my mind. That just makes this whole video worthwhile. That just like this could be like this is like those YouTube clips, those shorts. That I could do one of these for that bit.
Let's keep it going.
Mind is blown, man. What's he going to say now? Is this going to get?
I don't know. He's going to keep going, isn't he?
My God. Let's continue.
It's still too much. Because these games...
Boycott Nintendo because it's still too much, eh?
Boycott gaming because it's too much.
Boycott the other systems then. What are you talking about?
Never go down in price.
Oh,
and very rarely go on sale. And when they do, it's not for a very significant discount. There is no buy now or wait for a sale question with Nintendo.
Right. So like we've explained previously, that means the game is not going to go down in price. Therefore, you got the option to buy and sell.
Yes.
You can't do that with other systems.
No. But actually, even digital Nintendo, they do the odd sale, don't they? Where you get 25% off.
And that's another point.
Not off price, but it's like 30 quid instead of 50.
Yeah,
almost.
but on the back of that, though, what you've just said, the digital games for Nintendo are cheaper.
They are, yeah.
And no other system is doing that at day one release.
Yeah, I think a lot of places they're doing it's the digital that's more expensive here on Xbox and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that makes it. So let's go back to This is not consumer friendly. Let's go back to that argument, right? Okay, you buy the game digital. That means there's no game card that they had to press. There's no cartridge. There's no freaking physical case. There's nothing going to store. They don't have to ship these items. What do? They give you $20, £20, whatever, off the cost of the game to buy it digitally. No other fucking company is doing that.
No.
Fact.
That's true, yeah.
That is true.
I think here, the discs go on sale that quickly that the digital price becomes too much straight away, day one.
Yeah, the digital price is always higher than the discs on the other systems.
Yeah.
That won't be a thing on Nintendo. The digital price will always be lower, as it should be. The digital price should be lower than the physical cartridges when you buy them new. And the same for freaking discs. They cost less to make than the cost.
And you can't even read the game off the disc. So yeah.
Yes, and you have to download them anyway.
There shouldn't be any value for the disc. It should be dirt cheap.
Yes, which they end up being months down the line.
Yeah.
But when they come out, they still
let's keep it going. Right?
I will do, but again, this argument, it makes no sense. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It
He's not
doesn't.
made much sense, has he? The whole video.
No, but that doesn't make sense in itself because, like I say,
You
that
can
point
sell
that
them,
you
yeah.
made about digital games, how they go on sale. Yeah, they're actually cheaper out of the gate, which is not being done by anybody else.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I'm gonna play this now.
Yeah, that's it. Go.
Breathe.
Buy at this price or don't. That's why the price difference is so difficult to swallow, even for Australia, where the price change is more in line with the competition. And before you say, but inflation, no.
Why do we get the trans T-shirt? Where'd that come from?
I don't know, just doing stock clips.
Oh, no fucking no. Because although prices were higher in the past when accounting for inflation, the old Nintendo was once much more consumer friendly.
What?
You say something. Can you say something about that, Crunch? What does it mean?
I don't know what he's going to get at, but he's going to say something. What's consumer friendly about the past that not now?
Nintendo games were more expensive than Mega Drive games.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
The N64 games were more expensive than PS1 games.
Yeah.
GameCube games were more expensive than Xbox games and PS2 games.
But Wii games were cheaper.
Wii games were cheaper. Thank you. He's
There we
talking
go.
about Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Those
And
games
Switch games were cheaper. Switch games have been cheaper.
Switch games have been cheaper than and they still are in fucking Australia.
Yeah, and they still are in Australia, yeah.
And they still are digitally.
I don't know where what his argument's gonna be. Let's
Yeah, and they still are now digitally.
Well, he must be getting at something. He must be getting at something that they were had in the 90s. They don't know. Let's have a look. Let's see what he's gonna say. Let's see what he's gonna say.
Yeah, let's see what Big Bill's saying. Well, read that, please.
Nintendo can get away with it with its higher proportion of higher quality single player games. Xbox and Sony make most of their sales on shit like COD, and as most people play multiplayer, they have to do sales. I guess. But I think some of that is also that, you know, the games just aren't as good. So sometimes they might not be selling as well as they actually say. So that's why because Nintendo's the only company that says we have sold 3,476,892 copies in the past 3 months. No other company gives you the exact figures.
No, they say, we got it's 3 million players.
3 million players on Assassin's Creed. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah. So Nintendo's the only company that gives you is actually the full stats of what they actually sell.
Yeah.
Whereas none of these other companies are doing that. So I think, is it because they can't even calculate it right because the game goes to 20 quid in a week? So
yeah, well, there's that, but there's also you got Game Pass, you got all these crap.
Yeah, I think it's if they can't calculate the sales, so they probably don't even selling that well. To be honest, the actual copy sold,
and they don't want you to know it's selling bad, so they have to cover it up.
Yeah, I think that's probably more likely.
Moving on.
No, moved on. Yeah.
The Super Nintendo was my first console. Adjusting for inflation, it was sold for about.
I'm getting top up gaming vibes.
No, I'm getting LNG with the Sega Sonic 2.
No, let's not get into that. Fucking Mischief's Game Gear, yeah.
Mischief's Game Gear.
Mischief's Game Gear, the elusive Game Gear that was made in like 2005. Fuck's sake.
$460. The Switch price, adjusted for inflation, was about $391. But that's not taking into account all of the other charges. The Super Nintendo came with 2 controllers. The Switch.
Yeah, so does the
Mate, you beat me to it.
Why are they gonna? What? Yeah, so they go with the same amount of controllers.
You know what? You know what? Yeah. Okay. I'll get another point for this. Okay. The Switch 2 uses all the peripherals of the Switch 1.
Yeah, and the Super Nintendo did not.
And the Super Nintendo did not do that.
Nor did the N64.
But the Super Nintendo was more consumer friendly because it came with.
Carry on. Let's see what he's going at because he's pointing out they have 2 controllers.
Not that every single system came with 2 controllers, by the way, just some of them. But okay.
Yeah, only some of the ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super Nintendo.
Joy-Con controllers and one Joy-Con grip to combine them.
Yes.
Single Joy-Cons are pretty much useless, and the combined
What?
grip
What do you mean? You
controller
need it for Mario
isn't
Party? What are you
great.
talking
So
about?
I'd say if you have a
Yeah,
Switch,
single controllers are pretty much useless if you're a grown ass man.
And but the new Switch 2 ones are bigger.
Yeah, but
So
like
they're even more
that's-
usable.
this
Yeah.
is another. This is a whole fucking like what we would call this? It's like this argument you made earlier. It's a scenario, okay?
Gaslighting.
I've
I
got
don't know.
another scenario for you. I already own a Switch. I already own a load of Pro controllers, and now they all work.
Yeah, they all
And the
work. Yeah,
GameCube controllers and everything that I've got. from
and
previous
so do
gens
all the
work.
Hori controllers and the
Yeah.
Power A controllers.
Yeah,
They're gonna work.
exactly. All these controllers work with Switch 2. So that's consumer friendly. You don't have to buy any controllers. So what are you talking about? How does this?
Switch, it's pretty likely that you either have a Pro controller or something like it, and that adds about $70.
Not if you already own a Switch.
Yeah, you can use the old ones.
Correct.
And you can
So
buy,
you
you can
don't
buy
have
the
to do that.
third-party ones as well.
If you choose to buy controllers, you can choose to buy them, but you don't have to.
Yeah, and then you can play with the normal dog bone.
Yeah, you can, but
Double
no one
Joy-Con.
does. I take his
It's,
point.
yeah, but it's a normal controller that
Look,
though.
I take his
so-
point, right? I don't like using them either, but
Yeah.
that is not an argument. That's really not an argument, is it?
No.
For the Switch 2.
Yeah, but you can
it's
just
an
do
argument.
the same argument. I could do the same argument. Oh, the Xbox, you have to buy the Elite controller if you want the best controller, you know. Or
Yeah,
the PlayStation, I could
Yeah,
buy
with
the
PlayStation
Elite.
5,
with the Pro.
PlayStation 5 doesn't use the controllers from the PS4. You can't use them on the PS5 unless you're playing PS4 games.
Yeah,
So that is
that's
anti.
even worse. Yeah.
Yet no one said jack shit about that. Nobody.
No one was talking about that. Yeah.
No, and nobody said jack shit about the Wii U controllers that I was complaining about not being on the Switch either back in the
Yeah.
day. No one said shit about that either. Isn't that
Yeah.
funny?
Yeah.
puts it at the same price as the Super Nintendo, but that's not
What?
taking.
Say that again. So the original Switch will be the same price, adjusted for inflation.
Yeah, with a controller,
Right.
with a Pro Pad.
Right. Okay. So
Yeah, but that's the extra controller. That's the extra controller because he said you need two controllers. So you get this Pro Pad and it's the same as two controllers.
Yeah, that made no sense.
That's the
either.
argument. That didn't make sense. The argument didn't
No,
make
that
sense.
made no sense either. Keep going.
Give it
Taking into
going.
account the monthly fee that is mandatory to get access to any and all online.
Well, the Super Nintendo had no online, so that's again not an argument.
Yeah.
So you're not paying for online.
Oh, it did in Japan, and that had a subscription. The Super Famicom had an internet subscription, and that was probably cost more.
You're right. You fucking PS Zelda games.
Yes, I tell you. How many subscribe? How much was the subscription? Let's look it up. Let's look it up.
Oh fuck! Let's make my day. They didn't have a subscription, but they did. For fuck's sake! Sorry. I can't believe you you were just like you delivered it like a fucking boss. You were like, no, it did have a subscription. Fucking brilliant. That was fucking brilliant, mate. Fucking, shall we carry on? Fuck. Okay.
Well, the Satellaview, if you wanted it, it would cost $200 equivalent in Japan to add it to your Super Nintendo. So to get your internet, you have to pay a lot more, wouldn't you?
It was a lot more back then.
Yeah, a lot more.
But even if we just go with
no.
there wasn't one, which is what I was originally going to say, but then you remind me.
Yeah, there is. There was.
Knowledge that there actually was one, but
yeah.
if we go with the line that
fake Nintendo fan, that's what you don't know. You don't
Nintendo fan, yeah. Well, I should know because I've been playing some of those games on my freaking EverDrive.
The EverDrive, yeah.
Yeah, I don't fully understand what version has all the game or how it's split up. But I've been testing them out and they're pretty cool. So you got you play as like another guy. You don't play as Link. You play as
Actually, according to Wikipedia, the price was 14,000 yen, equivalent to $320 today.
Right. So it was
So just to get the internet games.
okay. So if we were to go down that line, which is hilarious, yeah, it would cost £1 million more. But if we're getting down the line, Super Nintendo didn't have online
Not in America. No.
in America and Europe, then this cost wouldn't factor into that console at all, would it? It's a pointless comparison, is what I'm saying, regardless. But now that you just pointed that out, now that makes this look even more foolish.
No, what makes it more foolish is
you just face planted him. You just completely
the thing is
his
also
argument.
he's saying it's for online, but you also get all the games as
Correct.
well
You
on
get
the
you
subscription.
get GameCube games what you've never had before.
Yeah,
from
everything
Nintendo
that's on the
directly.
screen right now. So I don't see the price. Even then, Australian dollars there. That's not even that bad. And that's
No,
not the
that really
family pack
isn't.
either. That's not even the family pack where you can split it with people.
Yeah, and you can split it between people. Yeah, exactly. So you can pay less if you have like a bunch of people who can use one account.
Yeah. But you can actually get the new Mario Kart and the Switch Online expansion pack for less than the new Doom in Australia.
You can get say it again. That's so loudly so everyone can hear you.
You can get the new Mario Kart World on the cartridge, full price, and the full 12 months expansion pack sub for the same price as the new Doom.
Amazing.
So I don't think it's that bad in comparison, to be honest.
Yeah, and
he's
also
just grasping. He's grasping at straws.
And you get all the games,
and you get every game on there. You get your cloud saves. You get your online play. You get your Animal Crossing DLC. You get your upgrade pack. You get the upgrade pack for Zelda, which both Zeldas. Upgraded.
Yeah, we haven't discussed that. You talk about that now if you want. Yeah, point that out.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's quite obvious. People have been talking about it, but it's like with the expansion pack, you get Zelda, the new upgrade packs for Zelda.
Yeah, so basically, the Switch 2 enhancements come with the online. So if you already subscribed to the online, you get them for free, basically.
Yeah, just for the ones that aren't DLC. Yeah, like Mario Party's a DLC, so that one you pay for.
Yeah.
But
so some of them you get through the expansion pack.
Yeah, but Zelda, both Zelda games, 3D ones, they're just enhancements to the graphics, really, and a few little app things. So it's not too much. This it's free. They're giving it for free. That's it.
So it's not free.
It's not free. It's free as in it's included in your subscription that you're going to pay. So it's not
pay for it. The same way you don't have to pay for Mario Kart 8 maps. You don't have to pay for Animal Crossing. You don't have to pay for whatever Splatoon 2 content. Yeah. You don't pay for that. You don't have to pay for the enhancements to the Switch 2 games.
Yep.
Unless your online subscription runs out.
Yeah. Let's keep it going because we've been 2 hours on one video here.
I know, but this
video... not even halfway. Do you want to put it on 50, like 1.5 speed, so we can blitz through it a bit more?
The thing is, it's not that. It's because we keep stopping.
Yeah, we are. I know, but then we can play blitz a bit quicker.
I tell you, that has made my fucking day when you come out with that fucking BS Zelda shit. That fucking online in Japan. That just blew my mind. It's like, oh shit, yeah, there was an online on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. That blew my mind. I'll put it at 1.5 if you want.
Yeah, just because then we could, if he's going to say something, we can just blitz through it a bit more.
No, you
can't.
We'll finish it.
We'll finish this quick. We'll try to finish this and then open it.
Also, doesn't account for all the extra storage space you'll need to be buying, especially now that even your
we already went through that. It's cheaper.
Yeah.
Keep
it going. Yeah.
Storage.
Let it play. Let it play.
Have games on them. Game
we know.
Much more of a lifestyle than ever before. There's so
it's a lifestyle. He's got like the fucking. What the fuck was that? Let's go. Hold on a minute. I go. Whoa.
Is that even his house, or is that just
what's that shit?
That's some AI picture. That's not even real. Some AI.
Play that like that's what.
Yeah, that's not real. Yeah, it's like that's what his house looks like. That's why he can't find the cartridges.
Not a single fucking shelf with games on it.
Yeah, that's why he can't find the cartridges. It's like they're all buried under pizza. Keep it going. Oh man, keep it going, keep it going.
It's fucking cold. It's fucking cold. I can't believe it.
More of a lifestyle than ever before. There are so many more games than there were on those early consoles. So you were buying more games than people did back then and spending more time playing them. Even if the Switch 2 did come with 2 Pro controllers and online was free, it still wouldn't make sense to adjust pricing for one simple reason. It's not just about the price of the units, it's about units sold. The Super Nintendo sold for 49.1 million units worldwide. The Switch sold for 150.86 million units and is their highest selling console of all time. And
yeah,
that's
but you're
taking
not
into
counting
account
for the Game
large
Boy.
array
He's
of
not counting for the
merchandise.
Game
Nintendo
Boy.
now has theme park.
Well, yeah, we'll let him have
They
that.
sold the Game Boy at the same time as the Super Nintendo.
Yes.
So now he's going to say because the Switch has sold more, they can't put the price up because they've made more money or something.
Yes, they had a dedicated handheld. That's a very good point, but we'll let him have that for now, just so we can
Let
move
him
on.
have it, but he's going to make something stupid, isn't he?
It's not going to make
really
sense.
dumb.
It's not going to make sense anyway, whatever he's going to say.
Let's keep it going.
He's going to know about fucking the theme park now. So Nintendo can't have a theme park and then make money on the games, apparently.
Yeah, they can't make money at all. They're not allowed to make money.
Yeah, but like
that's why boycotting, because they're not allowed to make money.
It doesn't make any sense. But let's.
Yeah, it doesn't. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Deals. They
have
you
you want to stop now?
Deals. In the last 25 years, since the year 2000, Nintendo has increased its market value by over 10 times. Don't you dare tell me, won't somebody please...
So they must be doing something fucking right then, mustn't they? Well, like Ubisoft's going out of business, but Nintendo's doing well. I wonder why. Maybe they're giving consumers what they fucking want. Maybe they're selling games at a reasonable price. Did you ever think about that? It fucking makes no sense, does it? Hey, Nintendo don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh, by the way, they're selling more shit than they've ever.
Yeah, people were complaining about the price of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom when it came out, weren't they? And that was a bit more than the other games, like £5 more, and they were complaining about that. And it's like, well, they're kicking up a fuss because it's a game it's a game that's just cost a bit more to make, so they put the price up a little bit. That's normal, right?
Yeah, but it was inflation. It was like 5 years after the other one. It would be more.
Yeah, it was after the.
No, it was like 8 years after because it was on the Wii U. That was 2014, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it came out 2 years ago, so 6 years.
No. I'm about the game before. If you say from Zelda to Zelda, that one was like 8 years before the other one, wasn't it, or something? Something stupid.
Well, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, because that was on the Wii U.
They were 6 years apart. 6 years apart.
6 years, exactly. So the fucking price of things doesn't change over 6 years, does it? Of course it does. If inflation goes up, then it's obviously going to cost more, isn't it? I don't get it. I'll tell you.
Keep him going because he's just saying Nintendo have done well economically. They can't change
because they're not listening to idiots like fucking Gred Glintstone, man.
Think of inflation. Nintendo is doing just fine. They're not going out of business if they continue selling at their current prices. They aren't covering their losses.
Hold on a minute. How do you know that?
Yeah, these games cost more to make and the system's more expensive.
First of all, this is a new system. They were selling the Switch and they weren't selling it at a loss. They were selling it every unit sold. They were making money. This one is selling for less than the other two. So they're obviously taking a hit on the system. They have to be taking a hit on it. Somewhere they might not be completely not in the profit nil. They might even be selling it at a loss, but they might not be. But still, it's selling like lower than the other two consoles, and they're selling those systems at a loss. We know they're selling them at a loss already, aren't they?
Yeah.
So how the hell is Nintendo supposed to make any money? They're going to make some money fucking somewhere, and they're not making out of the console.
I would say, with the price they've given, it's definitely selling at a loss because it's more powerful than the Steam Deck, and the Steam Decks cost more.
Yeah.
So that's all you need to know.
So what planet is he on?
Not Earth. Let's keep going.
Look, if
he's in Australia. Sorry, big man.
Would he prefer
he might not know what he's talking about.
$600 Switch 2 with cheaper games? Is that what he's saying? What is he advocating for? What's his solution?
Well, he hasn't got a solution. He's just
There's no
whinging.
solution.
He's
There's
just
no
whinging.
ideas
There's no solution,
because
is it?
a $600 Switch ain't going to sell for shit because people are going to be like, it's $600 up front. Whereas if you sell the console at a loss, which has been done historically by PlayStation for years, by Xbox, they can make
still
money
cheaper
back
than
on the software.
PS3. The PS3 launched at price more expensive. than this.
$599 it was. It
Yeah.
launched PS3. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, and this is 450, and the inflation, that 600 is now like 700, 800, isn't it?
Exactly. And it's cheaper than the competitors. They're selling it. I'm saying
The
it's a lot.
cheaper-
I can't have the numbers. I'm only thinking.
If they were selling
I'm
it,
thinking,
and
I've just got a brain.
I think the only system it's not cheaper than is the Series S, isn't it? And it's more powerful than that. So
It does 4K and HDR, and the
Yeah, so
Series
that's
S
it.
doesn't do 4K, does it? Series S doesn't do.
No,
4K.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it
It's
could do
HDR.
2K. I think
it plays
2K.
4K movies. Oh no, it
Yeah,
doesn't. Because there's no
2K.
disc tray. There's no disc tray, so it
No,
doesn't.
no disc tray. Yeah, no disc tray.
Yeah, the fucking Xbox
It's still
One
400.
X did 4K.
It's 430 or whatever for a normal Series S without the disc tray in it. The Series X.
The Series
The one without
S,
the disc tray.
The
The one
Series
without the disc
S
tray.
was technically a downgrade to the Xbox One X, but it was actually it was only an upgrade because of the fucking hard drive. That's the only.
Yeah.
It's really a downgrade to the Xbox One X.
Yeah.
It's made cheaply on purpose, right? The Switch doesn't do all that downgrading shit. The Switch 2 isn't a downgrade
At all, yeah.
at all. It's an upgrade in every way. And
Anyway, I think we've already discussed the value of it all from earlier on. So let's just move on.
I have, but I'm just like, what
I know,
are you talking about?
I know what he's talking about. He's saying because they've made money, they can't make more money. That's all he's been saying. It's like, what do you mean? Keep
It's
it
a
going.
company that is meant to make money.
That's the
That's
point.
what
Yeah, I know.
it's
He doesn't get what business is.
It's
He
a
doesn't get
luxury
business.
item. It's not that you don't have to buy this. No one has to buy it. It's not the price of like bread going up.
Yeah, it's a luxury
You
item.
don't have to buy it. No one does. It's mad.
Yeah, but it has to be he has to vocalize it's a boycott because
It's a
he doesn't
boycott,
wanna
but
buy
it's
it.
cheaper to buy this Nintendo games than it is to buy the fucking other ones.
The cheaper console with cheaper games.
Cheaper console with cheaper games in Australia, mind you. That he's selling the Switch in Australia, isn't he?
Yeah. Let's see what he goes on with.
It's a boycott, though.
They just want more money. And it should be obvious.
Whoa.
This ripples out. The problem is not whether you
Want more money?
What?
How do they want? Explain this.
So no.
Selling the console.
No, can't be. They want more money? No way. I thought they wanted.
No, he's
Well, they
saying
wanna make
they
WoW
could carry on
games.
selling
Oh.
the games at the same price and make a profit. I'm saying they can't do that because of inflation and because they're selling the console at a loss.
Can't do that.
My
Yeah, because
opinion is
the
just
the
valid as
console's
is.
cheap. Yeah, the console's cheaper than it should be.
Yeah,
The
it has
games,
to be
the cartridges still cost money, at least $10
more than
per
the
cartridge.
Blu-rays.
More than
We
the
know that.
Blu-rays do.
Yeah,
We know they've also got
and on top of that, the digital games are less.
yeah,
was
digital games are
discussed.
less. Yeah, and
So they've already covered that.
also the cost of the devs because they've got more people employed to make the games, so they got to pay the wages.
Yep.
And they've bought some more companies in the past years. They bought like Next Level Games, haven't they? So they own them 100% now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see what's the problem. Like they want to continue to make money. They're not gonna do good business if they're gonna go let's sell everything at a loss so people won't get their feelings hurt.
That's what I'm saying is
That's it, isn't it?
this is historic. This is a game industry time-old tradition, as old as time. Okay, you if you're releasing a console that is powerful, normally you sell the console at a loss, yeah, and then you make the money back on the software. This has been going on with Sony and Microsoft for the 360. Even the PS3 was sold at a loss, I believe, even though it was retarded money.
Yeah, and
Right.
also just another thought. PS3, 360, those consoles broke all the time. Nintendo consoles, I don't see many people
consoles
saying
are
Switches are
reliable.
breaking, are they? They're quite
Yeah.
reliable. So when they say they've sold 150 million copies, it's consoles. Yeah, they've sold 150 million. It's not someone going, "Oh, this one exploded. I'm going to buy another one."
Yeah,
That doesn't really happen,
that's what
does
it
it?
was with the 360 and the PS3.
Yeah, that's what. You had like 360s before, and then you've bought more on top of that.
Technically, I had 4.
Yeah, four. Yeah, you need another one. Yeah, okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But I bought 3. Yeah,
I had a
white
PS3 and
three.
it blew up in a few weeks.
You had a what?
I had a PS3. It was a launch one, and it blew up after a couple of weeks.
Oh right. I don't
Like
know about
it couldn't even boot up anything after that.
Yeah.
All I did was install one PS3 game, and it went, no,
Yeah.
not having that.
You must have got that second hand though.
Yeah, it was second hand, but it was working when I bought it, and we played PS2 games on it, and then
Yeah.
it just blew up after I put one PS3 game in.
Those
It was
games,
like,
those consoles
oh,
have a really bad failure rate, though, haven't they? Those
yeah, they do, but this one, probably been repaired probably at some point, hasn't it?
even
And it still
repairing,
doesn't. It still can't
you
keep
just
up. It
want
still
PS3
can't.
Slim, don't you? But you can't play PS2 on it. There's no
No.
real solution, is there?
You just need a PS2, but then PS2s break as well. So,
Well, this is it. Nintendo consoles are some of the most reliable consoles as well. That's definitely 100%. They always have been, to an extent. I think the Wii U was had not a great disk drive, and there's some problems with the Wii U, from what I understand.
yeah.
Other than that, for the most part, Nintendo is more reliable. So, anyway, let's carry on, shall we? That's just we're a fucking charity. Apparently, Nintendo can't make any money.
Yeah. I don't get
Even
that.
though Microsoft is worth billions and billions and billions and
Yeah,
billions.
Microsoft's billions, Sony's billions, but Nintendo, billions. You can't
Sony's selling the games the same price, but fucking Sony can do it because Nintendo.
It's like he's treating Nintendo like it's Elon Musk.
Yeah,
Nintendo. That's what I'm getting.
It's nice treating Nintendo like it's richer than fucking Sony and Microsoft when it's actually probably the lowest out of the three, right? It might be more.
I think they have more money.
I think you can argue it might be more than Sony, but it's not as much as Microsoft. And Microsoft.
No. Microsoft's a bigger company, but Microsoft isn't. Doesn't have as much money in the bank. I think because they kind of spend it all on.
But anyway,
let's keep it going.
You think these games on this hardware are worth this price because everyone else is watching this? Do you think Sony and Microsoft are currently sitting back in their chairs?
Nintendo's setting a precedent when he already explained previously that
everyone else is selling that much in Australia.
But let's continue.
Thinking, wow, that's expensive, but we'd never do that. We're consumer friendly. No, they're waiting to see if it affects Nintendo's bottom line.
What do you mean? No, they already have done it.
They did it, you monk.
They already did it.
Fucking
I think this is a key thing at the moment with everyone on the internet. They're saying, "Oh, look at what Nintendo's doing," while completely forgetting that it's been this way on Sony and Microsoft for since the generation started for them, 2020.
Yeah,
I think they just completely they fell asleep through COVID and now they've woken up from a coma and they're like, "What? This is too expensive."
I think we need this comment on the screen for this bit until we just get through it.
Yeah, I think that's the comment.
Because they have no reason to if it doesn't stop you from reaching for your wallet. Sony and Microsoft do, however, much better job selling stuff to us than Nintendo. Australian
no, they don't. What do you mean?
Offer complimentary services to ease the sting of paying
you idiot.
Yes, they are typically
a better job selling where they have less subscribers,
so
less
much
more.
Nintendo offers a selection of very, very old games. They offer some additional functionality and some services, but broadly speaking, they're pretty much direct ports. And it is a very limited selection, a fraction of their back catalog with some very notable absences.
They got to get the
Microsoft
licenses organized.
Free monthly games and access to a massive catalog, hundreds of games long, not just old games, new ones, sometimes brand new ones. Animal Well was on here day one.
Animal
Well! It's an indie game. It's an indie game. Galaxy Duck.
Fuck yeah, Gravity Duck, mate.
Gravity Duck.
Fuck's sake, Animal Well, that's it. Oh, Nintendo. What have Nintendo got? Oh,
well, all right. I got a question. Right, would you rather have Animal Well or GoldenEye?
Exactly.
Right, would you rather have Animal Well?
We don't need to go.
Oh, no. Animal Well or Duck Hunt? Duck Hunt. I'd rather Duck Hunt.
Well, yeah, but Animal Well or F-Zero GX.
Oh, yeah, Animal Well or Wind Waker. Animal Well or Soul Calibur 2 with Link.
Fucking Soul Calibur 2 is going to be awesome. We're going to be playing that shit.
Yeah, online play.
Soul Calibur 2.
Yeah, awesome. And it's got Link in it, and it's not the 360 version. There we go.
Oh,
sorted.
Fantastic.
I don't get that. What do you think with the value, though? What do you mean? Nintendo's outselling everyone else.
He's basically trying to say that the online services on Sony and Microsoft are a better value to him personally because he believes that those games offer more value to him personally, and that's a personal
But
preference.
even though PS
But then
Plus
he went
what,
on
yeah?
to say Animal Well and made himself look an idiot.
Yeah. Like if he said Dragon Age, that'd be even more funny, wouldn't it?
Exactly. No one cares about these games. No one fucking
PS
likes.
Plus Australian price.
And if you go down the road we are by sharing the family plan, which
Yeah, you save money.
Nintendo encourages you to do because it's part of their plan for people to share the fucking online. You can get this for literally pennies compared to the other services. So this service is better if you've got like a large family who all play Nintendo because you're gonna get the family plan. So like say you've got 6 kids, well they're all on your family plan, aren't they? Or whatever, however many you can have.
Right, a 12-month sub to the best tier of PlayStation Plus is $200 Australian a year.
Yeah. That's mad.
And in Nintendo, he showed it was only 60. He showed it 5 minutes ago. It's $60 a year. So he's comparing a $200 subscription to a $60 subscription. And he's saying it's good value.
It's like he's pretending to be American, but he's not American.
Yeah. And even the essential, the cheapest sub that you don't even get those games. No, you do get the monthly games. Hold on, you do. That's 100.
You get your games with gold.
That's 100 a year.
100
for one account. So it's still more expensive. I don't understand what he's saying at.
Yeah, but even then, the value of the game. So that's still a personal preference. If he thinks Animal
Well,
Well,
if he thinks Animal Well's better,
GameCube games, well, that's up to him, isn't it? That's his fucking choice.
But it's like we already know that you can get for it's going to be less than 100 Australian a family plan. Split it with.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. So
people,
there's even more value if
it's
you
going to go down and down and down. If you get 4 people.
There's no family plan on Xbox or Sony.
No, well they tried to do it on Xbox. They haven't did it, did they? They just
they changed their mind.
They changed their mind. So
you have got game share with Xbox where you can have one too if you set the home.
But now they're giving us that. They're giving us that on the Switch now. We can gift games temporarily.
You can't do that on Sony. Is what my point was. You can't.
I know you can't. So he's comparing subs
on Sony at all. With anybody.
But he's not. You can clearly see he's not a PC guy because he would have just gone and said subscriptions are all bad, but he didn't. He said Sony's better, so that means he's like a Sony pony, right? Wouldn't it?
No, he said Xbox and Sony are better.
Yeah, well, he's saying he's not a PC gamer then because a PC gamer would say.
I don't know Gred Glintstone. I'm sure.
But if someone was a PC guy, he'd go all of them are bad. But he's not. He games on everything probably. But now he's saying Nintendo bad because
I don't know what would Gred Glintstone play on. I don't know. I mean, he's claiming
he's got PS Plus.
To be a Switch fan, he claimed to have physical games.
Physical, yeah. Let's keep it going.
And then he also claimed that he didn't want cartridges where he could resell them and keep them on his shelf. He'd rather have digital only.
Yeah,
which makes no sense.
Yeah, he doesn't care about cartridges. Yeah,
I'd rather
keep it going.
And it sits on the shelf and is worth something and comes in a box.
Let's keep it going.
10. I mean, I understand the Mario Kart situation where it comes with the console and it's only 30 quid. Okay, yeah, then I might go that way. I'm still on the fence about that, but it's whatever console I can get at the minute because it's selling like hot cakes. So I'll take what I can get. But I might still buy the game in a box later on just so I've got it. That's how big a fan I am. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Keep it on. Let's keep him going.
Let's keep going. He's wrong about that. That's subjective value anyway, so it's subjective. Yeah. You can argue that, but realistically, the way we've got it set up, it's better value the way we do it.
Yeah, we've done it better. Yeah.
If you do the family plan, then it's not. But if you're not looking at the family plan, then I could see it being expensive.
Yeah, it's still cheaper, but it's even cheap. You may even cheaper if you want to. So.
But as we've just discussed, it's still cheaper than the other two.
Yep, keep it going.
Keep it going. So that destroys his argument.
Play on the PlayStation Plus library. Nintendo doesn't have an equivalent. To play Nintendo 64, Game Boy Advance, and now GameCube games, you need to buy the upper tier, the expansion
okay,
pack.
yeah.
The expansion
Yes.
pack also allows access to some additional features, such as
Uh-huh.
access to the expansion passes to some modern first-party Nintendo games. But speaking now, at the end of the Switch lifecycle, that features only 3 games. There are a ton
yeah.
of other Nintendo games with very similar expansion passes. Even Splatoon
Yeah, you don't have to give for
3,
everything.
this feature is completely restricted to
Yeah, but
just
they went with
these
the games
3
that are the most
If you don't have
popular.
them, it's useless. There is no legitimate reason for this. This feature should
Yeah, I mean, he's
include
got a point about Smash Brothers, but then
Yeah, I think
he's not
Smash.
going to cover.
I think
he's not going to
I
cover
think
it.
Smash could have, yeah, but all the rest, like
Yeah.
Smash is the best-selling fighting game ever. So
He's got a point about Smash
they could have
Brothers.
done
That's all I'm
that.
going to say.
They could add that. They could add that.
I do think that those season passes for Smash Bros. Are a rip-off. I will say that.
Yeah,
I
think
will
that one.
admit
That's
that.
the one. But
I'm
all the
not
other
a
games
Nintendo
he
fan, but I
showed,
will
I'm
admit
like, Fire Emblem sold like 1 million copies. Xenoblade a couple of million. He's talking about games that not really anyone owns. But Mario Kart, Animal Crossing, Splatoon 2, these are some of the best-selling games on the console.
Yeah, which makes sense to have them on the thing. Yeah,
and Smash Brothers will be the next one to add if they're going to add it.
So that would be
maybe they could. Maybe they could. That would be good. I think the Splatoon 2 one, that didn't come out when the DLC came out. That came out much later. So,
or they could at least reduce the price of the
DLC. Yeah, or do a cheaper bundle of some sort.
Yeah,
but maybe that's the only one I can give him there. But I think the only reason they didn't is because they knew people would buy them. So.
Yeah, it's one of them. I don't think that I bought the entirety of all the characters for Dragon Ball Z and it didn't cost like 1 pack for the the fucking Smash Bros. But the point he's not going to cover. I'm going to say he's not going to cover that you get the Zelda expansions.
No, maybe he's forget that.
So we just like to add that. Just like to say that now that the Zelda expansions for the Switch 2 are going to be in this. So that is adding more value to
alongside the GameCube.
Yeah.
All first-party expansion passes. It makes no sense to only include these 3 games. It was announced with the Switch 2 that the expansion pack membership will allow you to upgrade both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for those Switch 2 editions at no additional cost.
There you go.
That's pretty neat. But it's only these 2 games.
Yeah.
For Kirby and Mario Party, you still need to pay for the upgrade.
Yeah, because it's DLC.
No good reason.
It's got whole new game modes and new mini games.
Yeah.
So it's new game. It's more content.
And
it came out last year.
You can still play the base game. You can still play Mario Party.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
No, but even then, he's talking about that. But that's DLC for a game that came out last November. So it's like an update. It's new DLC. Both the Zelda games come out years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's got half a point there, hasn't he?
Half a point for the Smash Brothers.
Half a point. But realistically,
now he's talking about the one he's talking about now is like, oh, these ones should be included too, but these ones are the ones that actually give you new content. So
yeah, well, it's at their discretion what they include, and you can have an opinion on what they should and shouldn't include. But at the end of the day, it's pricing.
The Kirby game, the Kirby one's a few years old, and that one's getting a full area, a full.
Yeah, I mean, like what he was saying about this being not as worth as much as the other two, he's actually disproving that by showing that Zelda stuff, because you get your Switch 2, you got an online subscription, those 2 games get enhanced, and there's 2 of the most popular games.
Yeah.
Again, Mario Party it's popular, but it's not as popular as the 2 Zeldas, so that's huge. And then obviously, if you want to buy the DLC for Mario Party, you can, but you don't have to buy that DLC, and your game still works on the Switch 2. The game is already going to be enhanced because you got all this shit. Not that shit.
Well, that's part of the DLC, yeah.
Yeah, but you're gonna still be able to use the game chat.
Yeah,
use the game chat, which is not to do with this, to do with the system. So you can still party chat with people when you're playing the game, which is still the same as this in effect. You just won't have the talking heads and the camera and shit.
Yeah.
In fact, you can use that, can't you? Because it's not the game mode.
That one's the game mode, but you could use the game share.
You can still use the camera on the bottom.
Yeah, you could use the normal chat, but this one's integrated into the game, so it doesn't.
This is the integration into the actual game, but you can still use the chat feature. So
you're
still getting an upgrade to the game in effect. You're just not getting this DLC.
Yeah, which you get new mini games and new modes and stuff. Yeah,
it's so you're still getting an upgrade.
Yeah, carry on.
The expansion pack shouldn't include all Nintendo Switch 2 upgrades. But even if they allowed that, it still wouldn't match
Oh, there it is
offered
again.
by their
He's
competition.
saying it should include all the.
Wait.
upgrades.
He's saying this game's worth more. The bloody well.
This
game.
is what he keeps fucking. Yeah.
He's saying that's worth more than Mario Party DLC.
No, he's saying the Mario Party
All the
DLC should be
upgrades.
in
No,
the thing
actually,
because
yeah, he's
Sony
saying
has
they
this.
should. Yeah, he's saying all these upgrades should be given for free because Sony gives this one game for free.
Well, Sony gives out shitty indie games for free
Yeah.
and Dragon Age that no one cares
Well,
about. So therefore, Nintendo
yeah, but the thing
should
is,
be giving out games.
if
We don't care.
Nintendo's giving stuff out, right? If they tell you they're coming out, it's something including the expansion, blah blah blah. You know what you're gonna get, right? You're gonna get a few first-party upgrades, and you're gonna get all your retro games.
Well, they've set the fucking precedent, haven't they, with what that is? So you know what you're getting.
Yeah. Whereas Sony's like whatever game they can dig up for the month. That's why they go, oh, Dragon Age. Yeah, let's contact BioWare.
Assassin's Creed next, and then what does
Assassin's
that do?
Creed,
What does
yeah.
that
It's
do?
like,
Devalues the game, so then your physical copy
yeah,
will be worth less.
because you're getting a full price game that it didn't do that well, so they're giving it away for free.
Yeah,
And that means
then,
all the
but
physical
then when
copies go down.
when it goes onto these services, then it devalues it.
Yeah,
Because
same with
that
Game
doesn't happen
Pass. Yeah,
with Nintendo games. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
that's
what I'm
keep
saying.
going.
So he doesn't even understand the economics of it, man.
Yeah, let's keep
Let's
it
go
going.
back a little bit because I want exactly what he said.
For the
Yeah.
upgrade. There is no good reason the expansion pack shouldn't include all Nintendo Switch 2 upgrades. But even if they allowed that, it still wouldn't match what is offered by their competition. The selection of games
That's a
on
terrible choice of game, isn't it?
Yeah, he could have picked anything. He could have picked
Could have
like a
picked anything,
first
but
party
he
game. He could
picked
have God
Animal
of War or Horizon or something.
Yeah, there was tons of choices, and that was.
He picked this indie
I can
game
make
which
the
probably
argument
cost
better for it.
tenner. What's it
I can-
called? Something Well. What is it?
Animal Well. Never heard of it.
Animal Well. Well,
Well,
$25.
Animal Well.
£21. It's a £21 game on Steam,
But it's not even worth that. That's
and it's on Switch for £21 as well. You can buy it on the
Oh,
Switch.
well, yeah, but no one's going to buy that.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, they give this. It's a year old. It came out.
that's
came
cost
out
more than my
last
online
May.
subscription for my portion of it.
Yeah, I know. I don't see why that's such a big deal. Like, oh, this is the best game ever. Animal
Why
Well.
did he? Yeah, it's a terrible choice of game. That's the point. Like he could have picked. I could make the argument better. I could be like, well, Sony gives away its first party games like Last of Us and stuff like this.
Yeah.
I didn't even know the list, but I could Google it real quick and just be like, yeah, they gave this away and this away and this away and this away. So it's got more value, but
yeah,
it's still an
it's
opinion.
got good reviews. It's like 90 overall review, but it's
No,
so
so
it's
did
not a
River
bad
City
game.
Girls too.
Yeah, but it's like you're just saying a game just because it's like, yeah, but you're comparing them to the best Nintendo games they've ever made on every system.
I know. Yeah, you compared it to like
2001,
Mario
yeah.
64 and fucking Mario
every
Golf
single
and
Mario game, every single
Star
Zelda
Fox
game. You know, it's like,
and these games, like they just like, even though like some of them haven't aged well, I'll say this, most of them have, but some of them haven't. But even then, they're still
and a lot of them, as we know on the GameCube, the games that if you want to own now, it costs too much.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is like, people still have them in high regard, even if some of them haven't aged well. They still have high esteem, so they're still popular games that were popular at the time and have remained culturally relevant. No one's going to know what Animal Well is next week. I'm going to forget it as soon as I shut this video off. So
yeah, exactly.
This is the difference, isn't it? It's like, yeah, okay, you might have Animal Well, and it might be a fucking masterpiece. I'm sure it is, but I'm not sure it isn't actually. I'm sure it's fucking not. But let's just say it is. Let's say it's better than Mario 64. It's still no one cares about it. Mario 64 is what people care about.
Yeah.
Nintendo Online and the expansion pack is woeful. They announced only 3
woeful.
games playable for the GameCube. That wouldn't be so hard to swallow if this wasn't the only legal way to play most of their back catalog, with the exception of having the old physical games in a console to play them on. Nintendo's back catalog is lost media. It's abandonware. And the reason is
What do you
simple.
mean?
Because they want to repackage it and sell it back to you as a remaster or as part of a collection.
But Sony doesn't do that.
Everyone does that. Everyone else does that.
No shit. That's my point.
Everyone's Snake Eater. We just saw it earlier. Snake Eater's coming back again.
So confused. So
he showed Resident Evil at the start of the video.
You can't.
That's a game. It's a remake.
Nintendo. You know, the main problem I have with 3D All Stars is Mario Galaxy 2 wasn't in it. I mean,
Yeah, missing a game, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, it's missing a game. That's my main problem.
That's the one issue with it. Yeah.
That's my
But
main problem.
if you bought it, you did it well because me and Andrew both have a copy, and it costs like 60 quid now. So
Yeah.
we won out. We won out. But even then, out of these 3 games, 64's on the online. Sunshine's coming to the online this year, and Galaxy is still quite cheap to get a hold of on the Wii. So
yeah, the Wii version's not that expensive. I don't really like Galaxy. I'll be honest with you. I don't really like it. But if I was going to buy the collection, but I haven't got them. See, I haven't got the Galaxy games. So to me, I would have wanted the 2, and I would be hoping that the controls were different. There was like a controller upgrade because I don't really like the controls of Galaxy. But in any event, as it stands, I might pick up Galaxy someday on the Wii or whatever. Or Wii, but that's beside the point. The point is, he's trying to say that Nintendo is the only company that remasters games.
Is like everyone's doing that. Everyone remasters.
Yeah, everybody's doing it more and more and more.
Yeah.
And
Nintendo, since before Nintendo even did any remakes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Nintendo was last again.
Yeah, they were behind on all of that.
Yeah, so
I don't see the argument here. It's like, oh, they're going to try and sell games again. It's like, so's everyone else.
Yes,
it's the whole market. The real reason that's happening is because no one can make good games anymore that are new, so everyone has to keep remaking old ones because just like movie industry, everything's going to fit, and they have to keep making the old things again that people liked. You know.
Yeah, and then they fucked those up like Dead Space and stuff. They changed the story.
Yeah, Dead Space and the Mass Effect trilogy.
And
you know,
they gender binary toilets and all that shit. And people get
upset. They and what's the other one that came out? Well, some of the Resident Evil ones, people saying they weren't as good as the old ones. 3 and 4, I think. They said 2 was good, and then
they like 2.
3 was a bit lower, worse than the original. And then 4, people said it's not as good as the original 4. So
yeah, but without it's fine. But I was saying all those have been remade. That's the point. Is that all them being remade? The Nintendo, they're remaking some of their games. They're doing Mario RPG and. They did Link's Awakening. Mario. They're doing some of their games, but Sony. Those are games that are like old. Sony's remaking a game from the last gen and then just putting a part 2 on the end of it.
Yeah, they did Last of Us, then Last of Us, then Last of Us. 3 generations.
They Last of Us on the PS3, then Last of Us on the PS4, which was enhanced. And then they did an upgrade. Hang on. Then they did an upgrade to 4K on the PS Pro, didn't they? Or some shit.
Maybe, I think so. Yeah.
And then they did
update again,
PS5 version of the PS4 game, and then they did a PS5 version.
Yeah. And then they've done Last of Us 2 and Last of Us 2 remastered like 2 years later. Yeah.
Yeah, they did Last of Us 2 as well,
Yeah, so I don't see what's the problem going on here because everyone's doing
that. That is exactly what
I'm Horizon saying, as well. And Horizon as well. Horizon, the original got remastered already, hasn't it?
Yeah. I'm just like Big Bill is like, this is exactly what I'm saying. This is not.
Yeah, I think that is.
I don't even think it's an issue. I mean, either you buy the remaster or you don't. I mean, the argument's going to be for me is okay. Well, how much time did you spend making the remaster when people want a new game? That's going to be the argument, isn't it? But nobody fucking wants a new Last of Us, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
To me, anyway, I don't give a fucking rat's ass, personally. Yeah, but they're not. Exactly. They are not. 100%.
Yeah, because Sony asked for a higher price for Last of Us.
The guy in this own video has proved this.
Yeah, he has proved it in this video. Yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep him going.
Yeah, we got another.
Nintendo puts so much of their focus on remastered games. Every direct they do is filled with them. But there's no way to buy or play the original games.
Well, so there is. You buy a fucking Wii copy. I bought one
CX. What are you talking about? I bet CX is in Australia. I bet it is.
Not old. You can go find a copy. You can go on eBay right now. What do you mean? In fact, you can buy any game from Nintendo. It's not like an Atari, is it, where you can't find the shit? Most of them you can find. And then, like, NES and SNES, you can get Everdrive.
Yeah, they have CX in Australia, you know.
Yeah.
They have them everywhere.
What's he talking about? Like, there's no other way to get it. Well, there isn't. You buy the original copy.
Let's go Donkey Kong Country.
The Wii isn't expensive to buy. The Wii U isn't even expensive to buy right now. You can play it in HD. So what's the complaint? I literally bought this. But what?
Here you go, right? I'm on Australian CX, Donkey Kong Country on the Wii, $20.
Exactly.
And it's $25 for the 3DS version. You could buy both of them, and it's still cheaper than the new Switch version.
Yeah, exactly. But he's saying there's no way of obtaining it. He's gone,
no way. That's the one he's showing on the screen.
Okay, well, there is a way of obtaining it. You buy the original game.
Yeah, you buy a Wii and you buy the game, and it'll cost cheaper than it does to buy the new game, probably.
So now we've got a fucking paradox anyway, because now he's saying, first of all, he's saying he wants these games to be re-released, but he's also saying he doesn't want them to be released. It's a fucking...
Yeah, he wants the games to be released, but not sold for a high
retail
price the high price that he thinks too high.
Yeah.
But the expansion pass ones don't count because they're not adding value because they're not good enough. They're not as good as Animal Well.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But
it doesn't make sense.
Let's just say you go look at Donkey Kong Country Returns and you think that's too expensive for that game. I would agree with that. I think you can get a copy on the Wii, and I think some of the graphics on the Wii look better from the videos people have seen and stuff. So I decided to go out, and you know what? I thought, I'm going to get a copy of that because that's one game I haven't got a copy of, and I bought it for £10.
Easy peasy.
And I can play it on my Wii U in HD. And anybody can buy a Wii U because right now, as of this video, they're not expensive. One day they will be expensive.
Yeah,
right
quite
now,
cheap.
not, right? And I'm actually trying to get.
They were really cheap for a while. I think they might have gone back.
Yeah, I need to get another one for a spare because you know.
You get that Zelda one if you can find it.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
the Zelda gamepad. Yeah.
Point of fact though is there's a way of getting that game.
Keep him going. He's talking nonsense, and even then, even if he was a pirate, this is
what he's saying is he wants all this shit to be in Nintendo's online collection forever
for free. Yeah.
Which they will give you this game eventually for the Wii, and it'll probably be the middle of this gen. Once they've done some GameCube ones, they'll be like, right, we've got a Wii one.
We'll do the Wii update. Yeah, I think they might do DS first, but
well, yeah, they might. Well, DS will be interesting with the screen.
Yeah, because you'd have to have it touchscreen only, or the rumor where you can do the Wii U gamepad with the console could work, but that'd be a bit hard to figure out, I think.
Well, they might have to release a peripheral for it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they could do that.
The DS games were on the Wii U, but, you know.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense.
Keep it going. Let's see what he said next.
But what point I was getting at is, it's like, okay, so he wants the Wii library and the GameCube library. He wants all this stuff in Nintendo's store, or effectively not to buy and or to be on their online stuff.
But the thing is, they were on the Wii U and everyone didn't buy it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're going to eventually do that. It's gonna eventually happen.
Yeah.
So just there's no and if you're not patient enough to do that, you got two choices. You can buy this, or you can go out and buy a Wii.
Yeah.
What's the problem? You're just creating a problem that doesn't exist. I can understand if this game was like 300 years old.
To be honest, I think the only reason they made this year is to build up hype for the new Donkey Kong that we didn't know about until this week. It's like, this is the year of Donkey Kong, guys. And there's a new Donkey Kong movie coming out.
Yeah.
So they're building up Donkey Kong for the new movie. So they go, right, let's start with Returns HD. Then we're going to go...
Yeah.
New Donkey Kong, and then the end of the year, they're going to go DK64 on Switch Online. You know, they're going to build up the Donkey Kong, and then when the movie comes out, they're going to go, Donkey Kong, here it is.
Yeah,
that's probably what they're doing.
They're building up to the movie, yeah.
They're building up to the movie, so they're going to release all the Donkey Kong stuff.
Yeah. And
that's
that Donkey Kong badass, by the way. Well, let's continue.
Yeah, let's keep him going, yeah.
Like the way they remaster them, tough. Often the remastered editions play worse than the original games, but you don't have the option to choose the original game.
Yes, you do! Go to the fucking shop!
Right. I don't get
modern prices where you don't.
I don't get people who say the original's always better. Therefore, I want all more digitally. Done that? The digital is never going to be as
Thing
good
is,
as the
though,
original.
right? Paper Mario U got remastered, but now we've got GameCube games on Switch Online. They could still port it on. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Don't get
But even
the game.
then,
It doesn't have to
the
be
game-
this
the
way.
old
And there
game.
was a time, not that
He's
The
talking
Wii
about
U.
the Wii U.
Yeah,
the
you
console
can
no
buy
one
it on
bought.
the Wii U. Yeah.
long ago that it wasn't. I was pumping my fist in the air when Super Mario 3D All Stars was announced.
You got to understand that when you sell a digital Wii game on the Wii U was had a full Wii in it to
Yeah,
run.
it could run all those games. Yeah,
It was running a digital copy of the game.
Yeah.
It's not the same. You don't have to create a Wii emulator for the Wii U. The Wii U had a Wii in it, so that's
Yes.
stupid. It's a dumb
Keep
argument.
him going. He's
But then I
Yeah,
realized
but that's a
that
dumb argument, man.
it
it
was only
is.
because I could finally play Galaxy again. It wasn't that it was a good product. It was
Finally play it
reasonably
again.
priced.
What do you mean? You
It was that I
got
could
rid of your
finally
old
play a game
copy?
I really liked, and it didn't matter that they were selling it to me for the price
He
of a modern.
doesn't. He doesn't keep his games, even
Hey,
though
he said he was a collector in the start of the video. He said, I collect games.
Well,
But he's
he
got rid
obviously
of his
doesn't.
Wii. He's got rid of his Galaxy. He's got rid of his Wii U.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why
He's
that's why he's
contradicting
upset
himself.
that Nintendo games hold the value because he
You should
sells
go
them
back
more.
to CX and buy it back. That's what you should do.
Hmm.
Because he's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
it's not
Big
even
man's got it. Big man's got it here, and he was disagreeing with us at the start, but like he's agreeing with us. This guy doesn't know what he's
he
talking
doesn't
about.
know what he
That's-
wants. This guy doesn't know what he wants.
Hasn't got a clue. Like
AAA game because I had no alternative. Super Mario All Stars for the Super Nintendo had more games and less time had passed since their original release. How does inflation explain this? Nintendo wasn't doing much.
what's that to do with anything?
I don't get it.
I'm not even going to argue. That was just made no sense.
Just leave it. Just leave that one. Just leave
We
it.
used to have an eShop not that long ago where you could buy all these
We
games
went over that.
Yeah, we've
individually
covered
and
this.
have them forever. Nintendo used to get a lot of flack for
They're
making
not
people
forever. You just you complained about digital online stores earlier.
Yeah. You cleared digital games already. You don't own these forever.
Is
You
this
can-
his digital store, by the way?
I mean, it must be, right? Because this is unless it's taken from someone else who owns every single Wii game on the Wii U.
And
But
how is he storing this shit, man? Because he must have like
hard
used up
drive,
all the
probably.
fucking space,
you have to
man.
buy one of those expensive hard drives.
Third party hard drive on the Wii U, and you're going to trust that with all these
Mm.
games, and then the fucking store's going to shut down. That's more risky than those fucking game cards that you've fucking been complaining about.
Well, I've got a hard drive from my Wii U.
I know, but it's more risky than the game cards.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let's keep him going.
Game card dies, that's one game. not fucking hundreds.
buy all their games every
Thanks,
console
thanks
generation,
for
but at
coming,
least
Josh.
back then you could buy them.
Yes,
big
because it was fucking backwards compatible fully with the
Yeah.
discs.
Component of the Switch
Oh
2
my
launch
God.
slate is Metroid Prime 4. It's
Yeah,
the sequel
okay.
to the Prime trilogy, which
Yes.
you can't play. You can't play the games that lead
Yes, you
directly
can.
into one of the bigger Switch 2 launch titles. First timers
do you mean?
won't know the context, and people who play these games over
What do you
20
mean? You don't need to play them. They're all standalone anyway, really. Oh.
I mean, that's like half an argument there. Half,
Yeah, but it's like you're saying,
you got potential for the first two that were on GameCube to
Right.
be released
Yeah.
anytime now.
yeah. So we've got both the first two could come to the GameCube.
Yeah,
We've got Metroid Prime 1.
3 is a Wii game.
It's 3's a Wii game. And
Oh
it
no,
was
they've remastered the first one.
Yeah, they've remastered the first
Oh
one.
my god, I
yeah.
forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got Trilogy on the Wii. They did have Trilogy on the Wii U, but the Wii U shop's gone, so that one is off the cards.
Yeah, but you can buy the
Or-
disc and play it on Wii U.
You buy the disc, the Wii disc, yeah, and
Yeah.
you can buy. I think Metroid Prime 3 on the Wii. I mean, I don't know if it's still cheap, but that was super cheap when I got it.
I think the game itself is cheap, but I think if you buy the trilogy, it's
The
expensive.
Trilogy, yeah, that's rare because it was a limited edition.
Yeah.
But
But I'm
I
not really a
mean-
big fan of the Metroid Prime games. To be honest with you. I like Metroid over M.
Yeah, it's £6. It's £6 for 3 on the Wii.
Is it really? It's trilogy £6.
No, not Trilogy, 3.
Oh,
which
for
number
3,
is it?
£6, 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Trilogy, Trilogy's 55.
right. So if you own a Wii and you bought the two GameCube ones,
And so
And the Wii
yeah,
one.
actually, the GameCube ones are £12, £20, and then £6 for the 3. So you could buy the full trilogy for less than the cost of a full price game.
Yeah.
With just
or
a
you could,
Wii U.
or you could buy the trilogy if you
Wii
wanted the
then, yeah,
trilogy. It'd be a bit more.
Yeah, it'd be
or similar.
38 quid. You get the 3 games, buy a Wii and a GameCube controller, and you can play all 3 of them.
Yep.
Yeah. And remastered's 32 on its own. Trilogy's 55 if you want them all on the Wii. So you pay an extra 15 quid.
Yeah.
I don't see that as a big deal. It's like, what's he talking about? You know what I mean? And
It's a big deal for somebody who doesn't keep
and if you
games,
just wait,
hold on to games.
Metroid Prime 1 and 2 are going to come to the GameCube emulator. Probably. And 3's the
well,
worst
they will.
one,
Of course they
so
will.
you can
Of
skip
course they will.
3 if you don't want to play it, because 3's the worst one. So,
Well, if at the end of the day, like you say, there's no story in Metroid.
yeah, you can play any of them. You don't have to play them all in order.
No, because there's no. It's not Halo. It isn't like the events
Yeah,
of
it's
Halo
not Halo.
1 into Halo 3. It's not like Metroid doesn't realize. It's just a
Yeah.
game. You go shoot things.
It is like Halo, because all like the art from Metroid Prime 1 it's done by the guy who did all the art for Halo 4, but that's another story.
Yeah, but that's art. I'm talking about story. There's no continuing arc of story. You can play any in any order. There's no
they're all
story.
different.
The only
Yeah.
game that does have story is Over M, and that doesn't fall
Yeah,
into
that's
anything.
story, yeah. Like, even the cutscenes we've just seen on number 4, it's nothing that you need to know any other game for.
Yeah, well,
Is it?
the first Metroid Prime didn't have any cutscenes in the US version, and then the European added cutscenes that weren't in the US version.
Yeah, but you don't need to know the story to still.
There isn't one. It's
just
the
for the
Metroids are
gameplay,
attacking.
really.
Samus has to kick their asses, and then kills them all. That's it. Game over.
You kill the Metroid Prime, you're done.
You have to upgrade your suit.
Yeah, you roll around with the ball, do the puzzles, kill the enemies, done.
Yeah,
Next
there's no
game.
story, so it doesn't
You don't
matter.
need.
You don't need to
Yeah, I
play.
don't really
Like,
see.
if you want to play them, there's ways of doing it.
And even then, I think even at the start of the game, it does like a Star Wars scroll and reminds you what happened.
Yeah, exactly. But
So I don't even think it's almost
bizarre.
like, oh, it's bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, oh, we need to play all these games. Well, you can play them. Play the originals.
Yeah.
They're not that expensive,
Very
like we
much.
just say. It's
Very
not
much.
expensive to get a Wii. It's not expensive to buy these games. If you were a real Nintendo fan, you just buy the games, don't you? I mean, it's not.
Yeah, keep it going.
And then he'll say, well,
You're picking out the worst examples as well. Like this is the cheapest games you could have picked. You know what I mean?
I know, but also he's trying to argue that. And they also argue that when these games do come to emulate, that they're not as good as the originals.
Yeah,
so just get the originals then.
The remakes. Yeah, well, the remaster. People said the remaster was good, didn't they?
I'm sure the Metroid remaster was good, but he was talking about
Paper Mario
other games. I
think Paper Mario, but Paper Mario did add some new stuff to it. I mean, I haven't got it, but it's like I don't think it was that
not
bad.
one for one.
Not one for one, but I think it did the job. I think people said, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say, isn't it?
Let's keep.
I mean, what does this guy know? Did he play both the Paper Marios, or is it someone else's opinion he's going on?
Maybe. He probably is. Yeah.
You know, like Mischief. Well, I think the Dead Space remaster is the best one. Then you look at his profile; it's like, didn't play the first one.
Never played the first one.
About it.
Yeah. He played the first one on the Game Gear, I think.
Yeah, he hasn't. He hasn't played the first one, and then the second one he hadn't completed. That was the best thing. But it was better.
10 years ago, have no way of refreshing their memory. You just can't legally do that. Back on the Wii, Nintendo sold the Metroid Prime trilogy as one combined collection. They sold this one generation after the first 2 games and only 2 years after the last. The Prime trilogy.
I'll tell you something else as well. Yeah, they sold the trilogy, so why don't go buy it?
Yeah. I think I have the trilogy on the Wii U, the download.
I thought you had the disc. I thought you had it on your shelf.
No. I have the discs individually.
But
I don't. I think I have one. I think you have one, and I've got 2 and 3.
I've got one. Yeah, I've got Metroid Prime 1.
I've got 2 and 3, and then I've got the trilogy on the Wii, which was when it was on sale on the download.
I honestly didn't like the game. I'll be honest with you. I just did not get into it. Like,
not only included all the games in the trilogy, they featured remastered graphics, a new control scheme, and additional features. They sold this for $50 US, the same price as every other Wii game. For the next console generation, the Wii U, the Prime trilogy.
Those games are not remastered.
They were kind of because you used the Wii controls.
They weren't remastered, though, really. They were still GameCube graphics. Wii basically had
not
GameCube
much great graphic difference. Yeah.
So they're not. It's not the same, is it?
Was sold for even less, $20 US.
Yes.
Nintendo of today would never do that. One generation later, Mario 3D All-Stars featured games that were significantly older than the ones in the Prime Trilogy, with less features, less functionality, and for more money.
No, they had different
Boycott
controls and HD, so they had more than the Metro Prime trilogy.
Yeah, but that I wouldn't say is maybe boycott that game then. Well, you boycotting all.
Yeah, but you can boycott that game. People did, but some people did.
I didn't buy it.
Yeah, but I bought it, and now I'm rolling in the dough because it
went up in value again, like we were saying in the beginning of the video.
So I got it. I played through Mario 64 and I played through Sunshine, but then I didn't do Galaxy because I just kind of.
We need to play co-op Mario 64 as well when you come around. We need to play that. I've got co-op Mario 64. It's a mod.
Well, we need to do Zelda randomize the multi-world as well.
That's I want to play Mario.
We do co-op Ocarina of Time then. Co-op Ocarina of Time.
Maybe, but I want to play co-op Mario because it just looks like fun as fuck. Like it's just like split screen Mario 64. Someone's made. It's brilliant. Yeah. Anyway,
Nintendo. Yes, it sucks. Mario Kart World looks awesome. Donkey Kong 2. Dusk Bloods. That looks crazy. I would love to play that, but no.
Then buy it then. No, boycott Nintendo. Just Bloods.
It's cheaper than the Xbox games. Come on.
Yes, it's cheaper. We've established that. He's already established that.
Let's see what he goes
boycott
on
Nintendo because
this is his last argument. Then he's done. I don't think he made any good points.
I've got enough.
No, actually, he's got a fair bit. You know.
Yeah, but look at what they're asking. I've got games to play, and so do you. Yes, shiny and new is exciting, but sending a message is more important. Imagine a world where Nintendo offered what their competition did. Imagine a world where
it's cheaper. It's the same price or cheaper. Go on.
Yeah. He just say, oh, imagine they do offer the same stuff. They offer games that are cheaper. They offer games that are more valuable. They offer games that don't have season passes or microtransactions.
That doesn't even a factor into his brain, apparently.
So loads of things improved over other companies. I don't see what his point was because most of his points were wrong because he said, oh, but it's actually the games are cheaper in Australia.
Nintendo's the only company I'm actually proud to actually say I'm a fan of.
Yeah, because if you go, oh, I like Xbox, like, what? You played that horrible Halo game that came out 3 years ago.
You just feel like shit, don't you, all the time? It's like they just browse.
Oh, yeah. What do you play on your Xbox? FIFA and COD.
Oh, you know what I play? Old ass games. That's right.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if someone goes, what's the new game on the Xbox you've got? You go, FIFA, COD. That's what people play.
Yeah, well, you say third party. You say like
what first party games have come out in the last 2 years? Nothing. 0 games.
Yeah, well,
absolutely nothing.
Constantly ask Forza.
They haven't had a Forza for a few years. That's the point.
Yeah, they fucking always have it, don't they?
Nothing's coming out. Nothing's come out. Doom's coming out in a few weeks.
Yeah, we've got Tony Hawk. That's going to be good.
Tony Hawk. Yeah, but Tony Hawk's coming out. These are multi-plat games now. They're on everything.
Yeah, but it's coming to Game Pass.
You rather play it for free. You rather play it for free on your Game Pass, and that's it. That's the only games you play. Nothing else is worth buying, so you don't buy anything.
I'll buy Tony Hawk's if it's good after I played it.
Buy it on the Switch as well. Whoa.
I might get it on the Switch too.
Yeah, they have Tony Hawk on the go. Whoa, at the skate park.
Tony Hawk on the go.
At the skate park.
The Switch 2 version, the Switch version of Tony Hawk 1 and 2 was bad though, so we have to see.
Yeah, well, that's because they didn't port it right, did they? So
that's what I'm saying. So we have to see with that. But
you have to see. You have to wait and
3
see.
and 4 are coming to Xbox. That's exciting. So there's some good stuff.
Anyway, yeah,
it's just like Nintendo's the only company we're like, I like Nintendo.
Yeah.
When people are getting
Sony,
Mario,
what Last of Us? What?
Like, I don't get it. Like, you're proud to like play as a tranny with a golf club beating someone's head in. Like, what's that? And then it's like on an Xbox, it's like, don't even start me on Halo. Like, Jesus Christ.
Cat ears.
Start me on it. Don't even start me on it.
Let's keep it going. Let's finish this guy's video.
You can buy any game on the Nintendo catalog for a small price.
When you said 5 videos, I'm like, yeah, we're going to watch one.
Many more new games.
We can just next one's for Tanga anyway. We won't be watching all this. We'll just skip through it, and then
we'll get Big Man in if he still wants to.
You can always come back on another day and do some more.
Yeah, do another one if you want to. Yeah,
I'll keep them. But we'll
keep them in the playlist.
Yeah, I'll keep them in the playlist. We might do one next week. But we will try and do some more tonight. But obviously, it's what time you've got because it's 10:30.
Yeah, I'll be going bed after in a bit probably.
Well, let's get this one done.
2 extra free games every month.
This
That
one's covered a lot of stuff,
Oh,
so we don't have
Max.
to repeat ourselves in the next one.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
covers a lot of it.
is the
Our
industry
Max, I
standard.
think.
Nintendo has decided that the industry standard is not for them. They've decided to offer us far less than that, and we've been kissing their feet saying thank you for far too long. No.
No.
And that's opinion based, so we'll move on.
Yeah, move on.
Boycott Nintendo.
He loves that, doesn't he? He's fucking proud of that. What a movement. I'm surprised he doesn't say hashtag.
Hashtag.
If you really can't stand the FOMO, buy secondhand. That's assuming
FOMO,
you're
buy
able to
secondhand.
do
Secondhand.
You didn't do it. You don't do it. He's complaining that he can't play games anymore because they're too hard to find. And now he's saying buy secondhand. Aye.
Mate, he's just been saying. Can you unpick that? Just let me unpick it. Like, first of all, he doesn't buy secondhand games because he's explained that over and over again about the Wii, and now he doesn't buy Metroid.
He bought digital. He bought more digital instead of physical copies.
If
like a fool. If it was his screen, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fool. Yeah, if that was his, even if it wasn't his, right? That goes against what he was saying about him being a physical collector from the off. But let's say he is a physical collector. Okay, now he's saying he doesn't collect games because he doesn't own any of these motherfucking games, original games or consoles. So that's out. So that doesn't make sense either. And then he says, okay, but now if you're not happy with the games, you can buy them secondhand. Well, if you're buying games on Nintendo, he's already established at the beginning of the video that the games never drop in price. Therefore, why the fuck would you wait to buy games secondhand when it's not going to drop in price?
Yeah.
None of that makes sense.
Yeah,
The best thing to do on Nintendo is to buy it day one, and then if you like this guy, you don't give a rat's ass about collecting, resell the game.
Yeah. If you don't want it day one, get it a bit later and see what happens, and that's it. You don't have to. A lot of time they're still available. You know, you can still go out and buy any. The only game you can't, the only games you haven't, you can't buy anymore on the Switch are like the 3D All Stars. Yeah. That's the only one that's not available new, really.
Yeah. And I got like Fire Emblem secondhand and stuff. They weren't like super cheap, but like I got Fire Emblem Warriors and stuff.
Yeah, well, those ones go cheap. Those ones,
a few of them. Anyway,
this physical keycard situation, but don't put money directly in their pockets. Don't buy digitally from the eShop. Just don't.
You bought millions of games on the fucking eShop for the Wii.
Message that they need to adjust their business practices and make consumers happy.
How are they going to? They're not going to do that.
50 quid, 3D All Stars, Australian copies on Amazon. In the UK, Amazon as well.
That's not bad.
Imported them in. It's 68 at CEX for a copy, so
that's not bad.
It's 50 quid. It's only a little bit more than probably what it came out as, to be honest. Not too bad. It's not impossible. And that's an Australian copy. That means there's a load of those knocking about if we've imported them in.
Well, there might not be any left in Australia, though.
Maybe. Right.
He's agreed. Hold on. This guy's just come in, like, not watch the video at all, and now he's agreeing with the title. And yes, I was.
Yeah, the title's a clickbait.
Yeah, watch the video later. But yeah, I was playing Rainbow Six. Yeah, I do like Rainbow Six. It's a classic. But the old Rainbow Six games, not Siege. Siege sucks.
Get that same wake-up call that Phil Spencer got all those years ago. Don't let them get away with it. If you were really
not the same situation at all.
No, keep it going.
The market for a brand new handheld console, for God's sakes, buy a Steam Deck.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Ay.
Why? It's £100 more and all digital.
Cost more, all digital, no physical games. It breaks itself because you download a virus off the internet.
Yeah, but how he's just been going on all about physical games and then buy a Steam Deck. All right.
Buy a Steam Deck. Ooh,
I like that. Steam Deck. So you're going for all that about physical games, crying about cartridges that are cartridges, but they're not actual cartridges, blah, 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 blah. All good
and then
stuff.
There's a console that has no physical games whatsoever.
Zero.
You don't own anything. You don't own anything.
Any of them.
And any software patch could be downloaded to it and break the entire system and brick it.
And you can't play the original games because there is no original games. They're all downloads.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can easily break it by accident by going, oh, I'll download this emulator. Whoa, why is it going all slow now? Uh-oh. And how many people have done that? It's unreal. It's like you can find loads of people.
We're really in the market for a brand new handheld console. For God's sakes, buy a Steam Deck. If you really do want some of that Nintendo charm, you can get more of it on the Steam Deck than on the Switch.
Oh,
Yeah, or just hear me out here. What you could do:
buy a Wii,
buy a Wii or a Wii U, which runs in HD.
A Wii, one of the best-selling consoles ever made. Easy to find in every
Oh.
shop. I went in a charity shop. There were 4 of them stacked up in the charity shop. That's how easy it is to find a Wii.
Yeah, it's like literally like PS2, but when PS2 was
They're
like
overflowing everywhere. Wii's.
newer.
You can get them anywhere you want.
Yeah. And but if you don't want a Wii, get a Wii U. That runs all.
Yeah, it's even better. Yeah,
in HD.
Oh, well, Wii's pretty good too. You could get GameCube in there, so
that's true.
Both worth it. Both worth it.
Yeah, you know,
it's easy to get a Wii than a GameCube. So
this video's got worse. It's gone on. It's like
that's
halfway and it'd be like boring.
Yeah, but
if you want access to Nintendo's back catalog, you fucking got it. The Steam Deck can do that.
Well,
Not only all the consoles up to the GameCube, Wii as well, the Nintendo DS, even the Switch. You can keep your Steam Deck with every single game in the Nintendo back catalog with a higher resolution and frame rate and added functionality. And you can do it for free.
Wow.
If you've bought those games before, you should be able to use an emulator to play them, especially.
That's right. That's legal. If you own the game, it's legal to emulate them because you already own the game. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but he's saying to download it even if you don't own them because he doesn't own them.
Well, he's sold him, you see, because he's a real fan.
Yeah, if he's lost it though, he doesn't have it anymore. He can't do.
He no longer have the right.
Not legal. Doesn't have the right. No.
Yeah. Well, it's like, when I download my VHS stuff off of YouTube, I rest in the knowledge that my VHS tapes are in the loft getting moldy. So technically, I own them.
Yeah, technically.
Oh my God.
Right.
No other alternative. They're yours. If Nintendo hasn't given you a
What do you
game,
mean? Nothing you download is really yours, is it? I mean, come on. You don't own it, do you? I mean,
all these emulation ones,
a file on your computer or your Steam Deck. You don't really own it.
You got to download a Wii game for the PC, but how much hassle it is to do all that, set up your Wii remote on the PC.
It takes forever to download anyway because the games are too large. It's all right.
Download them, set them up, get the settings right, make sure it doesn't lag out, make sure the graphics are right, make sure the frame rate's right, make sure you get the right controller working, make sure you got a Wii remote working on your monitor.
Yeah,
all that work to do a Wii game on the PC. It's so much hassle. Why don't you just go buy a Wii and get the game and you get it done and set up on your TV in 5 minutes?
Yeah. Well, the only problem is the Wii isn't HD, is it? So I suppose if you don't have a TV that is a SCART, then you've got to...
but you get one of those. I've got like a one, you plug it in and it goes to HDMI to AV.
I've got one like that, but it like gets really hot, and so I don't like
Yeah. Well, mine, I don't know what yours is.
I remember you showed it me. Yeah. I got one
USB's
as well. Yeah. But it makes the screen dead dark and it's not very good.
It works all right on my Xbox, so
they're okay, but like it's better to have the Wii U.
But if you have the Wii U, HDMI, so
it's done for you then, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the arguments for the Wii library is kind of you just get a Wii U.
Yeah, he's picked the wrong console, hasn't he? He's picked the one that's the easiest to get, the easiest to get all the games for.
Yeah.
If you pick the GameCube, I'm like, all right, the GameCube,
Is this due to his age though? Because he was a
Wii kid.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, he said Super Nintendo though, didn't he? But is that the mission?
It might be LNG
because I don't know this guy from a hole in the ground. He didn't really list many Super Nintendo games, did he?
He didn't go. I was meant to play. He just said you know what? Yeah, he's definitely not because he was like Mario 3D All Stars. That wasn't like, whoa, that's the popping game people were talking about. That's just a remake of old game. So that's like one of those AVGN-isms, isn't it? He's come up with that because he's not gone and said, Super Castlevania 4, or he's gone Star Fox Country, Star Fox. He's not going. He's not gone. I
didn't own a Super Nintendo when they were new, but I'm not going to then go and claim that I did.
because
Is it
like
different?
the way he's talking, it just doesn't seem like.
No, it seems like he's gone down this wee rabbit hole towards the end, and it's kind of exposing him. Like, I don't know, maybe he legitimately did have a fucking Super
Maybe.
Nintendo some description.
I just he doesn't.
know
I
the
don't know. He
truth,
doesn't sound like
but
he's.
he doesn't sound like it. No,
He doesn't sound like a 30,
'Cause
40-year-old,
like,
does he?
if he's into like all this stuff, like back catalogs, then the Super Nintendo back
Yeah.
catalog on the Switch is pretty good, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's got all
So
the main
surely
games
he'd be
on.
happy with that because he's a Super Nintendo guy,
Yeah,
more so than like we would be.
yeah.
I don't get
Yeah,
it.
I think is he didn't really go Nintendo 64, did he?
No,
Kind
there
of
was no
glossed
mention of the 64 at all, apart
Well,
from
and a bit of the GameCube as well. He kind of just went, "Oh yeah, it's all well and good, but blah blah blah." He didn't really say, "Well, Soul Calibur, that's a good game." He hasn't really gone about that, has he? He hasn't
no.
gone, "Oh, look at all these GameCube games that could possibly come out. These
Yeah.
cost £200 at CEX."
Yeah, but these games are going to give a new lease of life on the Switch now with the online capabilities. You know, I mean, you know, you can
Yeah,
do,
I mean,
you
what
can
if
do this,
they put
you
four
can do this
swords
through
on there?
emulators. So everybody tries to correct me all the time. Oh, you can do this on. Yeah, I understand that, but this is like more mainstream. Like more people are going to do it this way. So
Yeah,
it's
mainstream online play, and it's all set up for you. You don't have to
all
faff
out
about.
for you, and it's convenient.
Yeah, let's
It's
finish this
convenient.
video. Come on, let's finish. It's like a
Well,
minute
there's like
left.
1 minute, and then I'm going to go
Yeah,
for.
and then,
Then I'm
yeah,
go for
yeah, little break. Yeah,
yeah. We get Big Man in
yeah,
for the next one.
yeah.
Games that you have already paid for, find your own methods. I wish I could be excited to give Nintendo money to make more great games. I wish I could be excited for the future of the Switch too. I'm not. I'm really, really angry, and I think you should be angry too. In a post-capitalist world.
Oh, what? Oh, he's a communist. That's the whole point. Oh,
You'll own nothing and be happy, bro.
oh he was a communist the whole time.
That's
I
it.
can't believe it.
That's why he likes Game Pass. You don't own anything.
Can't believe it. Post-capitalist world. That's a communist way of speaking.
It's
That
not a post-capitalist world. We're getting back, bro.
we're still in a capitalist world. It's not post-capitalist. We're still capitalist.
Yeah.
We still exchange goods and services.
Yeah.
What's changed? We're not post anything.
Yeah, he's talking shit.
You have only one form of real power. Not your vote, not your voice.
Wallet.
Nothing you do matters more than who you decide to give your money to. So don't give it to them.
Yeah.
Boycott Nintendo.
Don't give it to the stock market either.
That was bad. Okay, I'm taking a short break.
Yeah, let's have a breather. We'll get Big Man in.
Yeah, we'll get Big Man when we come back.
Can you drop the link and then you have to accept them, don't you? So you can drop the link in the chat and then we can have a breather.
Yeah, we need someone else to talk now. We're getting tired after 3 hours. Unless the Big Man can do some talking. We've got 8 viewers. We're not going anywhere. We got another 3 potential videos. I'll let the chat vote on what you want to see. So I'll bring it back up in a sec, but let's get the link. The link is going to be to go to invite, and then it comes up with the link. Copy that, and then I put it in the chat like that. Then people can join off that link. And I add them into the stream so they don't, you can't like hijack the stream because you have to be voted into it. So just so you know, you can't do any dumb shit like that. Right. So yeah, I got this like little list I've compiled here. I've got 5 videos. That was video 1. We've also got Fratanga, our old pal who doesn't know jack shit about anything and just smokes and does drugs. We got this guy, do not buy Nintendo, which he's basically saying Nintendo's the cancer of gaming or some shit at the beginning of the video. So that sounds interesting. Angry Joe losing his shit over $90 games, which is again the similar problem with what we were talking about in that last video, which is just reiterating the same thing. And then this one, which is another thing about the negative towards the Switch 2. We've got 5 videos. We've done the first one here, so we got 4 to choose from. So you have a look at that. I'm just going to go for a very short break, and I'll be back. Right, I can see you, Big Man. I'll invite you back in a sec once I get back. So just give me like maybe 1-2 minutes, and we'll be back. I just need to post something here, don't I? There we go. There we go. Just in case anyone turns up. Back in a sec.
Ooh, well, I am back. Is anyone in the chat? Anyone going to join? I don't know if anyone's in the lobby. Yeah, we support Nintendo. Yes, we do. We did talk about it for 3 hours. We did set it up at the beginning. The title is a bit of a troll because it's kind of clickbait, like what everyone else has been doing. Like what's on the screen at the moment. You've got, the one we just watched, Boycott Nintendo. It's a scam. Do not buy. $90 for games from Angry Joe. Why I'm not buying. So there's quite a lot of these videos coming out at the moment. So it's kind of a parody of that. That's why the title's the way it is. We've gone in through everything through this stream about the key arguments on this Boycott Nintendo video, but it's covered most of what people have been saying, I think. Well, this guy did on his Boycott Nintendo video. Yeah. But we didn't really agree with anything he said. I didn't think he made good arguments at all from what we discussed as we reacted to it. We did listen to him out, the whole video, start to finish. I don't know if anyone has a good argument, really. What's going on? Hello.
How long was that?
I don't know. I was gone before you, so I've been here for about a minute and a half.
All right. Okay. I think this is Big Man, but we had an imposter, so let's just make sure it is him.
Imposter among us.
Yo, can you hear me?
Right, it is Big Man. Good.
Aye.
Okay.
The one and truly only Big Man.
So after being here for 3 hours, what's your stance now, Big Man?
I was a little confused because I've had Xbox mates talking about this shit, and me personally, I really don't give a shit what companies do regarding to sales and whatever. I mean, obviously because the crisis living and shit, so I've just been haven't been paying attention to that shit. Obviously because I've been working and trying to survive in this shithole. At the moment, so all this drama about games, all the increase. It's like, bro, like there are games that are like way more expensive than the fucking Nintendo shit. So
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
just
that was-
recently I bought a
thought
copy.
for it.
Just recently I bought a copy of Deadpool from High Moon Studios, and also a copy of
Yeah.
Web of Shadows. So
Oh
both of those
no!
games.
He talked
That's
you round, did he? He talked you fucking round. And
He
seven
wouldn't shut. He wouldn't shut. He
Web of
wouldn't shut the
Shadows,
fuck.
man.
That's
To be
supposed to be
fair, though,
Shut the
spicy on.
fuck off about
Yeah.
that game every 2 seconds.
To be fair, I mean, gave it a shot, played the game. So if I really wanted to, if I wanted
Is it
to
good?
get rid of it, it's a lot better than the 2007 Spider-Man game, which is I think
Bold
the.
statement. Bold statement. Okay.
Well, that's just my opinion. So everyone's got one.
Crollo, yeah,
you
I
know.
know Crollo. Yeah, I remember Crollo.
Everyone's got assholes. You know.
Okay,
Just like an
let's
opinion.
get into
So anyways,
which video are you interested? What chat as well? Which video are you interested in? I can pick, but I just would like to get the chat involved. Fratanga is an obvious one. That's classic. We know that's going to be garbage. Was this the cancer of gaming?
Yeah,
guy?
I think that's the one. Yeah,
That
yeah.
one could be really interesting. Angry Joe is going to be more of the same shit. I'm less inclined to do that one. Maybe just a few clips from that
To be
one.
honest, I think Angry Joe's is just like a clip of his live stream, so it's all his like
Yeah.
dry reaction to it. So it's not actually like a rant,
Angry
is it?
Joe.
It's not an Angry
bro.
Joe or Angry Rant. It's an Angry Joe and crew live stream. What's this? Huh? That's what it is. I think Angry Joe's got nothing to talk
Yeah,
because he
but
buys
again,
Warhammer. He buys Warhammer miniatures that cost £100 a box.
I mean, that's the argument.
I think he's.
I mean, to be fair, I did buy
Yeah.
a Warhammer miniature thing, but that was just because I wanted to see what all the fuss was about all that shit. So, but nothing really in particular. I could buy like other miniatures and shit, like warship, naval ships, and all that stuff. Because my dad's into that as well.
All right,
So
let's get into the chat now. Hold on. So Venomous Rebels, who is Crollo on Xbox, is saying, I don't mind you guys critiquing these videos. I myself only have a problem with Nintendo reselling games, the same games over the past 30 years. But we've just discussed all that in the video.
well, you can buy the old version of the game cheaper if you have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. It's like just buy the Wii version. Then it's like it's not a problem.
That's what I did with a copy of Deadpool, because the Xbox One version here in Australia is like $140, and then the 360 version was like about $70.
All right. So Big Bill says, pick one that they can string a sentence together or not just rage clip together.
Oh, definitely not Fratanga then, or Angry Joe.
Shall we go with this cancer game one because I'm interested in that one?
Yeah,
then,
maybe.
Maybe
It's a
we'll
bit longer.
You're the host. You're the host,
out.
mate. Go for it.
That'd go too long if he starts saying something we've already heard. Just skip through.
We'll just have to try and let Big Man do the talking.
Yeah, Big Man.
If we've already commented too much on it already. I could say the Fratanga one's there, but that's more of a backup video because I found that one second. That the main video was the one we covered, and we have covered that. But it's going to be the similar points in all these videos because they're all like hive mind NPCs, especially this guy.
Oh, they all are.
So I'm guessing this is going to be
even more
Nintendo than the first video.
The Fratanga one I sent to you the other day, that one was Nintendo shills defend the Switch 2, and he put a picture of Razor Fist in the thumbnail.
Yeah, this one's not as loud, so let me put it on full volume. Tell me if it's too loud.
I don't need an intro for this. Nintendo is an awful company.
Yeah, that volume okay.
Yeah. Sounds
that's
right.
Full volume.
Nintendo is an awful company.
Well, so this is why I chose this one because I knew straight away this is going to be good. Okay, this is going to be money right here. It's going to be entertainment. At least the beginning is. So, let's go.
I don't need an intro for this. Nintendo is an awful company. They have truly become the purest form of cancer in this entire industry, and here's why. Charging $80 for a video game isn't just ridiculous, but it's dangerous. It's setting a precedent for games to cost more and more sooner.
You down? You happy with the speed?
He talks a bit quick, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's put it back to normal speed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it back to normal speed.
All right, let's go.
I don't need an
The
intro for this.
precedents
Nintendo
when
is
they
an
didn't set
awful
the
company.
precedent.
They have truly become the purest form of cancer in this entire industry, and here's why. Charging $80 for a video game isn't just ridiculous, but it's dangerous. It's setting a precedent for games to cost more
It's
and more sooner and sooner. It couldn't possibly be any more anti-consumer. Nobody gives this company enough credit for how scummy they
Even
actually
AI
are and
wrote
have
this
been
one,
for
to be
years.
honest.
Mario 3D World launches on Wii U for $60. Later is discounted as a Nintendo Select for $20, gets ported to Switch for $60. Donkey Kong Country
with additional DLC.
Yeah, additional DLC. Yeah.
Tropical Freeze launches at $50.
Hey, Donkey
discounted
Kong,
to $20,
Funky
gets ported to
Kong,
Switch for
Funky
$60.
Kong.
Additional
You're getting Funky
character,
Kong.
and it's on a cartridge now.
Yeah.
Yes, they did the selects, so the selects were good value then. So they did reduce the price of their games. That's an example of where they did reduce the price of their games, and they're still not happy.
Yeah.
The reason these games don't go down in price is because they're on cartridges. They're expensive to make. These discs were not as
If
expensive.
they did, they could still do selects at this point. They could go Switch selects, couldn't they?
Yeah,
It's still on
Might
the
happen.
cards. A lot of the time they happen really late in the life or after. Like Wii games got away on selects after Wii U already came out.
Yep. So
there's
there's
still
there's examples of them actually doing that, and they're still upset about it.
Never make anyone happy.
You do realize you can get a copy of the Wii U one now. I got this for £8.
yeah, super cheap.
This cost me £8.
Yeah.
So you can go and buy this for £8, or you can buy this for 60. Well, I bought this one for 8.
I've got both because I got the Switch one with a
Yeah,
bundle
see.
with a bunch of other games.
All right, yeah.
It was like imported from France, I think. It was like €20 or something, and it was new.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good price. Well, anyway, let's keep going. What's he got? What? So the cancer of gaming because
He's
they
got the
sell
same
games
same
for
thing
full
as the other guy, isn't it? It's more the same.
But they
be
sell
honest.
games for full price. Okay, they're bad
They
people.
sell games for full price.
Luigi's
yeah.
Mansion 2 launches on 3DS for $40 in 2013, discounted to $20 in 2016, and gets ported to Switch for $60 in 2025. I mean, what? I'm sorry.
What? Huh?
So you take
What?
the time. Just hang on a minute. You take the time to re-release a game on a Switch fucking console, and it's not even a this is a DS game, so it's obviously slightly enhanced
3DS,
to be on the Switch in the
Mhm.
first place because it's got to
Yeah.
run on the TV. It's not the same as porting a Wii game for a start, a Wii U game for a start.
Yeah.
Okay, the Wii U games were kind of lazy, but the DS games, okay, well that's different. Now you got to change it from a 3DS game,
Different hardware
it's a
too.
dual screen. You've got to put work into that. It's not the same. So
Yeah,
and it's different hardware as well.
That's changed
So-
the entire game.
yeah, it's exactly. So it's
You can't play
completely
the
that's a
same.
completely different argument. That is. So that's just wrong. What we're saying there is just idiotic.
Sorry, what? Are you fucking kidding me? And let's also keep in
What?
mind that all these games are over a decade old. Charging me $60 for a 12-year-old 3DS game that used to cost $20. And it's so lazily ported that the game is filled with bugs and graphical glitches. Stop buying these games. Every dollar you spend on Nintendo is just one more reason they
Okay,
have
but
to
that's an opinion of somebody who's already played the game, isn't it, and already owns the game on another
Yeah.
system. Okay, this is an option for people that don't own those systems, and they can either say, right, I can either go buy a Wii U or a Wii or a DS and buy cheap
Or you
games,
just buy the same
or,
thing on the Switch, yeah.
buy this game here, and they've got the option of doing that. So what's the issue? Big man, you got anything to say?
Well, if the game, like I just said before, like it's on different hardware, but also it's like, yeah, it could have costed about $20 or $40, but then because they're putting it over to a new hardware and shit, of course it's gonna range up in price because it's like, yeah.
And it's also
and even if it's a buggy mess
10
and
years
shit,
apart
like,
as well. So,
yeah, I wouldn't be
games were
surprised
cheaper
if
back
this,
then.
yeah. I mean like inflation too. So like
Yeah, so it's a
everything's
lot
gone
more
up.
to it.
So
Yeah, we can all see there's a bit of a cash grab going on there, but that's like really minor. That's a minor thing when you think about it, because there's really selling it for pretty much the same price.
and that's another thing too. Like these would be the same people like we've had on previous live streams where they're like, oh, there's can't get these games anymore and shit. But when they release them, they're never fucking happy.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. You can't win.
Yeah, it's either like, why don't you put this game back out? And then they do, and they go, oh, that's too much. Oh. It's like, well, why'd you
Of
ask
course,
for
it's
it?
going to be too much, man. Like, I mean, look
Same
at the
as
state
people
that we're
doing,
living in.
Mario RPG and Paper Mario 2 and even like other games, other consoles as well.
Yeah, we got into that on the. Hang on.
Yeah, we've already kind of talked about
We
it.
covered this earlier, so we ain't gonna get back into it. But yeah, that's all bullshit. You'll have
Yeah,
to
it's only
rewatch-
some games, same as the
yeah,
original
it's only
Switch.
some
It's
games, same as every other console. Basically.
and same every so it's no different than what we're already used to. It's nothing
Okay.
new.
I'm gonna carry on.
charge you more for less. You buying this is telling them that I will buy this quality of a game for this price regardless of its age. So what do we have now? Well, we have a console that meets the bare minimum. 4K output. That's something I would expect standard.
That's the
from a-
bare minimum. That's entitlement. That is
The Steam Deck isn't 4K,
correct.
so it's not. So it's not even the bare minimum. Why did
Correct.
Valve even make it?
Exactly.
Oh, terrible! Valve's a terrible company. Boycott Valve right now. Come on. Can't
Yeah,
believe that.
no physical media.
Do not buy the Steam Deck. Do
Boycott
not.
Steam Deck. We're boycotting the boycott.
Oh,
That
it's
might
the
be
cancer
a
of
good video.
gaming. Valve.
I
is
might
the
do a
cancer of
boycott Steam Deck
gaming.
video.
Yeah, the cancer of gaming. Valve. Yeah.
Might
Gabe
be.
I would
Newell.
say
needs to be
I would
sacked.
I would say modern day gaming today is cancer, but you know. If you're so like anti like
Nintendo
modern
is the
games
cure.
and shit, go buy old games.
Nintendo's the cure, man.
console in 2016, let alone 2025. 120 hertz.
Oh,
to
Jimmy,
be
no.
expected. Although
No. Hey, hold on.
He's talking
You were
bullshit.
showing the PS4 Pro.
Original PS4. That wasn't 4K.
Was that the Pro or the?
That was the original. He's fucking losing the
Well, I
plot.
thought it was the Pro. I thought he was showing the Pro.
Now there was a slight HDR update for the PS4, but there's no 4K on it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I think it was
Is
the
it
Pro.
4K
Wasn't it
output.
the Pro?
That's something I would expect
That was the
standard from
original,
a
mate.
console in 2016.
No, that's the
Oh,
Pro.
it was the Pro.
That's
But
the
again,
S though underneath.
the
That's
S-
not
the
got
S-
4K.
The S has 4K movies.
Yeah, it doesn't have 4K
gaming.
gameplay. That's the S. That's
No.
not an X. He's put the
No,
wrong
it doesn't
picture
do
on.
4K gaming. This is so he's ill-informed.
Ill-informed there.
That's
yeah.
why I thought it was a regular PS4 because I seen that and I thought,
Where's Rich from UTech with his shirt on? We've got the one X
Yeah.
here.
yeah. Unfortunately, those videos are gone. But,
A few of them are still up. A few of them
the
are.
shirt back to front, that was funny, wasn't it? It's not an upgrade. Fucking hilarious.
Let alone 2025. 120 hertz to be expected. Although it's nice to know that whatever power this thing is pumping, it ain't enough to do 4K and 120 at the same time. I guess
same as all the other consoles.
Yeah, not even the Xbox One Series X can do that.
Nope. Nor
Maybe,
the PS5.
maybe the 5 Pro, but I've not seen any yet.
No, 5 Pro can't do it either.
Has any game done it? Don't think so. Yeah.
No game. I don't even think PC games do it.
Yeah, well, unless you have
We'll just have to
the
wait it up.
£5,000 rig. Yeah.
I don't think even they do it, man.
Maybe the games aren't even optimized for that.
I don't know any game that goes 120 frames and 4K. I don't know any game. But you correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I don't know of any.
another 9 years for that. A 1080p screen. Jeez, I'd fucking hope so. And a few other little additions that
Hey,
just
the screen's 4K, isn't it?
No, the screen's 1080p.
What, the screen on the console?
Yeah, the portable screen.
Yeah. But it's still HDR.
The console, yeah, but the console's
Uh,
4K. Yeah.
Yeah, the console's 4K. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the same as the Steam Deck, right?
No, the Steam Deck's not even 1080p, is it?
Big Bill just commented saying also 4K on Series X is a bit pointless as what games are there on there that can run 4K that you would actually want to play.
We don't even want to play Halo Infinite.
barely scrape the standards of today's consoles. But what about those accessories? Of course, we now have built-in game chat being accessible through the C button. With the new Switch 2 camera, you can stream your greasy face to all your loser friends over in
The Steam
Louisiana.
Deck
But of course,
is,
a Nintendo Switch Online
800p.
membership is required.
So he's got a complaint about game chat. But the complaint is that we now have game chat. So that's a bad thing because we now have something we didn't have before. So that's an upgrade. There's no negative there.
required. So this button is completely useless unless you pay money. With a paid subscription,
Yeah. Well, you can't talk to people online without online.
Money.
Yeah, and the
cannot-
share button on the PS4 is useless if you don't have friends.
Yeah. The only system that allows you to talk to people online for free is Xbox One, isn't it? Like even 360, you couldn't do that. they added it for the Xbox One and shit when like,
Yeah,
Fortnite
I
and shit
guess.
went free to play and stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure you
Yeah.
can do it on Sony. Like, I'm not even sure. I honestly don't know. So I'm not going to say
Yeah,
for
the
sure. but I'm pretty sure you
Steam
couldn't
Deck
do it.
anyway. It's only 800p screen and 60 hertz, so Switch is better. There.
Yeah, the one I've got, the OLED is better.
Yeah. And
The
the
original-
OLED Steam Deck is only 90 hertz, so neither can do 120 frames.
But then again,
So-
you probably can't do 120 frames on the fucking console. And he's probably took.
Maybe.
It's probably the 120 frames is the fucking TV, right?
No, I think the screen is.
Well, that'd be interesting if they could pull that off. I'd be interested.
Yeah, I think
but-
the screen is, and it works on
Well, just before everybody shoots us down in flames, just in case we're wrong on that, it's like, okay, but the Steam Deck can't do it anyway, so
Yeah, Steam Deck
it's a
can't.
moot
Yeah.
point.
So. Yeah, but yeah, from I remember it from the conference from Nintendo, it was they talked about the screen, then they talked about the 4K after. So it was when they plugged it
Yeah.
into the dock, it went to 4K.
Right?
You get the privilege of participating in video calls featuring a shitty
Uh-huh.
virtual green screen mask, 3 frames per
Uh-huh.
second streaming, and only 4 minutes of latency. All for the low price of at least $20 annually, and of course $50
Yeah,
for a
same as
team quality
Discord,
USB camera.
same
Yeah,
as-
so
But at the
you
very-
get just that. You don't get anything else for that $20. You get the whole online library and everything. It's just ignoring all that.
At least, now inviting friends to parties is all done on the system. No need for complicated
Uh-huh.
instructions on how to use a headphone jack.
All right, so it's an upgrade then.
It's an upgrade, yeah.
It's
Good.
something that I thought
Good
was
stuff.
stupid on the Switch, and now they've got rid of it. Great.
Wow, it only took them 23 years. I'm glad to see people treat this
Right,
like
great, great. Yeah, but it's an upgrade. There's no complaint. What is the complaint? He hasn't got one. It took him 23 years. Yeah, we know. So that means you didn't like the Switch 1 because it had no voice chat, but now that it has voice chat, it's a better system, right? It's an upgrade. What is his negative there? Where's the negative? There ain't one.
accomplishment. But don't worry, I'm sure we can all trust that Nintendo's accessories will be made with quality components and will work flawlessly. They are the
You mean like they normally do, yeah.
I think you can do 4K 120 on the MCC. There's your game. Oh, and maybe Gears 5 as well.
Gears 5 does 120, but it doesn't do 120 4K. It does 120 or 4K.
Oh, right. I see.
Yeah, I do 120 frames.
Yeah, it's hard
Gears.
to find good stats on it. Yeah.
No, I do one.
both.
There's performance mode 120 or
Yeah.
there's 4K. You can't have both.
One of the I think
The
I think you'll do
campaign,
it
the
on
campaign,
MC.
and the campaign doesn't do 120 either. You can't have 120 in campaign. It's only multiplayer in Gears 5. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Unless they added it later and updated it.
Maybe. Yeah.
But yeah, it is
Yeah,
good.
when it comes to
120 frames
like
in Gears 5 is good though. Go on.
for me, when it comes to specs and what you guys are talking about with the whatever, yeah, I don't know much about that. So
Fine. Well, this guy's saying that is trying to subtly say that Nintendo hardware is unreliable. It's the most reliable hardware out of all the hardwares.
Yeah, it doesn't break.
It's the most reliable.
company that made these after all. And these have a long history of functioning properly, right?
Mhm.
But now I have a new
Right.
issue.
So problems with controllers. All companies have problems with controllers.
Yeah, and to be honest,
there's
Nintendo was the
videos
only one
online
that had you could send off your Joy-Cons to get fixed and stuff.
Yeah. Sony's have been having stick drift issues and all that shit. I've seen all them videos. No one talks
Yeah,
about that. But
PS5
apparently,
does, yeah.
when Nintendo's fucking again thrown under the bus again
Yeah.
for nothing, for the same shit.
The Nintendo Switch 2 just has so many new features that have been standard for years. And the only piece of hardware I'm
How
familiar
are
with
they
is this
standard for
leapfrog.
years? The Steam Deck doesn't do these things. We've just established that.
Yeah,
What the
if
fuck
you
is
compare it to
that?
other handheld,
If you're comparing it to the
leapfrog.
Steam Deck, which is its like first line of competition, it wipes it out, destroys it. Then he's pulled up this shit.
what the fuck is that
How
thing
can I learn
on the
all
video?
about these new features? Well, fret not.
I don't even know what
jackass.
that is. I have no clue, and I don't
it's a
care.
leapfrog.
Yes,
It's a
all you
leapfrog.
need is the Nintendo Switch 2 welcome tour, all for the low price of $10. Wow,
I mean,
remember
you
the good old
that
days
was a
when you
leap-
would get a new.
You want to discuss that one, Crunch? The
Oh, I
well,
guess. I mean, they're complaining about a £10 download title because it's not packed in with the system when the packing game is Mario Kart.
which people actually
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, why give a game people don't want when there's a game people want?
And
I
Nintendo
don't
Land didn't do well on the Wii U, did it?
Yeah,
As a packing game.
it,
So
it
why
was
not
good
give-
though. It was a good game, but I mean,
Yeah, but you could have still gone.
I didn't everyone at the time criticize Nintendo saying you should have packed in it with Mario Brothers U instead.
Yeah.
That's what everyone said. So
and they'd be
no
right.
matter what, you get complaint, and then everyone with the Switch one were like, you should have packed it in with 1-2 Switch when they didn't. So anytime Nintendo does it, they say you should have done it this way. And then with Wii Sports, everyone was like, it's not a very good game. We shouldn't have Wii Sports. You know what I mean? They should have given us Zelda instead.
Yeah, but then
You know what I mean?
We
It's just-
sold millions of copies just because people
Yeah,
wanted to play
But
bowling.
it's history again going around. Anytime Nintendo does a launch, they have to nitpick it. That's just all it is. This doesn't matter. It's just a £10 game. It's literally a quick mini game collection. That's about it.
Yep, it's pointless to argue about it, really.
Yeah, it's like,
Pointless.
well, I guess what's better? Half off Mario Kart. Let's take that.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting Mario Kart. Well, why would you care about this?
If there was no packing, then you go, all right, maybe you have a point, but there's Mario Kart.
Yep.
Get Mario Kart.
Yep.
There we go.
There you go. And you can buy this for
And-
$10 or whatever, which is not expensive.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, I'll give them a bit of money, get this, and it's got mini games, and they showed it off on the stream already, and there's like lots of different mini games on it. There we
Yep.
go, done.
Okay, there you go.
And it's cheaper than every other mini game thing they've ever done. So
and also, if people don't want it, then they don't have to have the cost.
yeah, you don't have to
console
buy it, you
going
don't have to
up.
download it. It doesn't have
Yeah,
to
but
go on your hard
They don't
drive.
have to offset that cost on like the console. They don't have to
Yeah.
put the price up on the console.
Yeah, no
to
offset
force
cost.
people to
Doesn't have
it.
to fill up your hard drive. Doesn't have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to bother with it. It's up to you to decide then.
Yeah, which is consumer friendly, right?
Yeah.
You choose whether you want it. Pretend.
Because if it was pre-downloaded, everyone would have to have like this 2 GB game taking up their hard drive, wouldn't they?
Yeah, true.
And then you can't delete it
Console and
because
dick around with the
it'd
You
mess
can't-
up, wouldn't it? You wouldn't get it back unless it's free on the store to download it back again.
Good question.
built-in software. These types of software are so important because they'll always be the consumer's first impressions with the system. Everyone will
Uh-huh.
always remember playing around with PictoChat or DSi Sound on the DS. They'll remember
Uh-huh.
playing Face Raiders. And
No, we
collecting
won't.
puzzle
No one
pieces
gives a
in
rat's
Street
ass
Pack
about
Plaza on
Face Raiders.
3DS.
I don't-
You'll remember
Yeah.
screwing
You
around
play-
in
you
Welcome
play it for
Park
5
on the PS
minutes,
Vita,
then play it
Playroom
again.
on PS4 and PSVR, Nintendo Land on Wii U, and of course the most famous pack-in tech
Nintendo
demo,
Land on Wii U, that
Sports.
game everybody played, but no one bought the Wii U.
No one bought the Wii
Such
U,
a
yeah.
simple and light
And that
game
was probably
that
the
is now
best packing
cemented into
game.
pop culture. You just cannot think
Yeah.
about the
Oh, I've
Wii
got a
without
funny
thinking about
story
Wii
regarding to like
what did
Wii
we-
Sports. Holy fuck, it's so funny. I had one of my schoolmates and shit, like high school mates, whatever, come over, and because my brother has like a Wii, Nintendo Wii Switch and shit, and you got like all those sports and that, we were playing tennis, and because my mate didn't have the strap on his wrist and shit, he went to do
Didn't
a
have the
power
strap on?
shot. Yeah, he didn't have the wrist strap and shit. Yeah, he fucking did a power shot and he let go of the controller and shit. And it fucking smashed into the floor.
Didn't go through the
Lucky,
TV.
and then No, it didn't go through the TV. He just threw it on the ground and
Smashed
shit.
it completely.
It smashed it completely.
He did the Wii condom, didn't he?
So
That's
beautiful,
probably
bro.
might be
Like,
before
it
it
was like-
existed.
have you seen videos of like people dropping like really large Lego sets and shit, and they just
Yeah.
yeah, it's so funny, bro. My brother was like pissed off. It was so fucking funny.
we just teach Nintendo? We just taught Nintendo that if you take a 16-year-old tech demo and cheaply repaint it with content missing at launch, then we will gladly pay $60 for it. Think about this. A free game from 2006, a $60 game from 2022. This is fucking disgusting. There is no soul behind this game. It's graphically unimpressive and
This isn't even the Switch 2.
This
I have
is
to
one.
pay for my copy of Wii Sports.
Right, so this
I don't know what he's
Yeah,
fucking
'cause
talking
it's
about.
not being bundled. It's not being bundled, so then people had to buy Wii Sports then.
yeah, well, in any
And
event,
also the new Wii Sports, it's got new sports in it, and it's got online playing stuff on it, so it's a different game.
yeah,
The
but
one
we've
the
got-
one you should compare it to was the one on the Wii U.
Yeah, but
'Cause that one's the
forget all that though. Forget all that because it's not a Switch 2 game anyway. So what's the complaint about the Switch 2? This is a Switch 1 game.
In both its art
saying
style and
because
visual
Nintendo
output.
make games.
You know what's
and
sad?
Yeah, because
This is-
Nintendo has done some games that some people thought were too expensive in the past. Therefore, all their games going forward are shit. So when Microsoft made Halo Infinite for $60 plus all that bullshit microtransactions and shit, that means I should just boycott them forever. I shouldn't get Gears of War 6 even if they correct the mistake. Is what he's saying.
Yeah,
They
it's
should-
also he's like he's picking out all these games. It's like oh, it's a game. It's like you don't have to like every game. You don't have to be the one to buy this one game. You can skip it and
That's
pick a different game.
absolutely 100% a fact. And not only that, but what I'm saying is, it's like this isn't nothing to do with the Switch 2.
Yeah, it's not.
like,
It's
he's
oh, I
pulling up
can't
some
believe they
bullshit.
sold Wii Sports.
Are you saying Sony has never sold a game that you thought was too expensive, or Microsoft? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Microsoft and Sony never do this. This has never happened on those consoles ever.
Yeah, Microsoft sold Kinect Sports 3 times.
Right. So there you
Yeah.
go. That ends that argument right there.
You know what I mean?
Even
It's
the
like
first
what's your
time they
point?
did this. Go back to 2013 with Wii Sports Club, and it's the same.
Yeah,
deal.
oh, there he is.
Suddenly,
There
a
it
free
is.
tech demo costs $50.
It's
At
not
the
a
very
tech
least, this
demo,
game
Wii
looks
Sports
good.
is a full
Everything about
game.
its visuals is just beautiful, and it felt good, like human beings with pulses worked on it. Jump ahead 10 years, and you get this slop. So what about the Nintendo Switch 2? Does it get a tech demo? Well, the original Switch got 1-2 Switch,
He's
a
already
$50
fucking gone
piece of
over
shit that
this.
was fun one time ever,
Yeah,
and that was when it launched and you wanted a break from Zelda. I genuinely remember the only time I had fun with this game was when everyone playing it was laughing at how stupid it was.
So
And hey,
you thought it was shit to begin with, and then you went and bought it, even though it didn't come with the
Yeah.
system.
Actually, I actually got a copy of this recently for
I'm so confused.
like £8.
Let's skip to this bit because this is still talking about this.
Yeah. What's
It's
he
like a
talking
minute
about?
of wasted time.
it's not even new for them. You can share your game locally to others with just one
Uh-huh.
copy of the game.
Yeah, he's
Wow,
on my
you mean
DS
like
download play. Yeah,
You mean like that thing I could do 20 years ago for free on a
Yeah.
DS? And now you get this
you did
mess.
free on this
Only
one.
Switch
What are
2
you talking
system.
Yeah.
Ay.
What? So you can't do it on the Switch One. So that means you can do it on the Switch One.
No. Yeah, it's saying you can't.
I wouldn't.
No. Wait, no, this is
This is wrong.
Yeah. No, this is the chart. This is you can send the games to a Switch from a
You
Switch
can't
2.
send the Switch game. You can't send Switch to Switch 2 is what it is. But that's not.
You can't send a Switch to other consoles. I think that's what I'm saying.
This is a new feature that they literally just put back in
Yeah.
the console. Like,
Yeah,
there's
it was in
So what's the complaint for the Switch 2? Not the Switch 1.
It's
That's a
because
complaint.
it means he has to use that feature. He has to buy a Switch 2, so he's
Yeah.
a bit.
So what's the complaint about the Switch 2 though? This is do not buy a Nintendo Switch 2. That's the video. So why?
I wish people like
so the
this.
complaint
Sorry.
is about Nintendo Switch having a lack of features, which is something that I agree with. So now it's like, well, they correct all these things with the Switch 2, and then they're still pissing and moaning like they haven't got it. They can't win. It's a non-win situation for Nintendo. It's a non-win. They can't please these people. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
What the chart's only
I
saying
wanted-
is you send it from a Switch 2. That's it.
Yeah, but there's
I
no.
wanted to. Oh, sorry, you go first.
Go on. What you can say?
No. I was gonna say, like, I wish they had the same energy, and tone when the fucking skins and all that shit for.
Oh yeah,
Infinite, but
exactly.
also
This is
the
what we're saying. Like, there's no.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what we're saying. Yeah, it's like there's no fucking no common sense whatsoever when it comes to Microsoft and Sony. It's all fine and rainbows over there, literally rainbows on Xbox and Rainbow Six Siege.
Because this is the type of
Halo.
people. I guess like these are the same people that would fucking defend 343, but also all the other fucking shitty companies.
Exactly.
For
We
some
don't
reason-
know.
For some reason, when Nintendo went to, yeah, sorry.
I want to just. We don't know this Bearman guy. He could be any kind of fucking gamer,
Yeah.
or not even a gamer at all. We don't.
Well,
know.
we're judging him based on this video. Aren't
We're
we?
judging
So-
based on purely.
Well, I
on
don't
merit.
want to assume either, but like, that's
Yeah,
the
but yeah,
type
you
of
could be
energy-
right. But
yeah.
what I'm saying, let's just not open that can of worms because then we'll get fucking attacked by his fucking fan base. Oh, you don't know anything. No, I don't know anything about him. We're judging him based on this video. But you can read stuff into these people.
Oh, you're going to
obviously.
get attacked anyway, so
Well, you
really,
can. But
like,
you can read into this thing sometimes. But you got to be careful when how you word it, because then you just lie yourself up for an attack. If you defend yourself in the video and say, "Look, I'm not saying that," it's possible from what he's saying. But my argument here is, you're taking a feature. The feature is this fucking feature is in the Switch 2, right? What's the complaint about the Switch 2?
Buy it.
There's no complaint about the Switch 2 here. The complaint is about the Switch 1. It's a stupid argument. Like, don't buy the Switch 2 because it's better than the Switch 1.
Thing is, is all he said so far is don't buy Switch 2 because they're changing and improving things from Switch 1. That's it.
Don't buy Switch 2 because it's better.
That's like the last guy you just covered like for 3 hours and shit. So yeah,
can share games,
Like
but
the same
both
fucking
generations
argument.
can receive gameplay. That's nice. Remember how the 3DS had download play with other 3DS systems and DS systems?
There you go. So this is a anti-Switch video. This is not an anti-Switch 2 video.
Yeah, and there was just no need for any other explanation because nothing about it was confusing. Virtual game cards are so anti-consumer, it's ridiculous.
What?
Shall we play it a bit more?
Yeah. What's he talking about?
What if digital games could be as flexible and convenient as game cards?
I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I'm sitting here with my digital game library confused out of my mind. Shouldn't it be the other way around?
So this guy's there you go. So this guy's a moron with digital games, even though he does own a Switch 1.
It's like he's complaining that he's saying this is bad. Like, what's he going to say next? He only even said why he's going to say.
He's confused. He doesn't understand it. It does not compute.
Maybe. Let's see what he says.
I wish that physical games could be as flexible and convenient as digital ones. If I have 3 Switches, I can download my entire digital library on all of them and play any game at any time on whichever console I choose. What about that isn't flexible and convenient? So
because if you don't have online connection, you can't do that. With this, you don't need online. This is for people who have children and they don't have online and they take them on holiday and stuff.
Yeah. This is for like, I can send my game to other people
or a friend,
or a family group.
This isn't for you. And why would you have 4 Switch systems?
This isn't you logging into the same system. This is to share it with people who are other systems.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense what he just said at all.
Yeah, what he said doesn't matter,
and that will still be a thing potentially.
Like, I've got my Switch and my wife's Switch. I could log into that other Switch and play on that, but I don't need to. But it's the options there. But that's not what this is. This is I can give the game to her.
Yeah,
and don't have to log into that one. That's the difference.
Yeah,
so
it didn't make any sense. Like,
it's anti-consumer to do that. It's anti-consumer to do that.
The example
it's anti-consumer to do a feature that Steam has, so that means Steam is anti-consumer. All right, gotta cancel Valve, boycott Valve right now. Can't believe
it is. Yeah, like anti-consumer. It's so stupid, man. It's fucking stupid. All right, let me just reiterate this. Come on.
Out of my mind. Shouldn't it be the other way around? I wish that physical games could be as flexible and convenient as digital ones. If I have 3 Switches, I can download my entire digital library on all of them and play.
He can download his library on all of them. Fuck all to do with anybody else, though, is it? You can't game share with other people.
Yeah.
That's what the feature is. It doesn't affect your digital library. Your digital library stays the fucking same, you fucking moron. What the fuck's wrong with these people, man? Fucking raising the fucking bar. I don't even know if it's fucking like legit or it's just a troll video at this point. Like, is it legit?
I don't know.
Is it like one of them like general minor shit where he's just taking the piss? Like, I don't think he's getting really, you know what I mean? Is it just
a bit odd, isn't it?
Yeah, but like 543k, so we'll watch it anyway.
No, it must be serious, right?
I think we're wandering into troll territory on this video.
Yeah, maybe. No, because look at his pinned comment. It's like he's believing the bullshit.
I'll tell you what, as I don't know jack shit about this guy, I'm just gonna say disclaimer. If this turns out to be like just some guy trolling and it's not serious, then fine. But like, I'm just gonna take it as he's saying it. But I'm just going to point out that this may be a troll video now because it sounds like a troll post, but I will do some investigation into this guy at some point and find out for sure. But I think the video is entertaining enough to where we can continue.
Yeah.
Play any game at any time on whichever console I choose. What about that isn't flexible and convenient? So now
Also,
all your
a troll normally doesn't put this much effort into the production of
Yeah,
the video.
yeah. They would have like a still image. Or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, they could if they really wanted the views. So
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but they'd have more like ha meme funny in there if they were trolling. But there's,
Yeah,
it's
well,
just
I think
him
so.
the music is there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Anyway,
Let's keep
we
it going.
continue. We can debate that later.
Moving
digital
on.
games have to be loaded and unloaded from system to system every time you
Mhm.
want to play them. Wow, well,
Uh-huh.
isn't that just an absolute nightmarish headache? Imagine how much
What?
fun it'll be sitting with your systems loading and unloading different games so you have what you want on the right consoles, but not
just
at the
click
same
the button.
time. Why not just
What do you
say,
mean different consoles? Your library is your library. You go to your account and it's there. That's not what we're
This is
talking.
this
It's
is for
different
people
accounts.
who have a Switch in the bedroom and a Switch in the living room, and they want to just swap it over and without taking the Switch out. That's pretty much what that is. If you want it for one person, if not, it's just give it to between your family or give it to your friends. That's it. Done. It's not a headache. Easy peasy. And even if you forget to take it back, I think it has an automatic, like, if you give it to a friend, it automatically sends it back to you, like, after like 2 weeks or something. So you don't even forget to get it back from someone. It'll just give it back to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, let's
like-
just look. But he's arguing like I don't know this because I haven't got multiple systems. He's saying he can download all his games and play them on all.
Yeah, if you sign in to all of them, you can download all the stuff on them.
Right, fine,
That's it.
fine, but that's not going to change.
Yeah, that's going to be the same. That's already in
So what's
place.
he talking about then? That's not going to affect.
He's complaining that
Same games and then done a
you
different
can
system.
lend a digital game to another account.
Yeah, but that's not what he's framing it like. Well, now when I fucking swap to my other system, I have to fucking go for all this like a load of hurdles. But you don't. It
That's
doesn't
just.
affect-
But I think that's just if you want to play it without internet.
exactly.
But the
Nothing's
thing is,
changed.
Nothing's changed. Yeah, it's
It
just an
doesn't make
improvement.
sense.
It's just an improvement.
It's an improvement because you can share games with people,
Yeah,
like you can on Steam.
like you can on Steam and you can't on PlayStation or Xbox.
Well, you can on Xbox.
You can, but it's that primary console
in
system.
it-
It's not. I
yeah,
can't just go. I'm going to lend you Halo, and
Yeah.
you just have Halo.
Yeah.
You can't do
Yeah.
that. You have to go all or nothing.
That would actually be useful on Xbox because sometimes I want to play on like something on my other system, but I can't because my accounts are linked to the other ones and shit.
Yeah.
It causes problems. Anyway,
Keep it going.
we don't like people sharing accounts for their game libraries because we want to sell more copies of our overpriced
that's
solo
bullshit again. That's not true at all.
You can use the same account. I've
can
got
still do that.
I've got Andrew's account on my Switch still.
So
It's
what's
still
he
on my
talking-
Switch. I don't know.
So
what
what's you can still do the account fucking around. That's not changing.
that's not changed. Yeah,
That isn't changing.
making that up.
That's
It's
not
just-
that's
it's
out of his
just-
ass.
it's
It makes no
just-
sense.
It's just misinformation. Like every single one of these videos is going to be.
Absolute bollocks. Let's go.
garbage. And you gotta love how they act as if this is a win for the consumers.
It
you
is.
can hand over digital games to people within your family group for a
Yeah.
maximum of 14 days,
It is.
You idiot!
then they lose access. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yes!
I'd imagine that if you're in a family group with someone, you're probably close
Just
enough
give
to
it
where
again.
you wouldn't
Give
mind
it
signing into
again.
your account on their console so they can access your entire library. So this is a great way to shove monetization into one of the most basic
What do
concepts
you mean
of owning software.
monetization?
Like,
with that-
if you got a 3-year-old kid, you're not going to give him your fucking account, are you? They could go on it and change the password or anything. They'll fuck
Yeah,
it all
you
up.
give it. It's for kids because you give it to a kid.
There's no concept,
And-
no clue or concept that this is for
He
children.
doesn't have
as well.
kids. He's too young. He's too young.
Yeah, but there's no concept, is it? It's like, oh, fucking
a
Mario
child
Wonder.
himself.
I buy the fucking game, and then it's like, oh, I got it digital, so I
You
can't.
can't give him your account because
I
that's
can't
has
loan him
their
the
parental
cartridge because I got it
controls on
digitally. Oh shit. Let me. Oh, I can't. I can't lend him the game.
Oh,
Oh wait,
yeah.
Nintendo gives me a feature where I can do that now. What? Anti-consumer. What the fucking logic is that? Oh.
That on the way, we have even more great news. Digital key cards. For select Switch 2 games, the cartridge will only hold the license for the game. If you want to
Yeah,
actually play it,
yeah,
you have to
yeah,
download
yeah.
it with an internet connection. What in God's name is going on anymore? I've seen people try to defend this, saying
So that's
that
the same as code in box, so that's nothing new. So and that's nothing new on other consoles we've discussed. So should we roll on? Yeah.
most people are spreading misinformation, but there is nothing.
Misinformation.
to argue with. This is directly from Nintendo's website. Game key cards are different from regular game cards because they don't contain the full game data. Instead, the game key card is your quote-unquote key to downloading the full game to your system via the internet. Not DLC, not partial data, the entire full game. The game itself isn't included on the game key card. If you want to claim that this is just this generation's way of
like every like Xbox first party games.
we know. We've talked about this in the last videos. Keep it
mad, isn't it? Absolutely mad.
It's the same
game cases with a
goofball.
download code inside.
It's like a cult. It's the Griffin Gaming cult, but it's a new one. It's the Nintendo hating cult.
It's the same stuff. It's just idiots. That's it.
Repeating the same shit.
Yeah,
but look at the view count.
One's opinion and
look at the view
make
count,
it as
man.
facts.
Yeah, of course the view count, but half the people watching that are idiots. So
no. I think like 99%.
Maybe more, yeah. But
anybody that agrees with this,
by law of averages, half of them are going to be low IQ. There we go.
I think fucking more than that.
Yeah, maybe more. Maybe it's skewed a bit higher.
85% of his I'm saying 95% of his subscribers. Really, he's got 71k subs, nearly 80k subs. So that's half the fucking views, isn't it? Well, not half. No, fucking quarter. What, an eighth? And it's subs.
You are wrong. This is a code for a game that is staying on my console. This is a physical game card with a license on it.
It's the same thing, you dumbass.
Yeah, now he's saying. I was going to say this is bad now because he just said that's a physical code that's stuck on the console. This is a cartridge that can be put in any console.
That you can sell.
How is he going to diss it? How is he going to diss it? How is he going to diss it?
Is the only way I am allowed to access my.
The only way. Oh, he has to get his Cheeto dust off his fingers before he.
This guy. We already established this guy is pro digital, right? In the previous video, he pro digital. He doesn't buy physical games anyway. So why is this going to affect him? He's just talked all about his digital library and how he can share stuff digitally. So it's a downgrade. So he's talked all about digital, and now he's saying, "Oh, physical." Well, you don't like physical. You wouldn't have bought a code in the box anyway. You'd have just bought it online, right? With CD keys. You're still going to be able to do that. This is another option. The game isn't just going to have this. It's going to have a download code as well. Most games do, right? It's fucking stupid. They just won't come in a box to confuse consumers because they have codes in boxes. It was confusing people.
Yeah. And no one liked them.
Yeah, no one liked them.
Because people want to buy digital.
Can I also add something?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. You know those Fortnite like fucking skin bundles and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, like not so long ago, like I saw like Transformers promotion for that shit, and there was no outcry about that either.
No, there won't be.
Yeah, people buy it. All the little kids buy it, don't they? They buy the Robux, they buy the V-Bucks on Fortnite, and that's it. That's all they want.
And if I remember correctly, they did the same thing with Xbox One games, like a few hand-selected ones, but also PlayStation ones as well. So
yeah, it's on everything.
I don't get what these fucking idiots are talking about.
Yeah, and even then, these game key cards are the same as every single disc that's on the Xbox Series X and PS5.
I wouldn't say every single disc. You can still like play Cowabunga.
Yeah, but you still need to install it. So
yeah, you have to install it. Yeah, but I'm talking about like
this is a card you have to install. That's a disc you have to install.
Yeah, but you download it.
The only difference is this one.
You can't play it without.
You need to download it online. Yeah, but even then, most of them do as well. Most of them do as well.
Yeah, well, Halo Infinite does. It's not on the disc. This is the same.
And the thing is,
Call of Duty's not on the disc.
That's it. And has he got into the internet yet? Oh, I've missed it. I don't know.
Oh, he ain't got there yet.
No, he hasn't got to that.
Share digital games. Wow, so like a physical game, except there's nothing in this. That is the scenario that people are trying to defend. The scenario that Nintendo has given themselves and developers the option to have control over the license of not only your digital games, but now your physical games too. Truly incredible. Nothing is yours anymore. So
hey, what do you mean? You own the physical cartridge. You can pop it in any Switch. No. Whatever.
Listen, it's not confirmed, but like if that's like a one use card, it's no different than if it's a one use card, it's no different than a code. If it's not a one use card and it's
one use card, it's no different than it is. If it's a multi-use card,
so either way, there's either no loss or a gain. There's no loss. You didn't lose anything.
Console will only have 256 gigabytes of storage, which is practically nothing in today's day and age. But make sure
But the Switch
Yeah, but
games
not for the
are
Switch,
on the
yeah.
cartridges. You don't have to download them. And the storage is cheaper than on the other two. We'd have covered this, didn't we?
you reserve extra space for games because no longer will you be able to just play off the game cartridge. You'll need the space too. Stock up on those micro SD cards because
Now he's going down the road of they're all just like this, apparently. Or most of them.
What? What's
He's
all
trying
that?
to say they're all like this. All the games. He's going on that road.
It doesn't say that though.
He's going down that road though.
Yeah,
of
but it
not
doesn't
only
say
your
that.
digital games, but now your physical games too.
No, I
Truly
thought he said
incredible.
already it wasn't.
Nothing
all
is
the
yours
games.
anymore. So the
He's
console
going down that road now.
only
But I
have
thought before he already
256
said it
gigabytes
wasn't.
of
Going,
storage.
listen,
really-
he's going down it now. He's going down the road now. Listen.
He's misinformation in real time, then, isn't it?
Listen,
Before he
listen.
said it wasn't.
Listen.
Yeah,
Listen to what he says. I've pulled it back for you to listen. You talk over it.
yeah. Sorry.
Practically nothing in today's day and age. But make sure you reserve extra space for games because no longer will you be able to just play off the game cartridge. You'll need the space too. Stock up on those micro SD cards because Hogwarts Legacy is going to end up eating 25% of your console storage, no questions asked. And how fun will it be to take
How is it if it's not a game that is one where you have to use the code?
Yeah, is that one or not? I don't know.
No idea. I
Oh.
don't care. Like I'm not going to go down
I'm not gonna
every
get
game.
it. No.
I'm not going to go down every game and does this one do it? Does that one not? Do
Thing
it?
is, I don't really want that one. You know, well, it's like, does everyone want that? I think everyone who wanted it already got it.
Well, exactly. We own multiple systems, so
Yeah.
if we wanted it, we'd already have it. But the
Well,
point,
it's on
the
the
point,
Switch one though.
but like if that is not a game that uses that system, why is he using that as an example?
Yeah, that's not a proven one that has that. to be
All
honest.
we know so far from what you said was that Bravely Default and whatever the other
And
one was. The
Street
Street
Fighter.
So why not use the Street Fighter example that everyone's using?
take your new game home and watch it slowly download with a slow internet connection because not everyone lives in some massive suburbia where high download speeds are the norm.
But you download all your games. You had at the,
Yeah,
the beginning.
digital games. Yeah, it's like
You said-
people complaining about something they're not affecting them.
Yeah.
There's nothing on it but a license. And although this doesn't apply to all games, there are already
Yeah,
many that are
there we
confirmed
go. He said it then. Not
So
all
what's
games.
he talking about then? So Hogwarts Legacy is not there on game cards. It's even in his
It's
video.
on the card, yeah.
So why did he just say that about Hogwarts Legacy? It's not going to be on the console,
And
is
that,
it?
and
He
that, I
just
think
said-
that chart as well. It's not 100% accurate. That's like in progress. What people thinking, not actually the truth.
Right. Well,
That's I think that's from like Play Asia because they were.
I've got
putting it on
a question.
Elden Ring question mark.
I have
Go
a-
on.
Yeah, question. So with the Steam, because I don't have a Steam Deck and I don't know what
I don't.
that is
go on.
No,
exactly, but is that like a cracked like little device and shit? Like you know how like people can download
It's
games off their
basically-
PC?
It's basically an old PC in a handheld. It's like an old. You're running old Steam that it only runs limited games. There's like a limited
Yeah.
library. It runs basically your Steam library. Anything you can get emulators and use other stuff on it, but primarily it's not. It's meant to be a Steam device. Hence why it's called a Steam Deck. So you're supposed to run.
So it's
Steam
like
Deck.
a streaming sort of thing, but not really streaming.
Not streaming,
It's
no,
just
you download
download. It's you download the games onto
Yeah.
the device,
All
and
of
then you can all of them. Okay.
I don't think there's any streaming on it, is there?
No,
I'm not really sure.
You
That's why
you
I
have
asked.
to download the games.
Right.
Because
so
the
it's-
only handheld thing that I've bought was the backbone and shit, which was like a streaming thing that you
just
can
need
use
to
for your
correct
phone.
something in the chat. So yeah, the scan disc that isn't going to work. You need the express cards, but the express
Yeah, you need
cards,
the new cards. Yeah,
express cards are £50 for 256.
yeah, that's the Nintendo ones there, and actually the cheapest ones.
So I just need to
at the
correct that
moment.
because I don't.
I have a
Yeah.
Steam Deck. It's pretty much like a Linux PC on a handheld. You can stream to it.
Oh, you
on
can
the
stream
desktop.
to it.
Okay.
There you go. Thanks for
Thanks
the
for
info.
that.
Thanks for the info.
I think
Well,
most people just download stuff on it though. They don't stream to it.
Yeah, but it's primarily it is a Steam
Yeah.
console. It's supposed
So
to.
you can download shit onto the Steam Deck
Yeah,
legitimately.
It's a PC.
Okay.
You can download Steam
one
on it,
thing-
and then download the
One
Steam
thing I
games
do
as well.
try and avoid is downloading games from cracked files and shit just because of the
Yeah.
malware and all that shit.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that earlier. Fucking yeah. Well, let's get back to the video. But that's
Hold on.
totally-
I was just
sorry.
that's
I was
totally
just
relevant.
double checking about these game key cards, and I've got onto Nintendo's website,
Yeah.
and it says at the bottom, if you insert a game key card into another Switch 2, the game can also be played on that console by following the above steps. So yeah, it's unlimited. It's an unlimited key to as many consoles as you want.
Yeah, but you have to have the thing. So it's just like a real.
It's a cartridge you have to install. That's it. That's
It's
all
it's a normal game, but you have to download it.
Yeah,
not
it's
on-
like a lot of the cartridges now that have additional downloads, like Starlink. It's the same as that. Same as Starlink, no different. And if it gets rid of the download code and box as well, that's good, isn't it?
It's better because you can resell it.
It might still have code in boxes, to be honest, but I mean, this is just. It's just the same as Starlink.
I think this is the idea of getting rid of code boxes because
I think they want to. Maybe they're trying to phase them out.
There's been a lot of reviews on like Amazon stuff where you go see, you see like
you get it, and you're like,
box,
I didn't know it was a code.
They're like, there's no game in the box. They don't understand.
Or they do the art for it, and it doesn't have that on the art.
It's confusing for
buy
consumers.
it, and it says it. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah,
it's easier for consumers to put the cartridge in, and they don't have to worry about it.
But yeah, it's a fact now, proven from Nintendo.
If you've got two kids and you want them to share a game, well, there you go. Now you can because you can download it on both.
Yeah, and then they just copy the instead of having a download on both, you just copy the move.
Well, it is downloaded on both. It's like a normal game.
Use the cartridge. It's a normal game.
Once it's downloaded, it's like a normal game.
It's like downloading it digital and then using the cartridge to play
it's
it.
Like it's like the disc for Halo Infinite. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
So basically, like a normal CD.
Yeah, it's no different than anything else.
No different.
So it's not a one-time use. So all these drama people who've made all this stuff up saying it's a one-time use cartridge and it's DRM and it's all this, they're just wrong. Proven.
Yeah, well, why would they go from coding box to card? It didn't make sense. So
So logically, it's the same. It's what they've done with the game share virtual game cart thing. You can share the cartridge. That's it. Share a digital game. That's it. That's why they've done it. They've done a physical instead of making you have to do the virtual one. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. It's better.
And it's an improvement. Done. Nothing wrong with that.
It's
everyone's whinging though.
It's an improvement because ultimately you can resell the game.
Yeah, it's just like any other console. Done. Move on.
Like Halo Infinite, like Call
we know he's going to talk shit. Let's just keep going because I'm going to go off in a bit. So
let's try and
get
get.
as much done.
We're halfway through. We're doing faster.
We
covered this already, so it goes faster now.
Yeah,
so
it's good. All right. Yeah.
Using it and expect more to be on the way. Ultimately, what this tells me is that years from now, when the Nintendo Switch 2 servers are shut,
years from now.
We had that in the last video. That's not an argument.
That's
the same for all systems, right? Let's go.
Yeah, keep it going.
I'm just gonna abbreviate, and then if you want to,
do a quick sentence, move on. Yeah.
I'm gonna say something, and then if you want to,
go ahead. Yeah,
I'll leave it like a second. You start talking, I'll stop the video. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cards will mean absolutely nothing because there's nothing on them. Generations from now, if you buy a Switch 2, there will be so many games you just can't play because you should have existed in the period of time you could download them in. This one is so frustrating. GameCube games are coming to Switch 2 only if you pay for the online expansion pack. Okay. And of course, there's going to be
the same as all the other ones that have come before. Yeah. Okay.
Bluetooth GameCube controller released, but obviously you can still just use the Joy-Cons. But what
you
about
still just use GameCube controllers if you have the fucking adapter? But
let's move on. And you can use the Hori GameCube pads and stuff as well.
Yeah, fake ones. You can use the N64 pads that we got and stuff. You can use any controller. It's super
any controller that's got all the buttons. Really, you want one with the triggers, don't you?
I mean, you could play a GameCube game with a Pro controller anyway. It's the same fucking.
Yeah.
What's the fucking argument there?
And you can map the controllers as well. They showed it off.
Yeah, but it has all the buttons on it for a controller.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It has all of them.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. I'm just reading the comment.
Yeah. what's that? The whole point of the digital download cards are so the consumer knows that the
Oh.
entire game is not on the card. This is kind of a problem with the Switch 1 and third parties. Yeah, so the boxes on the new ones, so you need to download this. That's
Yes, that's what we've been saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an improvement. Everybody is saying it's a negative thing.
Yeah, and then he's saying the entire game needs to be on or not, and it's not even going to be the entire game. Actually, it doesn't have.
Yeah,
to
they
be.
have way faster read rates. The
Yeah,
Express.
they're like a solid state drive, but in a micro SD card. That's why they're supposed to be super fast. So
yeah, it's gonna improve the performance of the console. So they have to have.
Yeah.
So that's the.
you need to read.
They're
the
not that
game.
expensive now.
Yeah.
Like years ago, they would have been retarded.
Yeah.
Now they're all right. So it's not a problem. That's what I'm
Once again,
saying.
The entire game needs to be on the
So-
card. Yeah.
So it
Use a
won't
download
be-
card or what? Yeah.
which makes sense because there's no point in having half a game. You can't play half a game, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, half the
I
game.
think we'll still have games that are on cartridge and then get big updates. I think that'll still happen, but
Yeah.
But I think that
Same on any console again.
I know,
on
but it's
Nintendo's
like
specific
I don't know, just because he was saying there, it's going to say it's all on it or not. But I think there will be the middle as well. There'll be some of it and not all.
It's
of
going to
it.
eliminate the coding box, and that was causing
Because some games could be like 64 gig on the full cart and then have 10 gig mandatory download on top, couldn't they?
anything's possible.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
About those triggers. Somehow we've gone yet
I
another.
like this as well. That's nice, isn't it? A nice little.
Yeah, it's got all the buttons on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why they didn't make it the size of that one, but maybe they can't because of the way the stick's designed. Or
Maybe I think, or maybe you just don't want you to press it because that's the what button's that one?
it's the L. That is.
That's an extra button, is it?
Yeah, it's a new. It's like having another shoulder button. It's kind of cool.
Right.
That would make you so you could probably use it on other games.
Yeah.
You don't have.
Yeah,
the
it's probably
thumbstick
it's just to match the other console.
You don't have the thumbstick
controllers.
buttons though, do you? That's the only problem.
They might. It might do. Might have clicky buttons.
I doubt it.
I got a fake like Hori one that has clicky buttons underneath.
Right, cool.
So
well,
maybe
I'm
this
interested in this controller anyway. If you can't tell.
Another generation of Nintendo consoles without analog triggers. Another generation where the
Hey, what? Hang on a minute. The GameCube has analog triggers.
Yeah, that one does. Yeah.
GameCube has analog.
Another
triggers.
generation where the triggers are just buttons. So how are some
Go back.
because you should have existed.
Yeah, but he's showing the wrong picture on the screen. He should
Let's
be showing
start
this
again.
on the screen, shouldn't he? He should be showing this on the screen when he says that.
Let me. Yes.
Shouldn't
Okay. Yes, we are aware that they have digital triggers on the Switch. Yes. Okay. But the GameCube has analog triggers. That's actually a good point because if they put like games like Rogue Leader on there, they ain't going to work with digital triggers,
Yeah.
are they? That's a good point.
Yeah.
So then you'd need the controller, or a GameCube controller of some description. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't work.
Well, when it, like Mario Sunshine, when you play that, I think you can play with the GameCube controller plugged in, but I think there's a way to play like the bumpers are like half presses and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways of doing it, but it's going to work better
Yeah.
with a GameCube controller, isn't it?
Yeah.
As nature intended.
Yeah, keep him going. Let's see what he says about
So
the
he's just reading
triggers.
this, it's saying that because of that new From Software game,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
it called? Blood's Lust or whatever. What's it called? I forget.
Somewhat blood, yeah.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. It's like a Bloodborne 2, or basically.
Yeah.
But it's like multiplayer for the Switch. So a lot of From Software fans are upset because it's exclusive.
Dusk Bloods, that was it.
But yeah, Dustblood. But they weren't upset about Bloodborne being exclusive for the PS4. Or
No, they definitely are. PC people cry.
PC
every
people
year.
are, but yeah.
Yeah, they've been crying since it came out for 10 years, even though it's a Sony-owned IP and game. So
Yeah, well, maybe this. I wonder who this is owned by.
this one is owned by FromSoft, they said.
So it could potentially come later on.
This
Stop
one could
crying.
come. Yeah, this one could be ported later. So yeah, not like
in the
Bloodborne.
period
Yeah.
of time you could download them in. This one is so frustrating. GameCube games are coming to Switch 2 only if you pay for the
What?
online expansion pack.
Well,
Okay.
you haven't paid
And of
for
course,
that.
there's going to be a
Poor
Bluetooth
boy.
GameCube controller released. But obviously, you can still just use the Joy-Cons. But what about those
Yeah.
triggers? Somehow we've
Yeah.
gone yet another generation of
do
Nintendo
you mean?
consoles without analog triggers.
Huh?
Another
I mean, they
generation
are,
where the
though. They
triggers are just
clearly are.
buttons. So how are some games going to be played with the Joy-Cons? Because in many games like Mario Sunshine and Luigi's
Oh,
Mansion,
yeah.
both of
Well,
which are being
They got
They're
a
already on the
fucking-
Switch.
Yeah. So
You
they
can play them. They will have.
He answered his own question. If there's
Yeah,
a
he did.
game that needs a GameCube controller, they offer you a GameCube controller to buy. But you
Yeah.
can also use all your GameCube controllers because it's an adapter. So you got that as well.
Yeah, I know.
So
And
there's
they
multiple
will work.
options.
They will still play with a normal controller, as like I said, the
Yeah.
Mario Sunshine. You know.
Yeah. There you go.
So he's complaining about nothing.
Yeah. It's a redundant argument because they offer you
redundant.
a controller right there. How are you going to play them with this controller that you just showed?
advertised.
exactly.
Pressing the trigger all the way and pressing the trigger a little do completely different
Luigi.
actions. Does anyone in this company
Pokemon games
communicate?
coming.
Does anyone know
Yes,
what's going
they do.
on? This is
Yeah.
the right hand not knowing what the left
You
hand's
know, you
doing.
don't know.
As if you'll go as far as to make GameCube games a launch title, but still not bother using the industry standard for your controller, even though the 20-year-old controller you have to reproduce has it? What?
What do you mean?
How about game
What?
upgrades?
You mean-
You
That's
guys like
probably the only thing that he said in this video that made sense. Like analog triggers will be better.
But
for the
even
controller.
then, it's like we've had them on since the Wii. You know, GameCube was the only one they ever did that trigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, literally. But I'm not saying another thing. If you're going to have backwards compatibility with all the controllers for the Switch 1, then you can't do that because then it'll fuck everything up. And you can't use your Pro
because it's a
controller on a new game because then it's going to. So that's another problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
So-
just
So
goofy
that's.
stuff in it.
I'd rather have compatibility with all my controllers, to be honest.
I don't think it's a big deal. It's like not
It's
that
not a
many
massive-
games, even not even. I think Nintendo games on the GameCube use it more than any other games do. You know what I mean? Like modern games hardly use it, except for some like first-person shooters. But most of them are just
Racing
like
games.
pop in these days.
Racing
Yeah,
games.
maybe
Racing
maybe
games.
some
innit?
racing games. Yeah.
Racing games. Yeah. I'd like if there's a racing game on the Switch too. I'd like to see it take advantage of the GameCube controller that they just, you know what I mean? Say you can use it like that, you know, so you've got those triggers. That'd be cool, you know. But that's up to the.
A lot of racing
individual.
games coming out have been very good, so that's the problem.
Yeah,
Like,
but you know what I'm
Forza's
saying.
the only franchise that's been like sticking around.
You know what I'm saying though. It's like, for a racing game, I want that like trigger, you know, and like if you play like Sonic All Stars on the Xbox, that has like a the more you press the accelerator, so that's cool, you know. So I can see his point there. That's one point that I slightly agree with, right, or maybe even totally agree with. But the issue with that is then your backwards compatibility
Changing
with
the
your
whole
old controllers.
compatible.
So
And then you'd have
that's
to
the
put
issue.
them on the Joy-Con as well, and then they'd be bigger, funkier system.
Yeah, so it's an argument, but that I slightly agree with, but it's got pitfalls. But now that they've got that GameCube controller, if developers want to use those type of triggers, they've got an option for that, haven't they?
Yeah.
Like you don't have to make the whole game that way, but they can add that feature, say like, so I'm using this controller, so now you've got that, you know what I'm saying? I mean?
Yeah, okay.
What's this guy saying?
Let's say they'll make a controller if they need to.
Yeah, well, they're already doing that, aren't they? They're bringing the GameCube controller out, so there you go.
Yeah, if you can use the GameCube controller, then you've got something, haven't you? Shall we carry on?
I'm just reading comments. Hang on. Twilight
Yeah.
Princess.
Yeah, well, anything can come at this point.
Anything could potentially come out, yeah. I got Twilight Princess on the Wii U anyway to play at some point.
Yeah,
spending
good.
more money on things you already paid for. This one is so absurd, I don't even know where to begin. What if, imagine this, all the poorly optimized Switch games that run at 30 FPS at best in 720p could be played normally without us making the effort to actually optimize them for the hardware they were originally developed for. And then we can charge you for it. Games will run at improved resolutions and frame rate. You mean the resolutions and frame rates they should be running at in the first place if you put more effort into properly optimizing them?
Well, no, because it's better hardware, so obviously it can't. Fucking hell, man.
He's thinking the Switch can run these games in 4K and 60 frames.
Obviously not, because this is an. That's like saying, why can't the PlayStation 4 run it? But then they make
Oh, I can't. The
PlayStation 4
PlayStation,
Pro.
yeah, the PlayStation 4 couldn't run
Or an
Cyberpunk.
Xbox One. Why can't that do 4K?
Yeah.
But then the PlayStation,
Yeah, like,
but then the Xbox One X can't.
Cyberpunk, you know, they had to cancel DLC on the PS4 because it couldn't run it.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was them working hard.
Didn't they
trying to do it,
cancel
couldn't
a
do it.
lot of things for Cyberpunk in that? Like,
Well, they
wasn't just for
the
PlayStation.
game as well.
Yeah, they just dropped the whole DLC off PS4.
I'm pretty sure for
And then-
Xbox as well.
I think it came to Xbox One,
Ah,
but it's coming to the Switch, so that means that's been optimized, hasn't it? So that means it optimized better.
because
Than the
my
PS4.
sister and brother were really big into that game. Well, I wasn't, but yeah.
Yeah, but this guy's just goofy though. To say, oh, it could do it. What do you mean it could do it?
That's
These are
like
some
saying
big,
that's
massive
like me
games.
saying like, oh well, the NES could run fucking Super Mario World if they wanted to, but they just released it on the Super Nintendo for the
Yeah,
fun of
it's
it.
it's
It's like, it
very
don't make
odd.
sense what you're saying.
Like, it runs as well as it runs. That's it. And it's Nintendo as well. They optimize the games better than most.
Correct.
So I don't see what his point is. It's not
Yep.
like it absolutely lags and is unplayable.
It's 30
playable game.
FPS locked.
30 FPS locked in.
It's a single player game. It's not.
Yeah, and it's an open world, big game, lot to load in. Now they've optimized it, better loading times, better resolution.
This
better
is
frame
this is actually incentivizing me to get the Switch version because I actually have
Yeah.
the Wii U version. You know what I mean? This gives you something
Yeah.
to actually.
and you get the
think about-
upgrade for free.
Yeah, you get the upgrade with the Nintendo Online, which is good. So yeah, it's incentivizing me. I'm not going to like run out and get it like straight away or anything, but
Yeah,
it's,
but
it's
it's
an
the
option for me.
there, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean,
Let's keep it going because this is just stupid what we just said. So gonna keep saying stupid.
I'd love
shit.
to know what black magic was used that made the 1,000-year door run at a flawless 60 FPS on my GameCube in 2004, but couldn't be used 20 years later to make its HD remaster run at a consistent 30.
yeah,
Maybe-
but it's not the same game, is it? It's remastered, so there you got an argument there, aren't you? And also, it's a handheld. You're not running it on.
Handheld, it's different. Different devs. 20 years later.
It's a whole
mean-
fucking like. I'm not saying that's a good thing, and I'm not saying that's a good
No,
conversion of the game, but that's like one game in a sea of millions, isn't it? It's like, oh well,
Yeah.
I can find one game. It's like Super Monkey Ball.
It is.
And
It
it's
is.
60 FPS on the GameCube, but now like, oh well,
30. Yeah.
it's fucking.
Yeah. It's like, well, this one they've run it in 1080p. You know, there's definitely. It's loud. Definitely got a lot there to. It's different. It's not the same game, is it?
No, it's not exactly the
one-to-one
same game, is
It's
it?
not a
No.
port, is it? It's a remake.
Like, if it comes out on the GameCube fucking thing, then
and it was a Wii
60.
port. Yeah, if it was a Wii port and you compared it, it would make sense. But it's not. It's a different game.
Yeah, it is a different game. It's
And
been-
whether or not it's just poorly optimized, it might be, but it's not made by
That's what I'm
like.
saying. I don't
Nintendo.
own this game, and I'm not saying this game is a good remaster or whatever. But the point is, it's one game.
Yeah.
So this one game
Yeah,
is shit. Therefore, but like 5 minutes ago, he was talking about Zelda, and then he's going to strawman this in because it's like, well, this game ran at 60 and now it can't. It's like, yeah, but it's not a handheld. It's a remaster. It's not the same game. It's not even a 1-for-1 remake. It's not like they pulled up the game from then and then just put it on here and it's like running.
Yeah, it's not a port; it's a remake. So
It's not the
it's
same.
comparing the wrong game, isn't it?
It's not. I'm not saying it's even a good example either way. It's just not really a good. It's like if you're going to look at like Zelda, that makes sense that it wouldn't run as well as it does on these new ones. No one's talking about an upgrade for Paper Mario to run at 60. You know what I mean? So where's the argument?
Yeah, and it probably will get an update because a lot of games are. So it might get an update and run better anyway. But that would be due to the power increase, wouldn't it?
Maybe this just isn't a great port because it's like on like a handheld system and it didn't
Yeah,
have
maybe
enough-
it's on a new engine that's not optimized,
and it
'cause-
didn't have the power because it's on a handheld.
Yeah,
Like it's still a handheld at the end of the day. It's still gimped a lot of the games, but
Yeah,
now
and
that
also the screen is showing it's like the most intense gameplay of the whole game with a million Yoshis running across the screen. So that's when the frame drop happens. So
yeah,
is that just a nitpick example? And if most of the game runs fine or not, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know the ins
Yeah,
and outs of it.
we have to play it and see. But
I'm not as familiar with that as some people are.
no, I've not played. I've not bought and played it. So, but I just think he's nitpicked there because he's picked like the most intense gameplay possible for the game with a million things on the screen.
Well, like he was talking about Zelda, and he was like, he had
Yeah,
half-
it's like, oh, Zelda could have run better. It's like I don't think it could have. I think that they took six. Like,
maybe
5
it could
minutes to make
run
it, 5,
faster,
6
but it's
minutes.
better to put it at a locked 30 that's stable than
Yeah, better to be stable than to lag. Yeah,
exactly.
Maybe there
it
just
still
is no
can lag.
point in spending money optimizing games when people will just buy them anyway. And finally, the elephant
Oh.
in the room. $80 for a video game. On no
What?
planet can you defend
No planet you
can't
can defend it. Let's carry on. We talked about this.
Yeah, whatever.
this. This has nothing to do with tariffs. You can come up with every excuse in the book, but on
these
no
people talk
planet
about
in the solar
tariffs,
system
people
was
trying
poor old
to
Nintendo forced to
make
charge you
excuses.
$80 for
Oi,
a digital
oi, can you
game.
pause
and
that
what's
for a
looking to be
minute?
Hold on,
$90.
he said $80 for a digital game as well. That's not true.
I love how like for like the past week, right? Everyone's throwing tariffs and shit.
Nothing to do with the tariffs because they came out after the announcement.
No, exactly.
Jack shit to
And
do
it's
with
like
that. To do with
it's like
inflation.
it's the inflation and the cost that it puts.
It's got to do with cost
That's
of
it.
living and the economy.
Yeah, and the fact that they've got to
So
sell the console at a loss, so therefore they've got to sell the games for more to make that loss up. Otherwise, they'll never make it
exactly.
up. Because the console is cheaper.
Maybe
than
the console
two
isn't even
presents.
at a loss. It could just be at cost. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's debate. It's all debate, isn't it? It's all like
but even then,
opinion-based.
but if Switch 1 is at cost, then Switch 2's got to be more.
Switch
'Cause
2,
Switch 1
Switch
didn't go
1
down.
was at profit. They were making a profit on the Switch.
I thought they were selling it. Yeah, they weren't selling it at a loss though.
No, they were selling it for profit.
Yeah, so
But
that
this
means it's gotta be more.
one is only £100 more than that one. So they have to be selling this at either like no loss or at a slight loss, because I can't see how you're going to make more money, because you still got all the stuff. It's got more in it, more 4K and all that stuff, and all the chips, and it's newer, and it's got more memory and blah 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 blah. So obviously it costs more to make because it's newer parts and stuff.
Yep.
So it's got to cost more. It's only $100 more each sounds like not a lot to me, especially with inflation. So they're eating a cost there. So where are they going to find that? They can only find it through software. That's the only other thing they sell. They've got to make money somehow. So it's going to come from the software, isn't it?
Yeah.
Much better to sell a cheap console and then expensive software than try to do it the other way, because then no one buys the console and then they never get anywhere.
Yeah.
This now is in prime position to be the best-selling console because it's cheaper than the other ones. Yeah, it's in a prime position now to really move sales, and it's got 2 years before there's any more consoles for it to come up against. So it's in a prime position, man. It's going to be, I can't see how this could be a fuck up, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, do you want to load it up again? He's going to talk about the prices, but we've heard about that. But
There's for a video game.
From every
Let me speed him
fucking
up for it. Let me speed him up on this bit.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Speed him up on this bit because he's we only because
Yes,
we've been through it.
Yeah.
No planet can you defend this. This has nothing to do with tariffs. You can come up with every excuse in the book, but on no planet in the solar system was poor old Nintendo forced to charge you $80 for a digital game, and what's looking to be $90 for.
Yeah, this is the wrong numbers anyway.
Yeah, the wrong numbers. He's using the fake numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, that other guy was using from taking the
Yeah.
UK number.
They're all using the wrong numbers. Yeah.
For a physical one, so they could keep their starving CEOs off the street living in a box. That is fucking disgusting. $80 for a game that is graphically less impressive than most Wii titles I can think of that are going for a similar style.
What?
That
How is that?
Where's the Wii games?
Mate, this guy
Wii games, not Wii U. Wii games.
This guy never owned a Wii, man. Like those
too
graphics,
young to own a Wii.
Those graphics were a downgrade from the GameCube, man. Like they look bad. all the jagged edges as well, because you're on like it was designed for like a
Yeah,
CRT.
the problem was with the Wii is by the time the Wii was halfway through, everyone had HD TVs, so it's all
Yes.
bad. Whereas
but even
GameCube, everyone played on CRTs the whole time. So
yeah, but even then, GameCube looks better than Wii. They just fucked up with the Wii. Let's face it, it's just a fuck up, and everyone can tell you
Yeah.
that.
It's a bit blurry.
It's one of the it's one of the worst like looking.
Wii U.
It's one of the Wii U makes them look better. Yeah, they look a lot better on the Wii U. Yeah, that's like an upgrade. So yeah, so what is he talking about? Like that? It looks like the Wii. No, it fucking doesn't.
Come on, man.
You could say if he had Wii U, I'd take his point, but like that's only because
Said Wii U. I mean, the Wii U looks like the Switch. So
how like how you can't really go much further with Mario graphics, can you? I mean, what like you can't make it more real, can you? It's only so far you can go. It's not about the graphics. It's about the frame rate and everything that will show the algorithm.
Yeah, it's about frame rate, the resolution, and
HDR color is going to make a massive difference.
They've been using have always been pretty good since the Wii U, really.
Well, we're watching all these videos. We're watching them on 1080p. Once you get them on your actual 4K TV, then the colors.
Well, I've watched some on my TV actually, and it looks better there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the color is going to look way better.
But it'll be a look even better in gameplay after it's play, and even the handheld screen actually looks really good if you've seen some videos of it compared to a normal Switch. So
yeah, and it's bigger.
It looks better than like the OLED Switch screen, even though it's not an OLED.
Yeah, but it's got HDR color. The OLED doesn't have HDR color.
That's what it's all added in. Yeah, that's what it helps. Yeah.
You know
all right, let's keep him going.
It'll probably be an OLED model anyway. It's just that'll be
it cost another like $100 or something, wouldn't it?
So they're probably going to wait until the price of the components go down and then release that one, aren't they?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
it's common sense.
I don't even think it needs it if you've seen what it looks like. It looks better,
but they probably will make one. But it's like
they'll probably make.
If they put that on there now, it's going to cost another $100, and then they'll be like, "Well, it's fucking $600." You can't win with these idiots, man.
Yeah, you won't be able to. Yeah,
fucking nightmare.
Keep it going.
Absolutely abhorrent. Nintendo has become the illumination of the gaming industry, adopting the same ideology as them when they animate movies. How can you develop a game as cheaply and quickly as possible? Nintendo seems to love this disgustingly soulless art style that clearly requires very minimal processing power to render without much issue. You see it in Mario Kart World, you see it in Nintendo Switch Sports, you see it in Princess Peach Showtime.
How do these games even look similar?
They all have different art styles as well. And then they show Pokemon on screen. Well, Pokemon Company is a completely different team.
Yeah, and those games do look bad. Those
do look bad. Like I think that's because they were stuck making handheld the whole time. They've kind of need to catch up. That's all. Because like all the Pokemon Coliseum games stuff that weren't made by the same team. They were made by a different team. So it's like they've not.
If he'd used that as a fucking example, then he'd have a point.
Yeah, but then he said he used Peach. What was it? Peach, Mario Kart.
Good graphics.
Yeah, they're saying they're bad. They said those are bad.
He said
they're all a bit different. Yeah, they're all different games. They're all different devs. Some games look better than others. That's it. Like, Mario Odyssey looks good. Breath of the Wild looks good. Mario Kart looks good. Yep. They're all different art styles. They're all different type of games.
Yep.
Donkey Kong looks good.
Yep.
So, I don't know what he's getting at. Let's just keep him going.
He's off his fucking face, mate.
Brothership, and you're seeing it in upcoming games like Donkey Kong Bonanza and Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. This soulless
How is that like Donkey Kong? Like the guy is insane.
He's saying they're both bad. Donkey Kong and
he's saying all these art styles are the same shitty art style.
They're not all the same. They're all different.
That's what he's saying.
Tomodachi Life clearly different now. It's Mii's game. It's Mii's in the game in houses.
Yeah, but apparently
it's not known for its graphics as a series. It's known for it's like a Sims game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then Donkey Kong, it looks like Mario Odyssey. That's what it would look like out of any other game.
Yeah, because
people think it's the same devs, but they didn't actually confirm, but it probably is.
It looks good though.
Yeah.
Art style that looks like the standard for an iOS game in 2014. Yeah. So unbelievably unimpressive.
He's saying
it has nothing to do with the vision or the choice of art direction.
You can go because the Tamagotchi game doesn't look great, then all of them suck. That's
he's saying they're all different games, but they're all games, you know, that are cartoony in style. When there are games that are less cartoony, there are some games that are like anime style, like Fire Emblem and Xenoblade and stuff. And then there's games that are not, like we've shown the From Software game.
Yeah, and
So
Elden
there's
Ring's
always
coming.
different games. Yeah, Elden Ring as well. Like all these games are on the Switch. Nintendo makes Nintendo games. That's what he's
No
complaining
shit, fucking hell. who
That's,
would've-
that's all he's complaining about. He's saying, "Oh, look at all these games. They look like they're family friendly." You know what I mean?
No shit, Nintendo makes Nintendo games. I never
Keep
would
Isn't
have
that
going,
the point of Nintendo?
Keep it going.
Isn't that like, isn't like Nintendo's like aim goal is to like, I don't know, market their games to families and shit?
Yeah, to make it popular
But
as many people.
They want to sell games to people that actually want to play them, not these idiots who never gave a shit in the first place. These fake fans,
Yeah.
who's fake gamers, who, you know what I mean? What's up with them?
And I love how like in this video he talks about the hardware and shit, or like the Switch 2, and then he talks about art styles and shit. Like, you know, that's the biggest fucking.
Yeah, but just think, right? Yeah, it's a new Nintendo console. It's got a Mario Kart game, one of the most popular series that they've got. It's got Donkey Kong, probably their most popular character outside of Mario, in a new 3D game, and it's got a new Metroid game. Out of the gate, people still complain. It's not good enough.
Yeah, he
Where's
didn't
the
mention
games?
Metroid there, did he? He didn't put Metroid in that. It looks all the same.
And Metroid does look like an old game. I'll give that. Doesn't.
I don't think it does. I think it looks good. If you've seen the proper gameplay of it,
I'll have to watch it, but I just didn't think it looked great.
because like, yeah, but that is in 120 frames or 4K, one or the other. You know.
Yeah.
Go for a cartoony or even cel shaded aesthetic and still make it look beautiful. You saw it on Wii U, you saw it on 3DS, you saw it literally everywhere. This is not beautiful. This is not visually impressive, and they expect you to pay $80 for it and pay even more for physical, which is such a scummy way of forcing players who need to save money where they can into switching over to digital. Forget DRM. Digital games means no money spent on producing, no money spent on shipping, and most important of all, no commission to any retailer. Every penny going directly to the biggest pieces of shit.
Which is why they make it cheaper. You answered the question.
Biggest pieces of shit in the industry.
Either $70 or
Biggest
$80
pieces of shit in the industry.
Are you fucking kidding me? $70 for Breath of the
Telling
Wild.
the same price as the other consoles. We went over
Yeah,
this.
biggest piece of shit in the industry. And that means he's comparing it to EA, Ubisoft, Microsoft, Sony, every other dev. He's saying even who sell the games for more expensive than these games.
Yeah, microtransactions out the ass, seasons.
Yeah.
None of that in Nintendo.
It cost the same price as what he's showing on screen now for new Assassin's Creed without the season pass, without all the DLC.
Yes.
So he's like, oh, the biggest piece of shit in the industry because they're selling games. That's it.
Yeah.
The reason why is because people buy these games, and those games, no one buys them, and then they go do it cheap. That's the only difference.
Yeah, which is why
Nintendo are the biggest piece of shit, because they actually make games that people want to buy.
Yeah. I couldn't have put it better myself. I could not put it better.
Keep it going.
I couldn't have put it better.
To upgrade. Didn't this game come out almost 10 years ago? And now it costs more? How does that work? Tears of the Kingdom, $80. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, $80. Mario Party Jamboree, $80. I'd really love to know what makes Nintendo think Mario Party Jamboree has appreciated in value by $20 since it came out. All it needed was 3
Because it's
new
new DLC.
You idiot. It's got DLC, and you don't have to buy it. You can buy the old copy and then buy the DLC. You don't have to buy the new physical bundle. Ay.
No, you don't have to buy. It's not even like you don't even know how much that DLC is yet. It might be cheap as fuck.
Yeah, well, I think in Japan it's like 2,000 yen under. That's like $20
Right, it's just
for
not
the Mario Party one, and then for the Zelda one, it's like under $10.
fucking hell. So
So,
yeah, it's similar to
it's like-
Sony.
Yeah, it's no different than Sony, and even then, it's the Zelda ones are free with the online, so you don't need to buy those. And then the Mario Party one actually has DLC, so
Yeah, which
it's
Sony
got
means
content in it. The content's on the screen right now. That's not in the normal game.
Yes.
So I don't see what the problem is. That's just extra DLC, and that game's a newer game that came out last year. So
yeah,
I don't know.
shitty
Keep it
mini games
going.
that utilize the new system's gimmicks. Maybe just develop new games for your system. Maybe when your launch lineup is a cheap-looking Mario Kart, a paid tech demo, and 3
Yeah, but they're not gonna
25-year-old
put another
games. You should
Mario
think more about
Party.
actually developing new video games.
Where's Donkey Kong?
Donkey Kong.
Your launch games are blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Donkey Kong is coming out this year. It's in the launch window. What are you talking about?
Yeah, a month later. Yeah,
That's a launch game. So that doesn't count because it's a month late.
not launch
What?
day. Yeah. Oh, Mario Party's not launch. It's a week after Donkey Kong.
The hell are they talking about, man?
The launch games. There's a lot
Let me
of third
slow him down a
parties.
little bit for this because I want
Yeah,
to
he's a bit. Yeah,
fast forward.
getting
now.
Are
late
you
though.
fucking kidding me? $70 for Breath of the Wild with a Switch 2
Yeah.
upgrade. Didn't this game
Mhm.
come out almost 10 years ago? And now it
Uh-huh.
costs more? How does that work? Tears of
Got
the
more
Kingdom,
content.
$80. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, $80. Mario Party Jamboree,
More content.
$80. I'd really love to know what makes Nintendo think Mario Party Jamboree has appreciated in value by $20 since it came out. All it needed was 3 new shitty minigames that utilize the new system's gimmicks. Maybe just develop new games for your system? Maybe when your launch lineup is a cheap-looking Mario Kart, a paid tech demo, and 3 25-year-old GameCube games, you should think more about actually developing new video
Three
games.
25-year-old GameCube games that are more popular than like half of like PlayStation's library. I'm not even joking.
Yeah. Hmm.
You got Wind Waker that I don't even think is one of the better Zelda games. Millions of people like that game.
And actually, a lot of people haven't played it because it was on the GameCube and it didn't sell as well as the other ones. So
Yeah, exactly. And then it was on the Wii U, and no one had that either.
yeah, well, I got that one for free with Mario Kart.
So yeah, I went for Sonic Lost World.
Yeah, mistakes were made there. I think.
No, because I ended up buying the game, didn't I? I own Wind Waker HD now. Anyway, on Wii U, so it's fine.
Yeah, and that's just the Nintendo games, and it's flooding it with too many games in one day is not good. You know, from Nintendo.
Yeah,
Because that's what people buy consoles for. That's why
You know,
Donkey
it's
Kong
just-
the next month. Then you've got Mario Party after that, and then you've got Kirby, the updated one.
This is one of the best launch lineups in years
Yeah, it's decent.
for the console. It's better than PlayStation 5's launch, and it's better than Xbox's launch by
Yeah, PlayStation 5 had
mil.
Demon Souls and
was about it.
Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah.
Was Ratchet and Clank launch day or was that later? I
Don't know. I only remember Demon Souls. Everyone was talking about Demon
Yeah.
Souls when that came out.
And that was broken at launch, just so you know.
well, and it's a remake.
It cost like 60, 70 quid, didn't it, at the time?
It's a remaster for $70. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Xbox had absolutely nothing.
Yep, they had jack shit.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
well, Switch 1 we know had Zelda and 1-2 Switch, and then it got Mario Kart.
Well, I'm saying this launch is better than the Switch one.
I think it's
Wii U.
better, yeah.
It isn't better than the GameCube, but that was the glory days. I'm looking at it. But this, compared, this is
I mean, the Wii maybe, because I got WarioWare and Zelda, didn't it?
I still think this is a better launch lineup. You got Mario Kart, one of the most popular games. It's even more popular than it's ever been. And then you got a new Donkey Kong. I think this is the best. And then you got enhancements for the other two Zelda games.
Day one, yeah.
So there's a lot there. There's stuff for everybody. There's stuff for Zelda fans.
Cyberpunk's day one as well.
Yeah, you got stuff for Zelda fans. You got stuff for Mario fans. You got stuff for Donkey Kong. You got Metroid. You got loads.
Yeah, Metroid's coming this year. Kirby Air Ride coming this year.
So I mean, there's so much. This is one of the best launch lineups.
Yeah, I think maybe Hyrule Warriors is coming. It might come this year or the start next year.
Yeah,
I think it's a winter.
Another Zelda game.
Yeah. So I don't know what he's complaining about. It's like, this is first year stuff. You know what I mean?
This is huge, man. This is one of the biggest launches, and that's just
fast fusion as well. Fast fusion. That's like F-Zero. That's coming day one.
And you got F-Zero GX coming with online. You got all this stuff.
Yeah.
You got GameCube games. You got
Ridge Racer.
Yeah, Ridge Racer day one.
Fortnite day one. It's coming.
Fortnite's going to be there.
Huge.
It's
missing Minecraft. That's what. Though the kids don't like Minecraft anymore, I've learned.
Whatever. They probably all the fuckers that did grew out of it, man.
Yeah, I think it's over for Minecraft. The movie's killed it.
I thought people actually liked the movie though.
I don't know. I thought it was average or something. That's what I heard.
All right, okay. Well,
I haven't seen the movie, but my brother was going to. But
you make a film about that makes no sense. Poor choice, wasn't it? It is. Why don't they make a film about something else, like Halo or Gears or anything?
Well, they are doing a Gears one essentially or something.
Yeah, but
Or they
fucking
want to.
it's Microsoft IP, and then you got all these IPs. You got Halo, Gears, and all that, and then you make fucking Minecraft. Yeah, real
Minecraft.
sensible choice. That.
Most popular game, that's why.
Yeah, but it's not doesn't gonna adapt well to a film, is it?
No. Right, we're gonna
Rather
carry
than
on this.
selling me an 11-year-old game a third time. I've seen people post pictures like this or say that PlayStation was the first to do paid upgrades. And to that I say, yeah? Is anyone defending those? I certainly haven't seen anyone defending those. What kind of dumbass logic is
Hundreds of people defending those all the time. There's Sony fans defending them all the time. What do you mean?
Yeah.
And those don't have DLC.
Yeah, they're just the same game. With
Mario Party has DLC.
It's just DLC only on Switch 2. That's all.
All the Sony games are just resolution boosts.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
It's just resolution.
And there's a lot of games that have got free updates as well, like Mario Odyssey has a free update, which will just be resolution and stuff, won't it?
Well, you would think so. What else could it possibly be?
Well, it's not one that's paid; it's free. So I assume it's a resolution of frame
Zelda's
rate.
have new content, don't they?
Yeah, they have this like GPS tracker app thing on the Switch app, and they have what else do they have on there? A few other little things here or there, not much, not as much as Mario Party.
Hence why it's not in the.
That's why it's not in the free ones. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is an argument for like, well, Sony's doing this, but it's like Sony's not doing the same thing; they're doing something different. It's slightly different. It's got a similar vein of Sony, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Is it the same?
Well, now he's comparing against old games like N64 games costing a amount of money.
Yeah, well, they all do because they were cartridges. They cost a fortune.
Yeah, those cartridges cost more than Switch cartridges do now. You know.
Yes.
They were super pricey. That's why they're selling them so
they
expensive.
did hold the value, and they were hard to find.
Yeah. Keep it going then.
is that? I certainly don't like paying for cheap-looking, overpriced games anywhere. I don't like paying to play the same game again, this time with a...
Don't buy it then. You don't have to. No one's...
You see, I don't want to buy the same game again. He's showing a game that if he already owns, he just pops it in and can play the upgraded version for free.
If you got the online, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's not paying for that. Oh. It's like something off Steam, that. Oh.
Yeah, but you can still play this game on your Switch too. You just don't get the upgrade. You still
you don't have to. Yeah.
And you don't have to. You don't have to upgrade the game. Like if you
bought the game, it'll probably still run better as well.
If you bought the game in the first instance, chances are you like the game if you still own it. So you can just play the game. You don't have to get the upgrades.
Yeah.
Total entitled mentality. It's like, I'm sort of like a half and half on the upgrades, but when I found out they were coming with the fucking Switch Online, that just softened the blow. You know what I mean? It's like, so if a load of them are in there, then you're really paying for them, are you? Just if you've already got the subscription, family plan or whatever, you're not paying for them. So that just softened the blow. Like the Mario Party is definitely DLC.
Yeah,
so I'm not really interested in that game in the first instance, but I don't really care if it's got DLC. It is what it is. I mean, I think the old Mario Parties have more content in general, so there's a whole other argument.
I think that one has quite a lot compared to the old.
Yeah, it's got more than that Superstars one. That was kind of a letdown.
Yeah,
should have added more stuff to that.
Yeah.
But anyway, not that I wasn't like bad, but it could have been better.
Raised frame rate cap. Nintendo doesn't need to charge $80 for Mario Kart because of tariffs. Nintendo doesn't need to charge $70 for Breath of the Wild again because of inflation. And Nintendo doesn't need to charge anything for a tech demo because something that looks like this just costs too much money to develop. They should start taking donations because the morons defending this could then just wire their paycheck directly to them instead of giving them the burden of making Breath of the Wild run in 1080p. And honestly, in today's economy, by the time you boot up your first game on this thing, you'll be refinancing your car. The console costs $450 USD, $500 for the Mario Kart bundle.
Yeah, cheapest next gen, current gen console on the market will be when it comes out.
No, this is next gen because it's the next gen.
No. It's next gen now, but when it comes out, it'll be the current gen.
It's next gen now, yeah.
It's next gen as we're talking about it now. But what I'm saying is, when it comes out, it will be the
Current
cheapest
gen.
current gen console on the market.
It was the only current gen console on the market, actually.
Well, yeah, you can argue all that shit, but the point is its competitors, its fucking competitors are more expensive.
Yeah. And their previous gen.
Technically, yes, but this
Technically
is
speaking.
paralleling hardware to the current systems, so that's a whole other argument. But that's not the point. Point is
Well, at this rate, we're going to get a new Xbox in like 2 years. So
2027, they're saying, aren't they, for PlayStation 6?
well, it's 5 years old already, so 2 years, I would say. Maybe 1 year, it could be next year.
No, I don't think so. I think 2027 is the
Yeah.
I think Nintendo's got 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years, a head start, yeah.
And by then, they're going to be dominating the whole fucking thing again because...
Well, they have done since the Switch came out, really, haven't they?
Yeah, and the best thing they can do is keep making Switch games as well because it's backwards compatible. So just keep.
Yeah. Well, they already announced like 3 last week, didn't they?
Yeah,
So
keep them coming because they're backwards compatible anyway. So
yeah.
you know, if there's a game like comes out on the Switch, you can still play it. So there's no reason to not keep making them.
Yeah, well, they'll probably do some more upgrade pack ones where they're on both. So.
Yeah. This is it. This is a smart business, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's keep going.
No, it costs
Over in Japan, the base system without Mario Kart costs roughly $350 USD. What's the catch? Well, the system is Japan only and is region locked to only Japanese Nintendo accounts. If you want access to other language and region options, then you'll need to cough up the full $450. It doesn't get any more anti-consumer than that. Anyone hoping to save money, $50 USD. What's the catch? Well, the system is...
Did you make a Japanese console that's cheaper and that's anti-consumer?
They make a Japanese console for the Japanese.
Yeah, it's only Japanese. There's a Japanese-only system.
So he's upset because the Japanese region is getting a console that has Japanese language on it and it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 2 options there, and he can learn Japanese or he can buy the one for fucking English, can't he? I mean, what the fuck's the problem?
Yeah, that's like some, probably a Japanese tax thing, probably, isn't it? It's like a way to encourage Japanese things in Japan, isn't it?
But also, he's not factoring in the import taxes on that, is he? If you import it, it's going to cost you way more.
Oh, yeah, but this is in Japan. That's the Japan prices.
Yeah,
so
but if you're buying it from where he is, he's got to import that from Japan. So he's gonna have the
it won't be worth importing, will it? Because then you can't even read it if you don't speak Japanese.
That's not the point, though, is it? The point is he's saying, well, it's this cheap in Japan.
Yeah, but that's anti-consumer because they have
he's got to get on a plane to Japan to get it, or he's got to fucking order it. So it's not going to be that cheap to him, is it? Even if he did import it. So even the argument's even more dumb when you think about it.
Yeah, keep it rolling. Let's see where he's going.
Is Japan only and is region locked to only Japanese Nintendo accounts. If you want access to other language and region options, then you'll need to cough
because we can use Japanese accounts.
Yeah, but I think that console, it's like how they put ones in China and they can't connect to stuff.
I don't see how that. I don't think that's the same on Nintendo. I think he's wrong.
Yeah, but no. Well, I think this Japanese system is. Yeah, it's like a Japanese account only. You got to put your Japanese address on and stuff.
Maybe, but
I think that's what that one is. But yeah, you can still. They still have. They have the second one. They have the multi-language system. That'll be the same as the ones we have. So we could make. Japanese. So it's like probably like. I think it's
kind of like a budget model.
Yeah, it's like a budget model for the Japanese, maybe like a tax loophole or something. Probably something like that. That's what I would say.
I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, that's cool.
Didn't know about that one. Yeah, I know about that, but it's like the more expensive one is the one we're getting. It's just like a one that can only do Japanese accounts.
Okay,
so
that's interesting. I didn't know about that, so I learned something new.
Up the full $450. It doesn't get any more anti-consumer than that. Anyone
I don't-
hoping to save money by importing won't be able to because the system is region locked. I would love to know
Yeah.
the reason why the multilingual system costs what is roughly equivalent to $450 USD everywhere in the world, but the Japanese only version that's only available in Japan
mean?
costs
Because
$350.
it's for
So
Japanese
essentially, you're
people.
paying $100 for the privilege of using other languages. Wow, that's
Yes.
some expensive
Wow.
DLC. And the system is
Oh,
not being
DLC.
manufactured in Japan.
What are you going to say?
It's just it's obvious why they made that. It's because they're a Japanese company and they want to, give a quick boost in the Japanese economy, probably get some tax loopholes for doing a Japanese only product. There's probably a lot of
Yeah,
reasons.
there's
for
got to be a
that.
tax loophole, isn't there? Because it's
Yeah,
Japanese.
there's got to be
only.
there's some reasons for that one. And then he's gone, oh, this is anti-consumer because they have one that's cheaper and they have the one that's also expensive as well. That's the same price as everywhere else. I don't get it.
No,
I
it
don't know
doesn't.
why that. I don't get why that.
Not even that much cheaper either.
Yeah, it's 20,000 yen. That's what it was.
Yeah, but it's not
That's
that much.
not much.
He said $80
No, it's not.
cheaper.
Yeah, $80 cheaper. Yeah,
Not that much, is it? It's a big crybaby over nothing again, isn't it?
and they do have loads of things in like China, Japan. It's very normal. I think don't they have like a PlayStation like that as well?
I have no idea.
I thought they might. Maybe if it was a PS Vita or something. I don't know. Someone's in my mind, but I don't remember.
Anyway.
Oh, this
Just
guy
showing that the
sounds like an
console
idiot,
itself
man.
isn't valued at $450. Here's the exact same thing, but $100 less, except only Japanese. Tariffs have nothing to do with them choosing to release a Japanese-only console for less, or charging $100 more for language options outside the US. They're just coming up with these prices because fuck you. There is no expensive chip they have to put in this console to add language options. I'd like to never spend more than $60 on a video game, and I want the entire industry to know that, because I don't want to pay $80 for a video game, you fucking idiot. Thank God morons like...
Wasn't RGT criticizing the Switch for the price? Isn't he on the same fucking line as
the entire industry to know that, because I don't want to...
This guy
That's a
agrees
reaction.
with-
Yeah. This is before. This is like that's his reaction. That's not
Yeah,
his.
he reacts to it, and then he's recently done videos criticizing.
Yeah. Well, he did the reaction because that's his real reaction, and then he's done the damage control, copying everyone else to make sure he gets good views video, after, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Wow, what's up with you?
Huh?
Wow, what's up with you? You're right.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, no, this guy just sounds like a fucking idiot.
Welcome to my world. Yeah. So what I'm saying is though, why even put that up? Because now he's doing videos talking about. Oh, this was right after the you got to put.
Yeah, that's his live reaction on it. So,
but now he's doing videos like this. So
yeah, well, that's because that was him going all these games and stuff, and then he saw the
negativity. And
and gone, oh, I've got to say the prices are bad now.
I've got to make some views out of this.
Pay $80 for a video game, you fucking idiot. Thank God morons like this exist, so these billionaires...
Also, he's not really a Nintendo fanboy. RGT, he's fucking all consoles.
Yeah, he's more retro, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not a fucking Nintendo fanboy. What the fuck did he get that from? He likes Nintendo, sure, but he plays all of them. Fuck's the other?
Yeah, it's a lot of drama.
That's a weird fucking example.
Doesn't he just cover like drama and stuff a lot? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got a lot of drama merch and stuff on there. Yeah, he's like a bit like he's like a posh 8-bit Eric, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I've just gone on his channel. He's made like a dozen videos this week about the Switch 2.
Yeah,
so he's just there for views, isn't he? And he gets a lot of views, to be honest. He does get
he's
views.
Not I'm saying he's not a Nintendo guy. He's just like
he's just. I mean, he does a lot on Nintendo because Nintendo does a lot of stuff. That's pretty much it, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't he do loads of leaks and stuff like saying, "Oh, the Switch Pro's coming," and then it never came. Yeah,
there was something like that going around, wasn't there? Yeah, I think it turned
like,
out. It was slightly true because the OLED did come out, didn't it? So there was.
Yeah, but they were saying it was what the Switch 2 was.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so that makes sense. That's actually a sensible post.
Isn't it? He's criticizing this guy's tweet, saying they're like a fanboy. That's what he's gonna say.
Was he a fanboy? It's true.
Yeah.
They caught up with the hardware that we got now. That's true. We got 4K.
That's true. Yeah.
All that.
It's a hybrid console.
It is a hybrid console. It does have tons of exclusive IPs. That's it. It's a factual statement. It's like these
And
guys.
say that, and then, and then the other thing is, I think they've won. Well, actually, they already are winning, so that's not changed yet.
He means final. He means final victory. Like it's over, not like they're winning.
Yeah.
Now they've just won. It's like there's not even a debate now.
Yeah,
like this comes out, it sells well. That's it. Nintendo is like, they've won. They can never fail after this, basically.
Yeah. Right. See what he says about this, guys.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
And trillionaire companies can continue to screw over all the normal people with.
I like to read the tweet. Oh, I don't like this guy, Slapbass Play. He's a fucking.
Yeah, he's an Xbox fanboy, isn't he?
I don't like. He's an idiot. Hold on a minute. So, this is
the tweet. He's saying
He's doing that in this video. He's doing that for Nintendo in this video. He's saying the same shit.
Yeah.
That this guy's saying about Sony.
Yeah, but is this guy trolling like someone saying, "Oh, Nintendo's bad"? Oh, is it that? Who's that? He's retweeting.
No, this is Slapbass Play. You says an Xbox guy.
He's an Xbox fanboy. Is he saying that because all the stuff people saying about Nintendo, and he's saying it about Sony? That's the debate in Twitch.
He'll be saying about Sony because they're doing the same shit. So
yeah. I think what he's pointing out is saying maybe people are being hypocrites because they're saying Nintendo bad, but everything Nintendo are doing, Sony does.
Yeah, which is again a fair point.
Yeah, but he's saying that because he's an Xbox fanboy, though.
Except Sony's far worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Brains who don't want to dig into their savings account so they can play a Mario Kart in the year 2025 that looks like this.
Hey, he's buying it. Maybe I had that guy wrong.
Wow, all that extra power.
Well,
is
it's
really
just he doesn't like Sony, isn't it?
To be a person as stupid as likes this must be
fanboys for
justifying
Xbox and Halo and stuff. Yeah, some people saying they're gonna get it. He's like just putting out random people's tweets that just got like 12 likes now.
I wonder if I'm going to probably be on here in a minute.
$80 by comparing it to eating food. So you want to pay $80 for a game. You're cool with new big releases costing $80 fucking dollars.
Yes, we are. Deal with it.
It's like, oh, you're cool with games costing the way games cost on every console at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you have to, innit? If you want to play new games, you've got to have to, aren't you?
Listen, for starters, these games should be more because they're on the fucking game cards, and they've historically been less. Nintendo games have been less at launch for a while. They hold the value, but they've been less at launch, right? For a long time. What are you talking about?
Keep him going.
What's he talking about, man?
You would think these are like industry plants. Nintendo should just start charging $100 instead because idiots like this will find some batshit way to justify it. Just donate your money to them at this point. You can't fit their entire
this guy will probably justify Microsoft charging 100, won't he?
Well, that doesn't happen apparently. It's just made up.
Oh, he's ignoring that.
They don't sell their games at that price apparently. That's all make
It's just Nintendo because you're allowed to say about Nintendo.
You're allowed to criticize Nintendo.
You're allowed to.
Everybody hates Nintendo, apparently.
Yeah.
It's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, keep it going.
It's like Satanism, isn't it? It's like the best company getting the most shit. I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, we hate Jesus. He was nice to people. Okay. It's the same thing. What Nintendo did what? What, they're selling the digital games cheaper. They're giving people money off. Bastards.
Well, they're selling a cheaper Japanese model. What? That's anti-consumer.
They're putting a cartridge out there where you can share the game even though it's digital. Fucking bastards.
Whoa. They're giving away upgrades to Breath of the Wild for free that Sony would charge $20 for.
Yeah, they're giving them away on the freaking online. Sony would charge.
They're letting you use your controllers from last gen. Oh, disgusting.
Letting you use your GameCube controllers from fucking 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Holy...
still got the old one for 20 years ago. They still work.
Yep.
That's it.
Mad.
Madness. Worked on every system since.
They have. It's
just the Wii U just missed out because it only worked on Smash, but
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. Well, they still worked on Smash.
Yeah, that's all they need. It. Yeah, keep it going. Keep him going.
They're just amazed. Like, okay,
I want to try to finish this and go back.
Look, I think this chick's hot, by the way. Can someone get me a number? She's hot.
She's in Japan.
Yeah, she can come play fucking games with me anytime she wants. Yes.
Keep it going.
Ultimately, what can we do? Well, we can
What can
just
we do?
simply not
Boycott.
buy it. It's that simple. Vote with your
Oh.
dollar. When you give Nintendo money for a game that launches with no content or is unfinished, or for a game that's a port of a title over 10
That
years.
game had free DLC. You're going to complain about that one as well.
Yeah,
This,
probably.
this game, all the content came with it. Yeah, some of it was delayed, but it all came out. It was all free. There was no DLC, no paid DLC, no fucking microtransactions, none of that shit. Now compare that to FIFA.
Mm,
It's there, isn't it?
yeah.
No money for a game that launches with no content or is unfinished, or for a game that's a port of a title over 10 years old that used to be $20 and is suddenly $60, or money for
You don't have to buy the $60 version of the game. You can either go back and buy the old one, or you got the option of buying that. You don't have to buy it. That's a dumb argument.
a game that is so poorly optimized that the absolute best you can expect is an inconsistent 30 frames per second. That's you telling them that I, the consumer, will give you money for this regardless of its quality. I will buy Luigi's Mansion 2 on Switch even though it was $20 on a 3DS and was ported with bugs and graphical oversights. I will give you $300 for a console so poorly designed that it scratches my screen when I dock it, has $80 controllers.
Again, this is not a Switch 2. You can't just keep going on about like, well, this happened in the past. This is the Switch 2. What's happening with the Switch 2 that's a problem? He's not doing that, is he? He's pulling it out of his ass. Oh, well, the original Switch, the screen scratched. Yeah, the original Switch. Yeah. This is not the original Switch, is it?
No.
End of discussion.
With connectivity issues that often cease to function over time, has UI that looks like someone made it in Adobe Illustrator in 9 minutes.
It's so simplistic, though. It's easy to use.
Yeah, you don't want it too cluttered.
You don't want to. It's so straightforward. It's like it's a breeze. What do you mean? Like how do you want
It's not like the Xbox where every 6 months they move everything around.
Oh, it's horrible. The Xbox is horrible, man.
Yeah.
Keep like shoving like ads on the front page. And
Yeah,
shit.
ads on the front. Sometimes you turn it on and it's an ad on the full
And
screen.
shit games
You have to
too.
close it off.
Yeah, they close it off and then they keep shoving ads on there. Like, oh look, it's Pride Month, Trans Month. You download the skins on Halo Infinite. You get the trans flag skins. It's Women's Month. You get the women's.
It's cringe.
You can get them.
Horrible.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in you shit games. Stop fucking advertising it.
Keep it going. Come on.
But yeah, Nintendo doesn't do that. That's probably the best UI out of gaming. Like seriously.
Nice.
It's a pleasant UI.
Acts as a portal to the world's laggiest and most unstable web-based online storefront, and has a library of poorly optimized games, half of which are being resold for the second or third time, and the other half comprised of cheap, soulless shovelware quality garbage with no polish, nothing memorable, and absolutely no passion or love anywhere to be found in it. Buggy messes that you are being sold as is because you'll buy it anyway. Do not buy the Switch 2. Do not buy its $90 controllers or its $80 games.
Because some games on the Switch 1 were subpar, in this guy's opinion.
Oh, yeah. Because he bought a game for 3-year-olds. Thought it'd be that good. Teach the game. Come on.
Okay, so what about the new From Software game? Is that going to be shit because it's on the Switch? Automatically, it's going to look like Teletubbies. It's like going to be shit, right?
Is it going to look like Teletubbies?
I mean, what's that about?
Yeah, I don't know. Weird.
Not buy its shitty camera or its $35 piece of plastic controller charger. Do not act like this is an upgrade. UI that went from uninspired to uninspired with a few more circles. Do not
just
pay
real
$20 for game upgrade.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I can predict this coming, right? You know how, like, at the last bit of the video, right? Like, from the last one that we just watched.
Well,
he's gonna say some shit with the fucking Steam Deck. Or
yeah. Keep it going. Come on, let's see.
Some shit like that, or he's gonna make.
Yeah, well, that just undermines your whole argument about those everything that
front, and has a library of poorly optimized games, half of which are being resold for the second or third time, and the other half comprised of cheap, soulless shovelware quality garbage with no polish, nothing memorable, and absolutely no passion or love anywhere to be found in it. Buggy messes that you are being sold as is because you'll buy it anyway. Do not buy the Switch 2. Do not buy its $90 controllers or its $80 games. Do not buy its shitty camera or its $35 piece of plastic controller charger. Do not act like this is an upgrade. UI that went from
It's an upgrade. What do you mean it's not an upgrade? Every half of this video has been him shitting on the original Switch and saying, "Look at all these problems the original Switch has," and every single one of them
Everything's been
doesn't
fixed.
have.
Yeah.
That's called an upgrade. Where's 1316 killer when we need him?
Yeah. He's come back.
We need him back for this video.
inspired to
Who?
uninspired with a few more circles. Do not pay $20 for game upgrades that act as a paid 60 FPS patch or a subscriction that gives you temporary
That's
access to them.
DLC.
And do
That's a
not buy
DLC pack.
It's not a patch. It's not
Adds
just
a whole new world to Kirby.
a whole new world.
That one
It's not-
probably has more than
New
Mario Party.
world!
You know what I mean? They showed that one off. It has new gameplay, new levels. Come on.
Hey, we got. Hang on. Got subs in the chat here. What are you talking about? This is 4K 120 FPS, bro. This is the future. You're fucked if you're, if you're a console war guy, like it sounds like you are, then you're fucked because this one's just won it. It's over. Game over.
Buy a $450 glorified Switch One with nothing but corporate greed at the heart of it. Buying this not only lets Nintendo
He's just talking out of his ass now. It's hilarious.
Yeah, Steam Deck. Here it comes. Buy Steam Deck.
You don't have to pay for these things. These are already. If you're already a subscriber, you don't pay for them.
Yeah, you got your sub.
So you
$10
just go
game, $10 game. You can still play the games without the upgrade pack, you know. That's the problem. Difference between like PS5 and stuff. Some of these games they come out, it's a full new game. Well, these ones are just you buy a little DLC pack if you want the upgrade. You can still play it. It's not like the Series X where it kicks you out of playing the originals. Because that's horrible.
That's so annoying.
It's like I have a game installed, and it's like, oh, we've upgraded it now, so you have to install it to the hard drive. Well, I've got no space, so I can't play it anymore. So I have to uninstall it or delete
I got
it.
one better. You know that Star Ocean game I bought, yeah?
Yeah.
There's a paid upgrade on the Xbox Series X for it, right?
Yeah.
Well, but you're supposed to be able to play the Xbox One version of the Series X. But when I put the Xbox One version of the Series X, it tries to upgrade, but because the upgrade is paid, it won't upgrade. So I literally can't play the Xbox One game on the Series X.
Horrible.
But you know what I can do? Play it on my Xbox One X because I actually keep my consoles and like these idiots. So I don't come online and piss and moan about stuff like that. I just work around it.
Yeah.
But these guys will find a way to piss and moan. But see, I wouldn't have a problem with this pissing and moaning if it was across the board. If you're going to sit here and piss and moan about everything, like, oh, yeah, well, $80 games, fine, $80 games everywhere, then you've got an argument. Upgrades.
Yeah, if you're like, if you're talking about every console, what's going on? Like the video you made with the season passes.
Yeah.
And all that.
Yeah,
you talked about this is what every game dev is doing right now.
Yeah,
you make a point, but you say, "Oh, it's just Nintendo." Just shove everyone else under the rug. We're not looking at Xbox and PlayStation.
Throwing
Nintendo
Steam under the bus, they are, and then when the games are more expensive now, which they already are, but now they'll say, "Oh, well, look at what Nintendo did. They made them all the game prices go up." That's what they're going to be saying for the next few years. It's like they were already higher before they fucking did it.
Yeah,
as we proved in this video. We can go back to it and look at it.
They've been doing that for a long time, so
Yeah, exactly.
every console.
We fucking proved it.
Don't know how far they can push the boundaries of laziness, but ultimately supports a company that, in its current state, is making billions off of doing the absolute bare minimum. Years ago, when Nintendo games came out, whether they were good or bad, you could see that 99% of them were always made by people who genuinely cared and were encouraged to do so. Directed by people focused.
Those are terrible examples of that.
Yeah, I mean, he said he's gone 3D World and Nintendo Land. That's
Nintendo
examples
Land
of
and whatever the
games.
fuck that other one was.
It was Nintendo Land again. It was just another part of Nintendo Land.
So he's saying Nintendo Land was
And 3D
made
World.
made by people that give a fuck, which is Nintendo
Yeah.
Land was a full price game. It was a pack in with the deluxe Wii U, but if
Yeah.
you bought the regular Wii U, you didn't get it. It was only with the black one, right?
Yeah, I like the game, but I'm sure at the time everyone was saying it wasn't amazing.
Well,
They
it
were
was
saying
a
it was average, weren't they?
full price
Yeah,
game,
yeah. People said it should have been 20 quid, didn't they?
which it should have been.
Well, it came with the console, so I was like, whatever, it's all right.
Yeah, but if you had bought it by separate, it
Yeah,
was full price.
but I like the
It was
the
all
game.
that fucking drama
It was
then.
like,
Now it's like, oh, there's a £10 demo for this that you can buy.
oh my goodness!
Now they lose
Oh,
their minds. You can't win.
what is
You
that?
cannot
A
win with
Steam
these
Deck
people.
game? Come on,
Can't win.
can't
they
win.
can-
Yeah,
All right, let's see what they complain about.
On quality and enjoyment value over development time and
He's
costs.
complaining about the white Tanuki suit now. Again, something you don't.
no,
have
it's
to
just.
use.
I thought he's saying the game's good.
No, because he's literally put this
I don't know why he
white
put that
Tanuki
clip.
suit.
I don't know. All right,
Like,
I don't know why he put that.
Games made with love that contained the soul of the development team that worked on them, acting as somewhat of a portal to a vision, whether or not that vision is
Uh-huh.
very fun. And today you have this. In 2015, when Satoru Iwata died, the
What the
worst thing
fuck
that could
was
possibly
that?
happen is making development
I
time and
don't know what
costs.
game that was.
Games
Is
made
that
with
Ring
love
Fit?
that contained the soul of the development team that worked on them,
That
acting as
exercise
somewhat of a
game.
portal to a vision, whether or not that vision is very fun. And today you have this.
No
Is that
idea.
Ring? That's Ring Fit. You know, the one with the exercise game.
Nope. Exactly. No
Uh,
one. No one's. No one's even
It's
played.
it's the one. It's the one of the games that you can't play on the new Switch because you have to put the old Joy-Cons in it.
Right.
So you have to use the old Joy-Cons to play.
Okay.
That's what it was.
I know. I know.
It's just an exercise game. It's like the new Wii Fit. That's what it was.
Yeah. So that's what you have now from Nintendo. That's the only game.
I don't know why. Like, oh, that's bad because whatever.
Well, this is what you get from Nintendo
The
now.
thing is, though, you can tell he's not being he's being disingenuous because he keeps picking all the games that are like the B tier games. You know what I mean? Where's he bringing up?
Well, that's why I said it
Mario
was a troll,
Party,
but then
here's
I looked at
Zelda.
the number of subs, and
You
I
know what I
looked at,
mean? Like all the games he picks, he's like, oh, it's Princess Peach and Ring
Yeah.
Fit and
like I said
Wii
about an hour
Sports.
ago,
You know what I mean?
probably like could be like pure trolling, but it's
Could
so
be a troll. I don't know.
so fucking like
I looked at his channel, but it's just a little mix of stuff, really. It's like he makes like random videos about Nintendo stuff and Let's Plays and stuff like that. It's like it's not like a consistent channel, you know what I mean?
okay, fair enough.
So I don't know.
Okay, so like I
Doesn't
say,
look like a troll. Doesn't look like a troll compared to what else he's made, you know what I mean?
if you say so.
Yeah.
But I did point that out as
Yeah.
In 2015, when Satoru Iwata died, the
the production value's too high, isn't it? Like all this shit he's doing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where that's been taken from, but
It's
worst thing that could
production value.
possibly happen.
I
to
don't
the
think he's
company
trolling.
happened.
I don't think he's trolling.
I
The
don't
first time ever,
know. I
Nintendo
don't know. It's like it's on the verge, isn't it?
Maybe, I don't know.
Anyway,
was being run by a businessman, not a
even
player.
if it is trolling, like it's still like what was it? What was it's still got misinformation in it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So the theme of like what I'm doing here is still valid. It's just if he's just doing it just to take the piss, then fair play, you know what I mean? But if you can't tell it's a troll video at first glance, but it you know it's that kind of like
I just found his Twitter account. He said the same stupid shit that the other guy said. Allow the resale and sharing of downloadable games. While these people are morons, I need a physical object to play a digital game. The worst of both worlds. Nintendo could set these people on fire, and they would still find a way to convince themselves burning to
it
death.
doesn't sound like a troll, but you know maybe he's just.
But he
so
said
deep
that just sounds very stupid because it's like
he's
he's saying
he's
is
so deep into the personality.
yeah, maybe. But he's
you
saying,
know,
because it's not like he's got a full Twitter account either. It's like 200 tweets total on his account. So, you know,
okay.
it's like, but he's saying Nintendo bad because they have a digital game card code, which is the same as every other console.
Yep.
I don't get it.
No,
Very
I'm
weird.
never going to understand these idiots.
And he's
Yeah,
retweeted someone else saying it's the Switch 2 and it's a Don Matrick pointed at the Xbox One.
It's fucking same shit as the other guy, isn't it?
Someone who cared from day one and was there for everything every step of the way, or by someone with a genuine interest for the product, but by someone whose job it is to make money and that's it. Nothing else matters as long as the company
But Microsoft and Sony aren't just trying to make money. They
Yeah.
aren't.
Weird.
And Miyamoto's not still there. He's in this very clip. He
Yeah,
was
very odd.
on the direct last week. Literally the god of gaming. He wouldn't be here to making this video now if he hadn't fucking made the freaking characters he did. He wouldn't be here making this video. There'll be no Nintendo.
Yeah.
And he's still there at the company, still making stuff. But nobody at the company gives a shit.
is as profitable as it can be. And that businessman chose another businessman to succeed him. And how much you want to bet that that businessman will be succeeded by another businessman? I honestly
businessman working in the company.
Whoa.
Disaster.
No way. Can't believe this. A Japanese
the days
salary
of-
man as a salary man. Can't believe this.
What the hell's that got to do with anything?
I don't know.
Nintendo being the most
Weird.
authentic company in the industry are long gone and never coming back. People have complaints about everyone. Xbox and their annoying use of your data, PlayStation's anti-consumer practices and poor design, EA's microtransactions.
That's the only things
Ubisoft's
wrong with those
abusive-
two companies. The only things wrong with the Xbox and the PlayStation is Xbox steals your data and PlayStation has a bad console that looks like an ice cream sandwich. And
Did he
what was
say
the other
ice cream
thing?
sandwich? I thought I
No, he didn't say that. But like he said, he said the console looks ugly. That's his criticism of PlayStation.
Yeah, the console's ugly. Damn.
Whoa.
DRM.
Play in the
But
dark.
genuinely, in complete seriousness, just ask yourself, what makes Nintendo any better than these companies? What is making Nintendo not the worst company in the industry in your mind?
Go on. Tell him.
Well, you own the games on the cartridges and you
Yeah.
put them in and you don't have to download them.
Yeah.
And
value.
They still make good games. They don't use season passes and microtransactions in full
Games
price
are not woke.
games.
No political
Games
bullshit.
aren't woke. There's no political bullshit in them.
But fucking Samus ain't gonna fucking go lesbian at the end of the fucking game. I
No.
can tell you that for now without playing it. Nope.
They announce many games per year, and you might like them, you might not, but there's a variety there.
Yeah.
I mean, what else to say?
Value. Games hold value.
Yeah, the game's all
Reseller.
value.
So the resale market's good. All the features of the Switch.
They re-release their old games. They make new games in old franchises, whereas other companies don't. They just let them die and never make another one again, or they ruin them.
Yeah.
They have a cheap online service. What else to say? I mean, there's a lot there. I mean,
They're better than the other two.
Yeah.
Easily. And then all the stuff that basically they've been excluding from their console for years, they're adding into this one. So there's no argument anymore. They've lost the argument. It's like,
And they actually have improved. They actually
Yeah.
have improved. They haven't gotten worse like Xbox or
Yeah.
PlayStation. They
Yeah.
actually have gotten better. You know, the Switch has gotten better over time. The Switch 2 is now looking to be an upgrade.
But it is an upgrade. It's
The Wii U was an
yeah.
upgrade to the Wii. The Wii U was an upgrade to the Wii. Now, maybe the Switch wasn't 100% an upgrade to the Wii U.
Yeah,
but
that was
maybe
my
it's-
criticism of it.
I think it was just mainly probably, you know, they had a lot of work to go on because they were merging handheld and home console together. So they had a lot more baggage to try and get it right. And now they've had a lot of time to set on
You
that.
streamlined the process, haven't they?
Yeah, it's streamlined a bit. Now all the development's gone into one console. Don't have people falling behind.
They also
that's-
got a load
And that's
of
the other problem. Well, this guy's been saying, "Oh, look at all these games that don't look very good." But that's the thing. You've got devs who've been working on 3DS games for years, and devs
Yeah.
who've come in from home console. So they've both got completely different mindsets, completely different standards. That's
Yeah.
probably what's going on. There's like people making handheld style games and people making home console style games.
Yeah.
And that you're getting mixed up there because there's definitely games that look good and there's games that look more cartoony and look a bit lower quality, but that's just the way it's going to be. there's some games that were on the 3DS.
And you don't have to
now are
buy
on
the games
the
that you
Switch,
don't like if you
Yeah,
think you like.
exactly. And the thing is, he pointed out all these games like, oh, look, there's a game that was ported from the 3DS. It didn't look as good. It's like, well, yeah, it was a port from the 3DS. That's what you just explained yourself. And then you go, oh, Princess Peach didn't look that good. Yeah, it was probably something cracked out quickly. You know, it wasn't. It's a Princess Peach game. What are you expecting? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but instead of just like saying I'm not going to buy that game because I'd rather
Yeah.
just stick with Mario 3D World and
Yeah,
Mario.
and it's
with
not
this
like
huge
there's any
amount-
shortage of games to get. You're not going to
Yeah,
get all
it's
of
just
them.
another Mario game at the end of the day with the Princess Peach skin on it.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I was looking the other day, I was like, yeah, there's probably like 30, 40 games that are exclusive I don't have for the Switch. So there's that much available.
Yeah.
Anyway, finish him off.
I think you just did.
Yeah.
After this video, we should play the Angry
Yeah.
Joe one.
I'm going off
See what
after
he's
this.
gotta
'Cause I
say.
should be already going to bed.
I think we might come back another day and do more. I think we'll finish this
Yeah, I
one.
think I ended off this one. Let's finish it off.
Yeah, 'cause what are we at, like 4 or 5 hours now?
5.5.
Yeah, let's end on this one then.
Because if you ask me, they've become the biggest cancer of the industry. Not only are they
Oh.
doing everything other companies are shunned for and more, but they're
I love
getting
this
away
right.
with it.
Cancer too.
Hey, answer his own question again.
Yeah, not only doing everything the other country are shunned for and more. That's what he said.
Right, so all these.
But they're
other
not doing everything. They're not doing everything other countries companies are shunned for though, because they're not
No.
doing season passes. They're not doing microtransactions on full price games.
Nope.
They're not doing on disc DLC.
There's a reason I have a Nintendo Switch, isn't there?
Yeah,
I bought it
There's a
halfway
reason.
through the gen. I was like, I've had enough of this fucking shit. I'm going back to Nintendo where the games are actually good. I mean,
they haven't killed every franchise they've got.
Yeah.
There's a few games that have been a bit of a that's gone a bit bad, like Paper Mario and a bit downhill. But they tried to bring it back by remaking the best one, haven't they? So, and then they've made Mario and Luigi. That kind of died out, but they've made a new one. So they want to try and things that are done a bit poorly. They want to try and bring them back at the end of the day, not like Microsoft who hoard all these franchises and let them die off and never make another one again, or EA who does the same thing.
Yeah, where's the Army of Two games, man?
Yeah, where's Army of Two? Where's new Banjo Kazooie? Where's new?
They don't need to have the same characters. They can just have Army of Two.
Where's
like...
Perfect Dark? It's been 20 years, and they've got a new one coming that's going to be completely different to what people want.
Yeah, with a fucking chick that looks like a bloke.
Well, yeah, so
hopefully
and that's Microsoft. Then you got Sony. Of like, where's Jak and Daxter gone? Dead. Where's Sly Cooper? No, gone. Where's Ratchet and Clank stuck around, but they've definitely slowed down, and people say the newer games aren't even as good. So
yeah, but then you got to make way for like Last of Us and
then they make Last of Us Part 1, and Last of Us Part 1, and Last of Us Part 1, and
Last of Us Part
Last of Us Part 1 coming out later this year. Yeah,
Last of Us Part 1. Yeah.
Last of Us Part 1, PS4, PS5 Pro Edition coming soon.
Yeah. With your paid upgrade.
So that's like Nintendo's the worst, guys. Even though literally everyone's memes on the PlayStation for saying it has no games every chance they get because it doesn't have any.
It hasn't got any games. It did at launch, but it filtered out.
A lot of them gone to PC, and then nothing else has come out.
But they tried to do all that fucking live service bullshit and completely fucked themselves over in the ass, didn't they? They just fucking tried to do all
Concord. Remember Concord? We had a
Concord.
Nintendo level of Concord. No, they haven't had a game that's failed.
I don't think. I don't even get Nintendo. I think other than the virtual
Nintendo, right? They had the Mario and Luigi. They made Mario and Luigi like the Bowser one 3DS port, and it sold like nothing. And that kind of killed the company making it because they put it on the 3DS like when the Switch was like 2 years old, and that sold like worse than Concord. But it's like they still haven't given up on Mario and Luigi. They brought back and made a new game, and they put the games on the Switch Online and stuff. So even if they just kind of threw up together a shitty port at one point, that's just they want to try and get a bit of money, but it didn't even work out completely. But even then, they might have learned from that because they made a new game eventually. You know.
Yeah, but it's not the same, is it? Because it's an established IP, so it's not the
Yeah.
same thing. And it didn't.
It
It
is.
didn't. It doesn't
Even
like.
then, they want to make new IPs. They put that basketball one on, haven't they? With the
Yeah,
wheelchair basketball
yeah,
people.
I
basketball
guess
thing.
I guess as well too, like with Nintendo and that, like they don't have all that diversity hire shit in their
Yeah,
offices
I
either.
think they do in
So
America, but it's not as they don't really ever say in what games are being made because
Nintendo's
they're more
offices are not in
marketing.
California.
Yeah, yeah.
Sony,
They
I
don't
said,
I
wanna-
mean they've had different characters like male and female characters that's
Listen,
playable, and they don't shove it.
I said
you
years
know.
ago when Sony moved to California, so that's it. They fuck now. That's it. That's the worst move they made. Moving
Hell, then they
all.
shut down the Japan studio that made
Yeah.
all the good games.
Yeah, exactly. They moved everything to California. Big mistake. Huge mistake.
Yeah. Huge mistake.
Huge mistake that was.
Anyway, so we finish him off. What's going on? 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Play it out.
What is, without a doubt, the most influential video game company that has ever existed and will ever
Smash
exist
was one of the most popular games that ever existed in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
is setting the precedent that consumers will buy anything.
You say
and the other
president,
companies
not
will follow.
precedent.
As the consumer, your voice is
Like you said, setting the
not only
president.
are they doing
not
everything
precedent.
other companies are shunned for and more, but they're getting away with it. What is, without a doubt, the most influential video game company that has ever existed and will ever exist is setting the precedent that consumers
he said
Say
president.
the president. Get down, Donald. Get down, Donald.
We like Donald Trump button, don't we? Like wrong.
will buy anything, and the other companies will follow. As the consumer, your voice is the most important because none of these companies would exist if you weren't giving them your money. Demand more. When so many companies are
Good. That's why Ubisoft's going out of business. Yay!
Yeah.
Goodbye, Ubisoft. You know, like the Elton John did "Goodbye England's Road." Should be "Goodbye Ubisoft" with the same lyrics.
fighting for your dollar, why shouldn't they fold to your standards? When Xbox first announced the Xbox One and boasted about its online requirements, its unnecessary use of Kinect, and all the other little things that made people hate it, like the lack of being able to share your games, people made fun of them. And so did the industry. Sony famously taunted them with this short video
Yeah,
on
and
their
Nintendo's
website.
done any of that.
This
So what
is
are you on
how
about?
you share your games on PS4.
Yeah, and Nintendo's not doing that. So why are you bringing it up?
He's fucking stuck in the past.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He thinks Nintendo is the Nintendo of the Wii U.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're the Nintendo of 2025.
Yeah.
This console is literally.
Hey, the Nintendo
on
the Wii U
par.
will be good because it's an improved system with good games.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, I'm talking about Wii U as in, like, it's still the Wii U.
Japanese, very Japanese. Do you think stuck in their ways? Maybe.
The Wii U had no voice chat. This
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, it
That-
does. Yeah.
this-
There we go. Sorted.
all like, it's not the same Nintendo, right?
Yeah, it's not.
It's,
I think.
it's better than
Well,
it's ever been.
it didn't when the Switch launched. They had the other president, like the interim one, and then the new young guy took over.
Yeah.
Isn't that right? So maybe he's got a bit of a marketing mind. He's like, we need to put these in because they've been planning that since he was president. So maybe there is a leadership difference there. That's someone's.
I was going to
you
say
know,
that earlier. The Nintendo were very old and set in their ways.
Yeah, like old-fashioned Japanese.
you
That's
know,
the
like
way they were.
that's how they were, and it was like
Very
look,
traditional.
we make games and people play them. That's it. They didn't
Yeah.
care about like voice chat. They weren't thinking about that.
Yeah,
it's like a
weren't
lot of
thinking
the
about
games
features.
Wii U
Yeah.
were not online when like Mario Party wasn't online on the Wii U and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Nintendo isn't the same Nintendo now. They're better. They put online in Mario Party.
So
Right?
weird.
They're acknowledging the online now side of gaming, which took them years to actually get to that point. He's pointing out like Nintendo hasn't changed at all since then. He's even like saying like
Oh
the
no,
Switch.
because he was saying the games on the Wii U were better, like 3D World and Nintendo Land.
Yeah, but he's trying to say Nintendo now is worse than it was then, but it's actually the other way around. They're actually getting better.
Yeah.
They're actually more consumer friendly now than they were then because now you have more features.
Yeah.
You have better resolution. It's like this. If anything, the Switch was was not very pro-consumer when it came out because, like you said, it had problems with
Yeah,
the screen
it took things away.
scratching and the screen scratching and fucking all the games were ports of the Wii U. So if you owned a Wii U, there's no reason to own one. Blah 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 blah. The Switch 2 has none of these issues, right?
No,
it can't have
because it's backwards compatible. So even if you missed
the
out,
Switch wasn't backwards compatible with the Wii
Switch
U.
wasn't. Yeah, in
Because
any
of
way.
that.
So
It couldn't be, obviously, for reasons. But this is what I'm saying. So it's an upgrade in every avenue. It's a full upgrade. There's no argument anymore. You can't argue like, well, Nintendo sucks. They don't have, and then you've got to really think and try and think of something. Like the only thing I can think of is it doesn't have streaming, and you can just buy a capture card. That's it. What does it not have?
It's not like they're anti-streaming because they were in the developer chat. They were like, "Yeah, the reason we did this because it's like you're a streamer, so it's like they're aware of streamers, but they did the face cam because they wanted to be like streaming. So maybe there will be something down the line. Let's just have a look. But even then, like you said,
maybe it's already in there and they just didn't showcase it.
Maybe Twitch will come down the line. I don't know. Or
or
maybe they don't want to be associated with Twitch though, because it's a bit dodgy, not family friendly.
Maybe they could do their streaming service.
Maybe
streamer like
maybe they'll make their own. Yes, Nintendo streaming.
Like we had Mixer, but the Nintendo one would actually take off, I would think, because it'd be family friendly, wouldn't it? And like anybody like twerking or anything, it'd just be out. You know what I mean? Like within instantly. Maybe they're looking into that. I don't know, but it's whatever.
But it seemed like the people making it were aware of that. So let's see. Anyway, let's finish this guy's video.
And Microsoft was spiteful. People were happy with their 360s and wanted a reason to move on to the next big thing. And no one said it better than the idiot trying to get us to buy it, Don Matrick, while trying to defend the Xbox One.
Fortunately,
it's Matrick, not Matrick.
Living in the past, mate.
It's like people were happy with the 360s. I don't know if people were. I think that's rewriting history. I think people were getting a bit upset with the 360s. How many people have them broke and stuff? It's not like it was that popular. It was still last place in the end of the day.
Yeah, but only because of the Japanese sales. It did sell more, but
both
the PlayStation and the Xbox are horrible failure rates, so it's difficult to say anything from that.
I think, in the end, it's last place. It was, people started hating it from the Kinect days because they were like, "Oh, stop talking about football on the E3 and stuff." And they were doing that for years. And then they did the Xbox One reveal, and it was all that again. Everyone's like, "Where are the games at?"
Yeah, but it wasn't just that. It was like they kept changing the dashboard and
they kept in the dashboard like a million times and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of things going wrong. So it's like people weren't like, "Oh, Xbox One's going to be amazing." People were like, "Hold on, let's hold on for a minute. Let's see what's going on."
Hold the brakes. This is when they had online passes and everything. And it was like,
things were going to shit before.
It was going south before. Yeah, it was. Yeah,
it was already on that way.
Anyway, we were concerned about the next Xbox more than we were excited about it before they launched it. But then when they came out, it was like worse than anybody thought it could possibly be.
And the only thing that was, PlayStation got to announce the next day. So anything stupid, they got to take out. So if they had anything planned, they could have cut it out before anyone knew about it.
Yeah. Well, they're doing the same shit as Microsoft now, aren't they?
Yeah. So
they play fucking another leg of Microsoft at this point.
Yeah.
The same shit. They got the fucking Game Pass. They got the fucking Play Anywhere title.
I did mention earlier that Xbox is becoming more like a Netflix streaming service and shit.
Yeah.
Which is pretty sad, but
because Netflix sucks.
Yeah, well, that's what they're going for. They're going to be all cloud at some point, and then that'll be it. Yeah. So
we'll see if they put games on the Switch.
Interesting.
Let's finish it. Let's go.
But how would that work though?
It
with
doesn't
games,
relevant to his argument, by the way.
look good,
Yeah.
then don't pay $500 for it. Do not support this company. Nintendo is not one of the good guys. Nintendo in its current state is the greediest, laziest, and most
What?
dangerous corporation in the entire.
Because they sell amiibos that you again don't have to buy.
Yeah,
That's
they're
not a game.
collectibles, really, aren't they? Come on.
It's not a game, is it?
It's like Microsoft are selling Minecraft McDonald's meals now with the toys in the McDonald's, right? So it's like, oh, that means Microsoft's evil, right? Come on.
It's just
Microsoft
fucking-
sell Mega Blocks for Halo. Oh, greedy! Come on, just stupid stuff. This is.
It's dumb. It's dumb as well because these amiibos, if you've got any from like the Wii U days, they still work now. So like if
Yeah,
you buy
they still
bought-
work on
bought
Smash,
freaking
you know.
Link from then, you can still use him on your
Yeah.
games now. Anti-consumer.
Yeah, and it's not even like amiibos are even like a big thing anymore. They
They just
announced
give you, like,
a
a little
couple of new
item
Zelda.
or a-
Yeah, they had a couple of new
Oh.
Zelda ones and a couple of new Street Fighter ones. That's all they announced this
Yeah,
week.
but you can like buy, like say I got the Link amiibo from back in the day because I wanted it for like
Yeah.
Hyrule Warriors, right? So I got
Yeah,
that.
it works on Breath of the Wild and
It'll
stuff.
work on Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. Wolflink, you put Wolflink in, and you get
Yeah.
Wolflink running around with you.
Oh, I've got Wolfling.
Yeah, that's the one that people want. That's the rare one.
Well, if that was stupid money, I'll be honest. That would, but I got it. I got it because I wanted it for Hyrule
Yeah,
Warriors.
well, I got it with the game, so new. So all right,
The game with
That's-
Twilight Princess, didn't it?
Yeah.
No, I didn't get it with the game. No, I got it separate.
yeah.
Yeah, it didn't cost that. It
Wasn't
it
there
cost
like
just a lot.
controversy with Nintendo years ago, like with their image and shit, with their characters or some shit like that? Because
I
they
don't know.
have had controversy in the past with content creators like making like edgy like memes and shit.
I don't know,
Maybe I
it's
don't know.
their
Maybe it was
character.
people who were signed up with the YouTube stuff. Or do you mean like?
I
people
think he's talking
making
about
stuff?
fucking porno or something with Nintendo characters. and
Right. Well,
some noise on it.
that's gonna be a problem. with
Not just pornos, but like very edgy like
You know,
videos
like
of
Newgrounds
like plushies and
videos
shit,
and stuff.
but also
Oh,
like
yeah,
association with
maybe I don't
violence and all that. So
I don't know.
know. It's like fan-made stuff. You can't really police that, can you?
No.
As long as they're not
I-
making,
No,
as long
you
as they're not
can't.
making money, as long as they're not making.
Yeah,
I
it's all about
guess-
selling T-shirts with
guess-
it on and stuff. Yeah.
oh no, I think I remember now. It was this YouTube channel that had like this other character that's not related to like Mario or like Nintendo itself, but like I think it's Jeffy or
I know what you're on about. So it's
Can't
not
remember.
No, I don't know. Yeah. Can we let's finish the video?
yeah.
I want to go back.
Industry. And the only thing that's going to make them change is seeing you spend your money elsewhere. So while you dipshits play your crappy platformer
Yeah,
tech
spend your
demo,
money on $100 games elsewhere, and not on Nintendo's $100 games. That'll show them.
Yeah.
I'm
That'll
sure
fix
they'll
the
reduce the
industry.
price when everybody else isn't. Genius.
Yeah.
that costs $0.00 on that piece of shit PS5. I'll enjoy paying full price for my disabled wheelchair basketball game that utilizes the mouse function of the
What did he
Joy-Con
just
2.
say about the PS5?
Something about
Enjoy
Astro
paying
Bot.
full price for my disabled elsewhere. So while you dipshits play your crappy platformer tech demo that costs $0.00 on that piece of shit PS5, I'll enjoy paying full price
That's
for my
not
disabled wheelchair
$0.
basketball game
What
that
are you
utilizes.
talking about?
I think he's thinking Astro
He's thinking-
Playroom.
He
That's
thinks
Astro
Astro.
Playroom.
Yeah, he thinks because he
Astro
doesn't
Play-
own a PS5. He thinks the Astro Bot is
Yeah.
Astro Playroom.
No, it's different.
They're two different games. Yeah.
Fuck.
So that's
Astro-
even more of a fuck up, isn't it?
Astro
'Cause
Playroom is the PS4 for a start, in it.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
the
but what? There's
camera.
one on the PS5. There's one on the PS5
You have,
as
to,
well.
you have to buy the camera. It doesn't work with the camera, does it? At
I
least
don't
the
know.
PS4.
I thought there's one on the PS5. No,
Maybe
there was
it
one
does,
on the
I mean,
PS5.
maybe
It's a
there's
different
only
one.
like certain modes
Yeah.
that work with the camera. I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
thought it
but
was like a camera
he's
thing.
thinking that the new platformer game is the same game and that's
Is it?
free.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
So
I know.
what a
It's
good
a
ball.
dumbass fucking statement, wasn't it?
Yeah, dumbass.
Clown show all over. Is this guy's logo,
Uh-huh.
by the way? It's fucking-
Yeah, maybe. It's one of his logos.
It
He's got
looks
another
like
one
a
on.
character out of freaking Bertha. Remember the cartoon Bertha? Not the cartoon, the fucking stop motion, like a person.
Yeah.
It looks like that, doesn't it? Like the head.
Yeah.
It looks
Anyway.
like a character from Bertha.
Yeah.
There's a
Digital.
reference. There's the fucking reference. If you
45 seconds. Let's go.
You got this fucking video. Look up Bertha. Bertha, you are a lovely machine.
Is the mouse function of the Joy-Con 2. This industry needs another crash like it had in 1983. Every one of these companies needs a wake-up call to start over from the ground
crash
up and
only
remember
happened
what
in
made their
America.
products good in the first place.
The crash will happen, but it won't happen for Nintendo. They'll be unaffected.
Yeah,
The
they'll have
crash will
enough money
happen
to
with the other
carry
two.
on.
Ubisoft is crashing.
Well, Nintendo survived the other crash because they were already making stuff at that point.
Yeah, of course they were. They were
And
making.
then they were like, "How do we break the American market? Let's release a new console. How do we do that? Let's put it with a toy robot because people don't want to buy video games."
Yeah, they also made the
And there we
console
go.
look like a tape, like a video player.
So they did a lot of things to try and break the market when it was dead,
which they did.
Which they did. It worked. Yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't. It didn't work in Europe. It wasn't very good.
Yeah, well,
So
because nothing crashed here, nothing crashed in Japan, so they had nothing. They had nothing to try and push like that. They just had to compete with what was already here.
Yeah. I.e., the home computer market, Commodore 64, and all the ZX Spectrum and all that shit, and
Sega as well.
Atari, and Sega, obviously.
Yeah, Sega more in Japan, I think, to start with, because they were already there, weren't they?
Well, they had the
arcades and everything.
Well, they had the freaking what's the fucking SG-1000, didn't they, in Japan?
Yeah.
They didn't have a home console here until the Master System.
Yeah.
So I know a little bit of history, a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm interested in this stuff, so I know I know a bit about it.
Go on, he's got 30 seconds.
30 seconds. What can Bertha tell us?
Place. Don't spend your money on soulless, overpriced garbage with zero innovation. Save your money and
Last of Us Part 1, that is.
Force the industry to do a 180. The only way to get better products is by not paying for them when they're bad. When the asking price is $450 with $80 a game, don't
cheaper than the other systems.
Settle for the bare minimum. Please do not buy this product or support this company when they treat you like a walking wallet with no brains. I'm Bearman, and I've been wasting your time.
Hey, he did it!
He did it!
Yeah.
Hey.
Didn't I call that?
He didn't say anything about the Steam Deck.
Retarded shit.
That was the Steam Deck.
He didn't
say some fucking
shit.
Lucky big man, he didn't say it.
Yeah.
No, but he said some fucking shit
Stupid
like on the lines there. All good.
I didn't even notice your fucking avatar was the cow from Mario Kart. They made the cow a fucking character. That's disgusting. Oh dear. I think that's enough for tonight. We've probably come back, maybe do some Fratanga or something, or whatever another day. All right.
Maybe. I guess, yeah.
Maybe. I mean, we covered a lot.
I got work tomorrow, so
Yeah,
the next couple of days. So
I've got work today because it's past midnight, so I'm going to bed.
Who said tomorrow? I never said. Look, we're gonna literally hit the 6 hour mark.
Get the 6 hours and then
the 6 hours, and then we're out.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The time that I get up and shit, you guys be probably hitting the hay. So
hitting the hay.
I'm about to hit the hay. That's it now.
Just remember, big man, you're Australian. That means Nintendo Switch you can't buy because it's cheaper than the other two consoles, and the games cost less.
That's if I have the money to fucking buy a whole new console and games with it. Like, you know, I got shit to pay off and that. So you know,
no, 6 hours. That's it. It's over. All right. See you later.
All right, laters.